let's see. Let's see. Hi guys, I just started streaming. I think I can hear Mama Cryptid in the background. It looks... Hi Noxley, hello, hello. I'm sorry if there's any connection issues. We're testing it right now. Hopefully we stay up. Hopefully this keeps streaming. I don't really know what happened or what fixed it, but we lost internet a couple times in a few minutes there, but I think it's all good. So we're gonna try our best still. But how are you doing, Noxley? I'm looking at the story submission section right now. Blub is still our oldest one that's waiting on them being here to be read. And then it's actually Lando Commando. Let's see what else. Noxley, have you submitted anything actually? Have you submitted anything recently? I feel like you're showing up recently. And I'm not sure I actually have anything from you if you wanted me to read it. I'm just surviving at the moment. I'm so sorry, Noxley. It's always rough with real life getting us down. I'm sorry that's happening. Hi Lambda. Hi Blueba. You guys are not helping. Mama Cryptid's just being like, oh yeah, you're the first like Blueba editor, and I'm like, that no. Wait. Strim. Hi Bobicus, it's good to see you. But yeah, we're rooting for you over here. Over here in Noxley. I hope, not that it's in our control, and it might not even be in your control, but I hope things keep working out better for you over time. That's all we can wish for on this side of the screen. Hi, hello Raiders. Hi Chatty Matty Raiders. Oh my goodness. How are we all doing tonight? Yep, trying our best. That's all we can do. That's all we can keep trying to do the best course we can. 1 foot forward. I've been there. I've been down the dumps before, so I get you, Noxley. But hello, Raiders. Hello, welcome on in. My mic is a bit low. Oh. Hold on, maybe I can mess with that. Hold on. Which one's the mic? Maybe I can move the mic. Wait, a raid? Yes. Hi, Missing French Fry. Yes, it's a raid. We have some raiders from Chatty Matty. Chatty Matty's very nice to us, and he keeps raiding us sometimes. So let's see here. Yeah, we're always wishing our best wishes for all our fellow raccoons here in the chat. Sorry if you guys hear me. I'm just messing with the microphone a bit. How's that? Is the audio any better? I can't hear myself, so I'm mostly relying on you guys. Been listening to so much pre-rock and roll today. Yeah. You were saying you were going from music from like the 1920s and 50s, right? I learned that I love Big Bill Broomsey. I don't know if I said that last name right, but hey, it's so cool you found some more artists to listen to. You'll have book on in about a day. I like how I'm over here, I'm just in like the Discord, and I'm like bugging you, I'm like, hey, faster. But in the back of my head, I know as soon as you hand it over, then it's gonna take me a while to actually like read it twice and do the critiques and the feedback and stuff. So you can totally get revenge on me. As soon as you hand it over, you can be like, hey, blue editor, faster. I just had to do a third to half-ish of chapter 5 and fix some characters in the scene. Very cool. You can hear me a bit better now? Okay. So one of the fixes I did worked. I don't know which one, but hey, at least one of them. Hi, Zone. It's good to see you. Here's an axolotl with a warm drink for cozy vibes. Sometimes silly things like that help me smile when I'm down. Yeah. Blueba, it's yours now. So I was telling Mama Cryptid and Roots earlier, I'm like, oh, what if I'm gonna try and be a VTuber editor now, right? I wonder if there's any other VTuber editors, because I don't want to step on toes or something. Someone says that, like, oh yeah, that's already been done. This is somebody else's niche. I was like trying to research it. And Mama Cryptid was like, you're the first booba editor. I'm like, one, I don't want that title, and two, I mean, that's different. You've been due for a midstream disconnect? Wait, for me? For me? No, please, let me know if I disconnect. I thought I fixed the issue. I thought I fixed it. Keep rushing down. You're the best. I'm gonna cry now. Oh, yeah, we're wishing you the best over here, Noxley. Did you guys hear that thunder? Can the mic pick it up? It's a rainy day here in Central Florida for little Central Florida cryptids. Don't jinx us, PP. Please, I don't know what the tech issues were, but they stopped, so maybe it's fixed. I feel so bad. Mama Cryptid even woke up Papa Cryptid to try and fix the tech issues, and he came out here and he was like, "What?" And I'm like, "It was doing a thing, bad stuff, intranet. I don't know." And Papa Cryptid's like, "I don't know. I don't see anything." And he went back to sleep, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Oh no. One of those things, you know. You remember the evil Florida thunder? Yeah, it was crazy earlier. Why rain? It's February? Well, it's Florida. Florida rain all time. Florida rain all time. That's how it works. It's supposed to rain here today, but I'm not impressed. That takes the snow and makes the ice rinks on the sidewalks. Oh no. Chatty Maddie's coming on a 25 stream streak? That's insane. Chatty Maddie. Chatty Matt, how have you been here 25 times? If you said, "I don't love it here," I'll call BS with this. Florida is the opposite of Sealingdra. In a row, that's true, that's true. Oh my goodness. So, I have here, I was going through stuff earlier. I believe Blub is still the first in the queue. You miss your streak? Hey, it's never a bad thing to miss it. Real life always takes priority. Always and forever, real life takes priority. And your guys' streaks don't make me like love or like you guys better or more. I'm always just honored and happy you guys show up when you can. That's all. Whenever you're in a better space in life, then hey, hopefully I'm still VTubing and I'll still be your booba here on screen. So don't worry about it. Everything comes back. All those numbers will come back. I try to be there because technically I'm supposed to mod. Wait, does that mean we have streakers in chat? I think that means something different. That's something else. Oh, is Mama Cryptid retiring for the night with a bear? I think she is. I think she's taking the poodle. It's been hard. We don't have the bestest of news for the poodle, but we're enjoying the time we have with him. But yeah, so if in the future, if there's any like wonky schedule stuff happening, just be aware there might be some health issues with the poodle in the future that we're bracing ourselves for. But otherwise, after Blub, it is Lando Commando. Was Land in here earlier? I see PP, I see Zone, I see Nox. The chat isn't ready for that. I lost my 40 streak from one of my oldest in real life friend streamers because Twitch decided I wasn't there in chatting. Yeah, there's crazy stuff with what Twitch decides is a viewer or not. It's weird. It's weird. Otherwise, we have Solar after Lando Commando. It's Solar with a work called Not Quite Chosen. It's a work in progress one. And then if Solar is not here, then it is. I know I'm gonna butcher it. I'm so sorry. It's the Red Waves one with Latchigal. I know. I think you said like I don't even have to worry about pronouncing it because it was like a German one, right? And I'm just always gonna say it wrong. Yeah, I know you're here. Technically, Solar's before you. I'm just double checking that Solar's not here. But if Solar's not here, then you're up first, if you're okay with that. We were talking for 15 minutes straight, too. Oh, yeah. Gonna dip out now, friends. Work tomorrow and stuff. Just wanted to say hello. It's always amazing hearing from you, Noxley, and I hope over time you'll end up in a better spot. We're all rooting for you here. But goodbye. Have a good night. Tomorrow is a brand new day, exactly. There's a Five Nights at Freddy's patch we have with the little psychic friend Fredbear, and he has this quote from the game and the little mini game he's in Five Nights at Freddy's franchise that's like, "Oh, tomorrow is a new day," or "Tomorrow's a brand new day." I forget what the exact quote is now because I'm on stream and of course I'm gonna mess it up now. But people get out of all our patches, that one always gets the weird responses. That's the number one I've had. People have asked like, "Oh, can I get this tattooed?" And I'm like, "What? Why are you asking me? It's just Five Nights at Freddy's. It's just the franchise. You what?" Yeah, I don't own you. I don't control you. You can get it if you want. Yeah, but like the thing with Psychic Friend Fredbear and the quote around him, like, that's your design. Like, can I get that tattooed? And I'm like, I don't care. I don't know why you're asking me for permission for it. Sure, if you need it. There's people mentioning being like, this is the most important patch of my life. This is one of the most important things. I'll look at this every day and always remember. And I'm like, it's just Five Nights at Freddy's, right? And none of the other Five Nights at Freddy's patches get these responses or these reviews or these people talking with us like that. And I'm like, what is it about this one? Hi Zatara, it's good to see you. I'll just give you a moment. You're in the middle of something right now. That's fine. I'll yap for a bit. But it's your art. It's just the little pixel Freddy for Psychic Friend Fredbear, and then we just put the quote he has from it just around it. It's not. It's not even. It's just the thing. I don't know what to tell you. Can I get Barry tattooed on my booty? But it's the way you did it. It's still your art. But I mean, I guess if you want to talk about where the text is aligned around it, maybe. But it's not that crazy. Johnny Devil, hello. It's good to see you. You napped way too much today? Oh my god. You know when you nap so much that then you're more tired afterwards? That happens to me every single time. It's so unfair. I should be rested after a nap. But instead, here I am. I'll go ahead and get some work done tonight. Nice. Oh, you're saying Chatty Maddie would be the one to get the tattoo? I can't even judge it for that. There was that with the Necromancer dad story I've mentioned like on and off a little bit. Your butt's not for tattoos. Yeah, butts are for smacking. Hey, the body collects its tax one way or the other. Going to once you get a tech to stay up. Good luck. But yeah, I had the Necromancer dad story, and one of the side characters, but I loved them so much, was this little plague doctor guy, right? He was kind of like this adopted son to the Necromancer dad. But a necromancer doesn't leave lots of kids. Oh, a necromancer. You're all the way in Canada. I can't. I don't have that long arms. Maybe some other raccoons were. If you're ever out and about at night and like a raccoon like goes up behind you and then smacks you on the butt, know that was one of the cryptid raccoons. Of course, I don't know, it's just that one. Tattoo a blue cryptid on your butt. You do not truly love the blue butt. At least wait until I have my official model. At least wait. This is just the customizable Suika model. You gotta wait. Wait until I have my official form with my deer antlers and my spooky fangs and my glowing eyes. You gotta wait. Oh, dude, sorry, I can't. Relic is mad at you? What did you do, Callie? What happened? Decaffeinated lives in the same city as you? Oh my god. All my raccoons are hanging out together without me. This is unfair. I was thinking if I ever got more Florida raccoons, I was like, I should start like an in-person like critique writing group. But all my little raccoons are just on Twitch. You guys are all over the world. There's not enough Floridian ones here. So maybe if we ever get enough Florida raccoons, I'll start an in-person writing group. I think that could be fun. I had the idea. You live in Florida? Okay, there's one. Oh, runs to the Florida soul. Oh no, you're in ads. Sorry, Callie. What was I saying? I had this other idea recently where I'm like, oh, I want to have cryptids collecting Canadians, yes. And if I stay up late enough, I start collecting a lot more European viewers. Just because of the time zone difference. So that's really funny, just depending on where I stream. So, writing groups also sound baller. Yeah, I really want to have like an in-person writing group. I think it would be fun. Yeah, you guys are raccoon collectibles. You guys can customize how you want your raccoon to look, your raccoon Sona, and then I'll collect you guys like shiny Pokemons. Follow a few people that accidentally collect us. um, but I was also saying, I was like, man, because I was seeing these cool like author tube, like all the authors and writers on YouTube and their channels, and they do cool like aesthetic things, like all the cool like hot girl stuff where they go on writer retreats and like blogging and stuff. And I'm like, man, I wish I was fancy smancy enough for that, but I don't want to live the dream aesthetic girl life. I'm too much of a swamp hag for that. I'm too much of a little raccoon hoarder to do all that. So I'm like, I need a if I ever had a writing retreat, it would be like this little goblins and gremlins writing retreat where it's like, no, 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 we're all not gonna look good. We're exclusively stuck to being in pajamas and onesies. No one can do their hair or makeup. We all have to look like disheveled. We're only gonna eat garbage. We're gonna eat pizza and chips and snacks and soda and alcohol. And we're just gonna write, and we're gonna yap and complain about our writing, and then when someone needs to go off into a solo room and not chat with all the other goblins and gremlins, they're just gonna get up and screech and scurry right to a room that's dark. That's what I need. That's my ideal writing retreat. You know what I mean? I can't be like the aesthetic girlies at AuthorTube. That's not me. That's not what I am in my heart. Your raccoon is seen and is smoking a blunt. Toronto has a famous raccoon. Cryptid, where were you? I had to go to bed without your voice last night. Callie, you know I stream every other night. It's every other night. Oh wait, sorry, I missed it. Okay, you're ready to start. I know I still need to do paragraphing. Do you need a recap of what happened so far in the story? Shall we just plunge right in? Red ways, let's go ahead and look. Let's get to chapter 2. Let me get it all ready. Let me set it up like an official VTuber person who knows what she's doing. I remember the prologue. And then we had the one a few days later. Where was it? Rolena Hall. Okay. And then there was the motor car chase scene. Yes, yes, yes. And then she's in the warehouse sneaking up on the people. Okay. I kind of remember. That's the... Oh, I'm behind the chat now. Did you... She was fun to write. You had fun writing her. Nice. That sounds like a great time. I would love to. If I ever get popular enough that I could have like a writing retreat, I'm gonna have a Goblins and Gremlins writing retreat. Which maybe that would actually ruin the branding here, because as a VTuber, I like VTubers because like I can have this model that's interactive and moves and like is more personable online. It's like this little online interactive avatar, right? But Cryptid, my Bluba model here, right? How I interact with all you raccoons. She always has her makeup on. Her hair's always okay. She's always dressed up. You know, she never looks too tired when she's not wearing makeup. Her hair never looks awkward. She might stare into your soul if I leave her alone, but otherwise, like she looks good. And then if I ever go to a Goblins and Gremlins retreat, you guys aren't gonna see. See, look how cute she is. Look how cute little Cryptid Bluba model is. You guys aren't gonna see that. You're gonna see me in my final hag form. Cryptid, why do I stream every other day? Because I have to work on the business. I got stuff to do. She's standing outside the warehouse looking in through a hole in the wall. Yep. Too tired like a bicycle. Hi, Author Relic. Oh my goodness, Callie was just talking about you earlier. Hello. It's good to see you. We need to be reading some more content from you soon. It's been a while. Instead of going to some nice place, we go to the dumpster behind the nearest Publix. Oh no, that's behind the Publix is the bougie retreat. That's the really fancy one, right? And then if it's like it's a more cheap one, like when we're starting out and we're all in a budget, the budget one is just behind the the Circle K. The dumpster behind the Circle K is the budget writing retreat. Behind the Publix is the fancy one. I never know how big your queue is. It's everyone's just in the queue, but I only read it if they're actually here. So sometimes like right now we're reading Lachicals. They're not the first in the queue, but they're the first one in the queue who's here right now. So it kind of goes from top down if you're here. uh, you know what? The Circle K one, we might end up with some company. Really? What kind of company? Side quests sounds bad, like my life. No, I think side quests are a great addition to life. I've gotten a lot of cool, nifty accomplishments and achievements, I guess we're using gaming terms, because I did side quests. Like basically starting Cryptid Roots as a company, starting the embroidery and stuff business. That was a side quest. That was just a side little adventure, and now look who we are. That's what me and Roots do professionally now. How did that happen? Me just wanting to do a VTubing thing and not knowing VTubing, so I just started writing and critiquing. That was a side quest, and now I guess I'm gonna be an editor as my other side gig. How did that? You get all the cool things in life when you say yes to side quests, let me tell you. Either druggies or rats, or druggy rats. What's funny, so I read your comment of either druggies or rats, and then I stopped reading, and I'm like, or druggy rats, and then my eyeballs looked to see what you kept writing, and then you actually wrote or druggy rats, so that's kind of funny that we had the same reaction to that. You drop some stuff if I ever need it. You got it. Floria narrates Barry's trauma like an adventure. Please don't narrate this like an adventure novel. I'm trying to figure out how to explain that without sounding an escaped psych ward patient. Hello, Galactic Honey. It's good to see you again. Welcome on back. Today we're starting with... Oh my god, there's a cat. There's a cat by my feet. I don't know if it's the spicy cat or the cat that likes feet. Okay, it's the cat that likes feet. Thank god. Oh, that one will just keep going, circling around your feet. The other one will, like, maybe bite you. Okay. Feels like it's been years. We are starting with chapter 2 today for Lachical. And poor Lachical, I know I'm butchering their username, I'm so sorry. If anyone wants to give like a phonetic pronunciation in the chat, feel free, and I swear I'll learn it. I can learn. It can be a big cryptid. But chapter 2, let's see how long. This starts on page 19. How long is chapter 2? 227, so that's 8 pages? And they're not very big pages. It looks a little smaller in this format. So maybe I'm not promising we can read the whole thing, but I'll try my best still. The sounds kind of like a snore. Like a snoring sound, or like the S in snore. I saw Relic and Callie in another stream. Oh hey. Yeah, a lot of my raccoons here, we're all just chilling and hanging out in the reading and writing category. It's all just a big community. Everyone just hops around a bit. Howdy. A snoring sound. Wash. Snoring sound. Like honk shoe? It sounds like a Pokemon if I try to do that. Relic hates you now, Callie. What did you do? You need a break from Callie. Oh, the honk and honk shoe. Whack. Chico. That just sounds like I'm snorting halfway through. I did that. Why'd you go from creative writing to weaving? What do you mean? Oh, do you mean for my major? My career? I was in college. I was wanting to read and write for years and years and years. I wanted to be an author. And then in the meantime, because I knew that it would take a while to actually earn money as an author, I was going to be like a professor or something of creative writing. So I was going to get my degree in creative writing. And I was in a bad relationship at the time. I was engaged to somebody. It wasn't a good relationship. I was struggling. I had a lot of anxiety and depression, probably from burnout in middle school and high school, if I'm being honest. I was working multiple jobs while going to college and still stressed about money all the time. It was just rough, and I think when you're depressed and you're anxious, it's actually hard to do the things you like. So I actually wasn't reading or writing for years before that and during that out of enjoyment, right? I was just doing it because it was like assignments, but I wasn't actually enjoying it anymore because that's what happens when you have depression. That's what your brain does. And a job I took that was one of the few non-customer service ones, was a sewing job. I at a high-end luxury bridal lingerie company, and I already knew a little bit of sewing from Mama Cryptid teaching me when I was younger. So I started working there. I took a costuming class to hopefully help me because I was really struggling keeping up the quality. It was a really high-end, beautiful custom like bridal lingerie place. Like mostly like a lot of celebrity clients or really really wealthy clients, right? And I was struggling, so I switched to costuming, and then I was just so focused on work, and I wasn't enjoying the things I enjoy. So I switched my major to costuming and sewing, and yeah, that's what I got my degree in. So that's funny. You're getting close to. I'm getting close to how your name sounds. You're kidding. You're trolling me. You're trolling me. Hi, Ted. It's good to see you. I pitched the hug to a girl. Yeah, I kept interrupting my story, being ready for feedback. Oh, okay. That's why I'm mad at him. Sometimes that happens in chat. Sometimes people are a little too hyperactive in chat, and we just gotta shrug it off. People are just excited. But hey, hopefully after a little calming off period, I know you guys both enjoy being in the reading and writing community, right? So like, yeah. You'll be good. You guys will be good after a little while. A relationship would benefit from a momentary reprieve. Very official. Just had to go on a wild goose chase for my dog. She's small and it's raining. Yeah, it's raining over here. It's crazy. Hi, Ted. It's good to see you, though. Can I ask a personal-ish question? You can ask. I can't always promise I'll answer it, but you can ask. I've seen your stream get up to like 25 people, Cryptid. Yeah, it's almost gotten to 30 a couple times, but then sometimes the streams crash and then like it doesn't register it, and I was like, oh, it's almost at 30 one time. It was so close. But yeah, we're growing. It's kind of crazy. I'm still not prepared for the amount of raccoons we have, but it's really, really nice. I'm excited. Where's Commander Roots? They are raiding. They're doing a Final Fantasy XIV raid with their friends right now. Maybe they'll hop on later when their raid's done, and we can ask them, are you winning, son? We can do the are you winning, son meme at them. Feeling like a frisky raccoon today? Oh my goodness, are you being mischievous? Author on the chip in my name is the 30 German sound. That really does sound similar to the honk and honk shoe. So it sounds like almost like a piggy oinking. That's what I think I don't like doing it. It sounds like I'm just making piggy noises. Oh no, that's funny. But while you guys keep chatting, let me, because I think someone wanted to ask me a question too. So I'll let you guys write for a second. Let's go ahead and start chapter 2. Inside the warehouse, the two robbers handed their loot to a man Rowena could only see from behind. He was dressed in all black with a hoodie, black pants, a black wool cap, and a spiked choker. I'm making a TikTok about reading and writing. Can I take a screenshot of this for it? If not, it's okay. I'll exclude the writing if need be. You can take a screenshot. Probably not of the writing. I'm not sure if people are okay with their writing being screenshotted. How many pages is this? I believe it's, 8 or so pages? 8 pages. If you want to take a screenshot of my weave screen, you can do that, and I'll leave it up for a minute if you want to do that real quick. That's fine. Yeah, it's not too bad at all. I was thinking, some people have asked stuff like, oh, you worked at Spencer's? Did you like the sex toys back there? And I've been like, come on now. Some people have asked stuff like, oh, what's this explicit thing? What's your medical stuff? What's this? What? And I'm like, come on now. Come on now. We all know how to behave on the internet. You got left behind again? I think Maddie's doing it too on purpose. Maddie actually mentioned it earlier before you got over here. Maddie was all like, yeah, I left Aaron behind. Aaron can stay over there. Aaron can never hang out with the cool kids with Cryptid. Yeah, Aaron, he's being really mean. Chatty's saying a lot of mean things about you. I just want you to be aware. I'm kidding. Please don't get mad at it. Please don't get mad at it. Chatty Maddie, I'm just trolling. This is defamation. Hi, Andre. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Got it. Thank you. Hey, no problem. And hey, thank you for thinking of me. That's really nice and sweet. Twitch hates you. Yeah, Maddie, how could you? I'm getting poor Maddie in trouble. It's okay though, I'm gonna edit your whole first book, okay? Like, come on. I can poke you a little bit. Please know your full name, address, and social security number. Oh, it's safe with friends here on the internet. Yeah, so you guys won't ever know like my social security number. Hopefully you guys won't find my address, though technically it's available. You guys, I already said a lot of VTubers do VTubing to be anonymous. I do not have that benefit. Cryptid Roots is an officially licensed company. I pay Florida taxes and stuff. You can see me. I've registered it with the Florida business, and you have to give your name over for that. So we were a business first. I have my name attached to the business. So you guys, anyone could look up who I am. You guys can even see my face. My face has been on the TikToks. It's been on our social media. It's on the Etsy shop. Like, this isn't for anonymous purposes, which a lot of VTubers do. This is, Cryptid didn't want to put on makeup and fix her hair for streaming, but she always wants to look pretty on stream anyway, and a VTuber lets her do that. Oh my god. I love your social security number. Yeah, I bet you fucking would. Your face is blue, I already know. That's right, this is exactly what I look like. There's literally no difference. Oh, thank you for the hydrated hydrate. I have water against it because I'm good. There's an Etsy shop. Yes, Cryptid Roots is an embroidery and patch business that me and Roots run. We've run it for the past 2 years. Our work's been on the Grammy red carpet twice. We've even done patches for big companies like Legoland out in California for some of their parades and stuff. We've been in a couple shops. We've shipped in a couple places around the world with some other little indie seamstresses and stuff. Yeah, we do some cool things. And then I just decided to be a VTuber too. Hello. No, don't say these things, Cryptids, if you don't want people to do it. It's one of the things, like, Papa Cryptid is a huge internet security person. So when we started this, I was fully aware of the dangers of it. I came into this note like, yeah, people can find me. They know what my face is like. They already know my name because it's attached to the business. I'm already a public person because of the business. But if anyone ever shows up, I'm also fully aware and capable of killing people, and have almost had to do that in the past. So, like, hey, don't be creepy. Yeah. Are you saying I can see your face if I just look? I'm not saying you'll like my face, but we even do public appearance. We go to cons and conventions all across the U.S. as Cryptid Roots. We sell stuff. You guys will see me and Roots in person if you guys are ever at if you pray enough, it could be anonymous. Aaron, we need to plan your revenge. That's right. I want to embroider my clothes, but I'm both lazy and poor. I feel ya. I fucking feel ya. You should kill the people stealing from me? I'm in an ad. Okay, well, someone ask Aaron, like, are they still stealing? I thought you had a camera and everything up. What happened? Sorry, I forgot to do the sippy. Here's your sippy. First line is, I could kill you. Oh, wait. King Cal, I'm sorry. We were talking, people sometimes are like, oh, like, are you ever worried about, like, people finding you? I'm like, well, technically, my full name and face is already out there before I started VTubing. Didn't deter. Rusty knife to knee. The knee doesn't actually do anything. I mean, if I was, like, trying to hunt you down, rusty knife to the knee is great, because then you'll run away slower. And that helps, because then I don't have to use as much energy to, like, kill you. So that's okay. But if it's someone, like, attacking me or breaking into the house to, like, hurt me or my cats, right? Then I'm not just gonna do it to the knee. No, I wanna first go after the eyeballs. If you can't get a good shot to do an instant kill, like at the chest or at the throat, at least make it harder for them to attack back and go for the eyeballs. That way it's harder for them to get a good shot on you, and then you can just, like, flail around and keep hitting them. But what was I saying? Oopsie, wait. Found Cryptid's face, TikTok. I know what our overlord looks like. Yeah, see, like I was saying, I was running Cryptid Roots for years just with my face, and I hated it. I don't like looking at my own face and stuff, even with makeup and my hair done for social media stuff. So having this VTuber just makes it easier. But I know it's not to hide my identity. The identity is already public. We're an official business. Yeah, it's definitely you and the beanies. Yeah, Roots wouldn't want to pose. So then Roots would be like, no, never. Just put them on the floor. Take a picture there. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'll take a picture with me on it. Used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took a rusty knife to the knee. Little known fact, rusted knives sourced in Florida swamps, have extra poison damage compared to just regular rusty knives sourced other places. It's because Florida is toxic. I looked at the shop, reminds me of a well-done version of my mom's Etsy because she also sells patches. That's awesome, Drowning Devil. That's fantastic. You should link them in the Discord, in the hobby section. I'll take a look at them. I always love buying patches from other people. We need undead ninjas. You can smell them coming, but they still sneak a bite in. Greek rusty knives carry a chance of pregnancy. Did you all have a tent at a place called Resting Holes? They are a renting place where you can spend the night in hobbit home. Okay, when you called it resting holes, I'm like, that sounds inappropriate. But it's hobbit homes. That when you give the I'm like, oh yeah, they're hobbit themed like places. I'm like, that sounds cute. But just saying, oh, you could spend a night at a place called Resting Holes. Sounds inappropriate. Some VTubers ranting about Romeo versus 28 Days Later with War Z Zombie. So how's you? Well, hopefully I'm not going to get too sidetracked anymore and we can continue. We're not even one paragraph in. I'm so sorry, Lashed. I'm gonna lock in. You guys can keep chatting, but I'm gonna lock in. What did they come back to? No, it's not me. It's Galactic Honey. It's called Resting Hole. That's what they said. They're saying it's a Hobbit-inspired place. Okay, I'm focusing, but everyone else, they were talking about the place that... It wasn't me. It wasn't me this time. I was talking about killing people, but Galactic Honey brought up the holes thing. Past 3 trucks there on their opening day and everyone around having fun. You're not making it sound any better. But no, we never ended there, if that's what you're asking. Okay, I'm focusing. Leave me alone. Black wool cap and a spiked choker. Glad to see you made it. I heard the police came down hard at the airport. I'll get to fencing the jewels. You'll have your cut in a few days. Where's Pedro? 1,400 for focusing. Pedro wiped out on the way in. He twisted his ankle getting on the bike. We should be here soon. The man in black raised his fists and voice. Idiots! I told you to stick together. If I find out Pedro was injured, his treatment cost is coming out of your cuts. Go ahead and hang out with my husband for a bit. Good night, everyone. Good night, Mila. Have a good one. Mila over here actually has, like, a loving relationship, is already married. Can you guys believe that? Can you guys believe that? That's not allowed when you're in Twitch chat. I'm kidding. Nobody come for me. His fist sank into one of the robber's stomachs. The other robber braced but was hit just as badly. Now Scarper. Check what happened to Pedro. If that's the name, it should be a capital S. I want it to be like now Scatter. Maybe it's now Scatter. Check what happened to Pedro. Like get the fuck out of here type of thing. Maybe I'm just not familiar with Scarper. While the robbers stood up and left, the man turned around. Scarper means fuck up? Oh, no. She wanted to... wanted to get you. So it's not a name. Okay. What channel should I put my mom's store in? You can just put it in hobbies. I know it says hobbies, so you think, oh, it's not for stores, but that's fine. I'm using it for both. Oh, found an ostrich live cam? Oh, I got a feather duster from somebody who actually raises and has an ostrich farm. Latchical is in chat is who we're reading right now. We're reading chapter 2 of theirs. But yeah, I got a feather duster from them, and because it was made from actual ostrich feathers sourced from their farm, because the wife of the couple just really likes ostriches and wants to save them, so she has an ostrich farm in California, and the husband was like, okay, well, you need to make money if you want to just raise ostriches for forever, so they make little crafts with the ostrich feathers. And they sell feather dusters. And it was one of the few places in the US that I could source a genuine ostrich feather duster instead of a plastic feather duster, because the plastic feather dusters are bullshit. And I wanted actual cleaning tools. You have an ostrich farm in your city? I should go there somewhere. They offer ostrich meat and omelets. You could get an ostrich omelet? That sounds fucking crazy. Ooh, yeah, see? Where? While the robber stood up and left, the man turned around. His hands dove into the loot bags, and the jewels flashed in the dim light inside the warehouse. Rolana didn't know what the white stains on the front of the man's clothes were, but they looked very off. He took off his sunglasses and put a jeweler's lens into his eye. Let's see if my intel was correct. You can eat ostrich, right? I'm just thinking big omelet. Big omelet. Huge omelet. Can you guys imagine that as little raccoons? That would be a fucking huge, insane omelet. The man pulled a necklace from the bags, looking at the stone inlaid in it. It was bright red, shaped like a seahorse? The design was very intricate, and he smiled. I knew it. This one's going to fetch a great price. Oceanite always does. You can take a guess what those stains are. Yeah, the one thing it's a really minor thing, it's not even a full critique, just, you know, like little thing. But I didn't know what the white stains on the front of the man's clothes were. But I don't believe it mentioned the white stains earlier, just that he was wearing all black and had the spiked choker. So I wonder if it could be like rephrased slightly, like Rolena could now see there were white stains on the front of the man's clothes, though she didn't know what they were. Like just rewording it slightly to make it read because otherwise when it first reads, like, wait, I missed the part where it mentioned the white stains, but then looking back it doesn't mention it earlier. Yeah, she only saw them after he turned around, but the way it's phrased here sounds off. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying, like, oh, you should mention it first in this one. So, like, he turns around. Rolena saw there were white stains on the front of the man's clothing, but she didn't know what they were, and they looked off. Like, just rewording the sentence a little bit sounds a bit more natural. Okay, so it's Oceanite always does. Oceanite? Rolena had never heard that name before. The man, Dupin, as Rolena assumed from the earlier conversation, put the necklace down separately and continued to look through the loot. I don't know why that one was hard to say. Rolena wanted to take a closer look at it, but with the boss standing right there, that was going to be difficult. She thought about shooting an arrow to make noise and distract him, but figured that would give her away too much. A loud noise ripped her out of her thoughts. An alarm was going off on the man's phone. He looked at it, and his eyes went wide. Shit, my cookies! He pocketed the necklace and rushed out of sight. That sounds a little funny. This sounds a little odd. Seeing that the coast was clear, Rolena vaulted the wall again, hiding herself in the shade of one of the massive containers to pull out her phone and call the police. Within 15 minutes, 2 patrol cars pulled up outside the warehouse, and Rolena walked up to them. She introduced herself, explained what she was doing there, and led them into the warehouse. I'm not sure this, because she did a lot of crime. Love a criminal with a soft side. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, Rolena just stole somebody's property. She stole a person's bike to chase them down and speed and stuff, and then she was shooting. She was shooting at them with a bow and arrow. When that's not what you would normally do. You would not try and, like, hurt and kill people just for being in a robbery, unless you're, like, a really bad cop, which is most cops, but still. Yeah, she'd be fully arrested. She was shooting at the people. She did shoot one of them. She then pretended to be one of the robbers and followed them here, and she's now, like, at the scene of the crime. Well, not the scene of the crime, but, you know, she's at this warehouse. Being like, oh yeah, like, I was shooting at these people because they were stealing stuff, like that. They would be arresting her, right? I don't know. Maybe she shouldn't explain everything. They'd arrest her. They'd be like, lady, you're crazy. We had to arrest you too. Dupin was nowhere to be found, but the loot was still on the table? the loot's still there? Dupin! Dupin! What are you doing? Dupin, you sound like a reasonable guy, prioritizing multiple different important things like a criminal enterprise and baking cookies. Dupin, how could you do such a rookie mistake? Dupin. Oh no, Dupin, we were rooting for you. Oh no, oh no. So Dupin was nowhere to be found, but the loot was still on the table. The cops took pictures for evidence, radioed in for backup to apprehend Pedro by the zoo, then placed the bags in the back of one of the patrol cars and left again. Rolana stayed behind in the warehouse. Did they just let her go? She decided to search for Dupin. There were tables stacked up on one end of the warehouse, a dilapidated car in a corner, a flickering ceiling lamp, a heap of empty boxes, and a lot of other junk strewn around. Rolana went over to the car, kicking it to pop the trunk open. At first glance, it was empty, but Rolana felt there was more. She checked the space for the replacement wheel. There was, in fact, still a tire in there. Odd, she thought. Normally, thieves would have long since stolen any spare tires to sell for scrap. You can't pursue. Yeah, it's one of the things. Granted, this is in a different area. I forget where we were. They mentioned in chapter 1 where she was flying in from. But like part of the thing too is like, for retail and stuff. It's like, yeah, if Cuba. Thank you for a reminder. I don't know if it's different in Cuba, but part of the thing with like working this stuff is like, yeah, you if someone steals from you here in the U.S., which happens frequently, like you can't pursue because that person's just gonna shoot you, and you would have died just getting the stuff for your corporate overlords back, and they don't want to deal with that. They don't want to pay for stuff like that, so they normally you don't pursue too hard just for stealing, unless it's like the police. I guess she's trying to be a Deadpool-esque, where she's like this, that seems very American. I had to deal with it once. Oh my god. And yeah, the people were threatening to kill me, and it was just like, you fucking ass bitches. Over embroidery machines, like, fucking hoes. It was at a Joann's. Anyone wondering? It was when I was working at it's a separate company. It's the company that sells embroidery machines and stuff, but it sells that inside of a Joann's, but we're separate legal entities. That's how things are in a lot of places in the U.S. Yeah, and they stole stuff, and I was like, at first I didn't realize it, and I was like, oh no, like, I'm so sorry, you actually check out over here, not at the front of the store. And then they were like, threatening to kill me and shoot me if I kept bothering them. And I'm like, oh, you fucking assholes. Everywhere else has such strict gun laws that such a law would be very unnecessary. Yeah, see, everywhere else is reasonable, but the U.S. is the way it is. Don't appear, don't pursue, that's a liability. I keep Walgreens. Yeah. And one of the big things when I worked at Spencer's is there's a particular exit they would tell us to go out through at the end of the night because it's dark outside the mall. Spencer's is just a mall store, right? But there was a lot of issues, especially with like pretty girl employees and stuff, right, who work there a lot. They were like, oh yeah, there's always issues. We always use this exit now, even though it's further away, because it has cameras here and it's better lit. And we all had to exit at the same time together. If you go out the normal closer exit, that one's not as well lit, and people kept getting like kidnapped and sex trafficked and stuff and murdered. And we were like, oh, okay. And at the first Spencer's I worked at, that was because it was up in a college town that happened to have, in Florida, that had I didn't realize until after I moved there for college, it has 3 major human trafficking routes that go through that town, as they like leave the ports and the sea and stuff and go throughout the rest of the U.S. or through the rest of the U.S. out to the ports around Florida. 3 major human trafficking rings go through that same town, so they're like, yeah, it's a lot of like, you could get kidnapped and like sold into trafficking and never be found again here. So use the other exit. It has cameras and has better lighting. We were like, oh, okay. I thought that was just the one, and then I came down to the one closer to where Mom and Papa Cryptid are, before 2020 hit, after I broke off my engagement. And no, that one had the same thing. They're like, yeah, people get really inappropriate and too stalkery with some of it. So it wasn't for human trafficking, it was just like stalker problems, because they would see pretty girls at like the quote-unquote mall sex shop and get too attached, and then they would stalk you and like murder you outside the mall when you like left your shift after closing up the store. And I was like, oh, okay, so it's just it's just different flavors of the same problem. Okay. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Oh, the good stuff. Okay. So that happens. So yeah, the US people, if you guys are ever like on Tumblr and you guys are outside the US and you're like, is the US actually like that, or is that just exaggerated? No, the US is like that. Florida is like that. It happens. Yeah, normally thieves would have long since stolen any spare tires to sell for scrap. I'd say I wasn't even shaken up about like when those people were stealing from me and threatened to kill me outside that Joanne's once. Welcome to Florida. Yeah, I was just so annoyed. I'm like, are you serious? I'm working alone in this section today. Now I'm gonna have to call the non-emergency line. I'm gonna have to call corporate and explain why we're missing materials. It's all on me. I've only been working at this one location for like 2 months at that point. Are you fucking serious? You're doing this on my day. You're threatening to kill me over this. You think I'm gonna die over these? I should kill you over these just because you deserve it. Each state is like its own country. Yeah. But yeah, I was so, oh my god, I was so pissed. I was so pissed that day. I was so mad. And the Mama Cryptid was being nice. She was gonna drop off food for my lunch, because I didn't pack lunch that day. And she pulled up and there were all the police cars outside the Joanne's. And she's like, huh, that's so funny. Thankfully it has nothing to do with Cryptid. And then she walked in and I'm there surrounded by the police officers and I'm giving my statements and stuff. And Mama Cryptid was like, oh, it did have something to do with baby Cryptid. She's like, what happened? And I'm like, oh, these fucking hoes came in and stole merch and material right in front of us. And there's all these, for whatever reason, despite Florida being the place where like everyone steals and shit and can get shot at for stealing shit, all the cameras inside Joanne's are fake. They're all fake cameras. They just have decoy cameras in Spencer's and in Joanne's. All the retail stores I've worked at where they tell you like there's cameras and you look up and you think you see the cameras, those are all fucking fake cameras. And I'm like, what if they had shot me? What if they had shot me over these embroidery machines and you guys wouldn't have any real cameras to like identify my killers, my possible killers who killed me over these embroidery machines they were stealing? And they were like, oh yeah, well, you know, cameras are really expensive. And I'm like, fuck you guys. Anyway, Florida's like a zoo, put gorillas and big cats in a small enclosure and give them a lot of drugs. Yeah, decoy fake cameras annoy me so much. Like if you're gonna have it as a security thing, but then I don't actually get any of the security benefits. Like if anyone like actually hurt you at stuff in a store, they stole stuff, now you don't actually have security cameras for it. Like what? Can't even spring for actual surveillance or don't want to. Yeah. The only retail job I worked at that had real cameras was not Joanne's, was it was another mall one. It's JCPenney. JCPenney has real cameras. I didn't even know that was a thing. You're a multi-million-dollar company and you can't get real cameras. Most companies I worked at, even if they tell you, there's actually there's a thing. There's a thing. So when you're a lower level employee, they tell you that they have cameras. That way you won't steal from the till or the register because you think that all those fake cameras are real cameras because you're a low level employee and you're just working at the register and stuff. It's only when you get to be like a supervisor level that then they like bring you to the back area and they show you like, oh yeah, no, that's not real cameras. Those are just decoy cameras. We just say that because like, you know, half of theft is like from employees, so we want the employees to think that there's real cameras so they won't steal. And then you're like, but what if something bad happened to me on the job, like with all these crazy shooters and stuff and all the rape threats we get, because every single job I worked at there were rape threats, and they're like, oh well, you know. And I'm like, no, I don't know. And they're like, yeah, well we'll consider it. That's a corporate policy. And I'm like, motherfuckers. Hi, Lucy Lords, good to see you. Sorry you came in right when I was cursing. But yeah, the only company I worked at, and I've worked at a couple, that had actual cameras was JCPenney. All the other ones I worked at, Joann's, Spencer's, a lot of other mall ones, they don't get real cameras. Yeah. When you're like a woman and you have the big boobas and you work customer service, there'll be people who threaten to like rape you in the fitting rooms and stuff, and you're like, oh, okay, it happens. Just about their fucking bottom dollar. Yeah, when I worked at JCPenney, a group of college guys tried threatening to rape me in the fitting room. When I was at Spencer's, somebody intimidated me into like exchanging phone numbers and stuff, and then was like harassing me and stalking me for a little while until I told them I had a boyfriend, even though I didn't. I get death threats at my job, but rape is intense. Yeah. It actually still censored that 10. Isn't that funny? Even though you censored it. And I didn't like, people sometimes think like, oh, were you just like in the bad areas? Were you like in the bad areas of town? Were you like in the shady areas? And for most of my jobs, no. I was in very, very like nice, sometimes very wealthy areas, because then like the people spend more money and you can get bigger commissions. What is wrong with people? It's the US and Florida. And it's sometimes men when they see like a girl with the big booba in real life. I wish people knew that bad people exist everywhere. Definitely, they absolutely do. Every culture, every society, every time period. There's bad people everywhere. It's just that like there are circumstances that give them more audacity to act on their bad behavior. But yeah, so funny. And then after 2020, I haven't gone back to retail since. I've just been doing our own business. Okay, I'll focus. Now it's a sippy. You get a sippy and a focus. Sorry, normally I don't go into that too much on stream, but hey, it happened. I think I was talking because to me it's like normal. It's normalized. I mean, that's why I didn't censor myself too much there. Rolanda felt around it, noticing an opening, and stuck her hand in. She grabbed the first thing she found and pulled it out. It was a small red carving of a sardine, which she figured must have been more oceanite. Okay, so this one's hidden. Closing the trunk again, she turned to leave, but as she was about to walk through the door, she suddenly felt the cold steel barrel of a gun against her neck. Dun dun dun. Yeah, it's good to know information. Yeah. So if you work certain retail jobs, they might tell you a specific exit to use, or give you certain safety policies. Just because of employee safety, because corporate's not investing in cameras for you. Oh my god. So the rat returns to the scene. Come with me. I believe we need to have a chat. Depayne grabbed Rolena's neck and held the gun to her temple, leading her over to the boxes. He made her take apart one of the larger crates. Below it, Rolena found a trap door under a false bottom. The police didn't notice this? Oh no. I worked at a call center in a mall. That's a really expensive place just to have a call center. It was at one end of the mall, and the public bathrooms were at the far end. The Macy's next door had bathrooms, but they didn't want us to use them. Oh yeah, those bitches at Macy's. Oh my god. We still did, because you weren't walking a mile across the mall for that. I feel ya. One of the Spencer's I worked at was like right next door to the Macy's. Like if you look out the front of the Spencer's, you could see the front of the Macy's. The Spencer's has its own bathroom, but at some point, oh my god, and it was Macy's fault. So Macy's 2-story, Spencer's 1-story. So the Macy's on the 2nd floor, one of their things there had, one of their pipes had burst or something, or leaked, and it caused flooding through all the pipes into because we were on the 1st floor, so part of our store is beneath them. We were beneath the 2nd floor Macy's. It leaked into our bathroom, and so the bathroom was unusable, right? We needed to call maintenance. It was going to take a week. So for that week, the Spencer's Corp was like, oh, just walk across. The Macy's is right there. You can use their bathrooms. And like if any of them saw us with our like Spencer's employee badges, they're like, oh, you can't be here. Like you have to use your own bathrooms. And we'd be like, shut the fuck up. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're either going to let me use your bathroom right here that I'm 2 feet away from, or you're going to have to clean up because I'm going to piss myself right here on the floor. Like, what are you going to do? Is Macy's paying you enough to guard their toilets? Are there secrets in there you don't want the general public to know? I'm confused. Why are you being this much? Why are you being uppity? Our bathrooms are broken because of you. Our bathrooms are broken because of you, and now you're acting like you're being paid $100 an hour to guard the toilets. Like, just let us through. I don't need you acting like this. So it came to the point, we'd actually remove our Spencer's ID tags and we would pretend we were just normal employees to sneak into their bathrooms. Oh. Dude, I always get fucking lost in a Macy's. Right? You think there's enough of their store to be paying attention to that they wouldn't be worrying about us, but they were worrying about us. Total OSHA violation place, 150 plus employees, like 75 to 80% women, and a large portion that were often pregnant. One bathroom, not gender specific. I don't know that. But the US doesn't like you knowing about OSHA stuff, so. But yeah. We but I was so bad that I'm like, corporate told us to use this. We worked this out with corporate. We're supposed to use your bathrooms. You guys broke our bathrooms. Like, don't. We both are working retail jobs here. I know you're not getting paid enough to guard the toilet. Just let us pass. Found a trap door under a false bottom, and both of them climbed down. The gun permanently trained on her. I must say, I picked a bad set of goons to carry out this job. Not only did they not notice you weren't Pedro, but they also didn't notice a cyclist at breakneck speeds. Yeah, I heard you talk with the police. Well then how did you get your cookies? You were listening to us talk to the police and you didn't... What about your cookies? Oh no. The underground part of the warehouse looked very different. Part of it was furnished with a full industrial kitchen, with a fresh tray of cookies on top of it. Oh, okay, here's the cookie. Okay, I was asking about, here it is. Standing in stark contrast to the decrepit warehouse above. Dupin took one of the cookies and smiled. I learned to be a patissier. I don't know if I said that right. Maybe Tens in chat being like, that was the worst fucking French accent I ever heard. Do we get a cookie? Maybe. On the other hand, we're all raccoons, so maybe we just get some trash. We can get maybe cookie crumbs. Maybe that's what we had to hope for. Hold on. It doesn't pay here, sadly. Talent isn't everything. Breaking the cookie in half, he offered half to Relena, who waited until he'd eaten his half to eat hers. I mean, if he's close enough to have his hand holding a cookie, sure, why can't she, like, do some cool martial arts movement like disarm him? I'm not sure. As she chewed, Dupin took the word. You get cookie clicker? Cookie clicker? What's that? Is took the word a normal saying? I haven't heard that before. I understand you don't trust me. Why would you? To Relena's surprise, the cookie was very delicious. After all, you just foiled my heist plans. Have a seat. There you go. Now why don't you tell me who you are exactly? I'm not buying the story that you just happened to be at the airport with archery equipment. Cookie Clicker is a very famous indie game? Oh. Okay, I guess we just get the game of food. We don't get actual food. All the raccoons pack up. We're going home. We're just gonna have to eat our gaming achievements. We don't get real food. We don't get real food. Goodbye. We're all gonna starve together during this harsh weather. Goodbye. I'm kidding. I mean, Idle. Oh, it's a very famous Idle game. But why wasn't it? Or is it just like giving you cookies like in the background if you don't do something? I mean, it's Indie 2 at one point. Might still be, I think. Oh, I don't know what this stuff. Damn. But yeah, I guess we're all starved together. Relena nodded. I had just flown in for an assignment. I'm a mercenary. Normally don't admit that right up front, but okay. My client asked me to retrieve some lost property, but I still have some time before I'm supposed to meet my contact. So I figured I'd make myself useful and earn an extra paycheck when I heard the robbery happening. I saw you looking at the Oceanite. Never heard of it. What is it? The game is in the name. You click a cookie. Okay, so it's not an idle one. You click it. And slowly collect level ups. That doesn't sound too hard. That sounds okay. Dupin shrugged. I don't know, and I don't care. All I know is that I get paid a ton for it. Would you be interested in working for us? Jeez. You're certainly more skilled than those idiots I worked with on the heist, and your cut would be more than what the store would pay you for getting their things back. Relena knew she did not want to get involved in criminal activity. What do you... Relena, what do you mean? You're a mercenary. You're already involved in criminal activity. Rolena, what are you talking about? You are a criminal. You're a cool criminal. You're the main character criminal, but you're a criminal right now. Rolena. I'm afraid I will have to refuse your offer. Suit yourself, Dupin scoffed. Before Rolena could react, he had hit her over the head with the hilt of his gun. The hilt of his gun. I know, isn't it like the butt of the gun that you hit him with? Do you hit him with the hilt? Is that also normal? I should change that to organized crime. I don't know enough about the organized crime. Is being a mercenary be considered organized crime? You have to be pretty organized to be a mercenary, right? You're not like hanging out outside of 7-Eleven just waiting for people to ask you to kill other people. I think you have to be pretty organized to be a mercenary. That's why I haven't done it yet. I don't have the organizational skills. You know? I have too much ADHD for that, and I'm too forgetful. I would forget everything I'm supposed to do. Are you laughing at me? When she woke up, Dupin was gone. Oh, she's not dead. He doesn't even try to kill her. Damn. She was now tied. Okay, she's now tied to the chair. Her bow was gone, and the room was dark. When she came in, Rolena hadn't paid attention to where the light switch was, but she cursed now. She tried to feel the knots on the rope, but to no avail. But the ropes did have a bit more give than she expected, so she used this to shuffle the chair over to the wall, little by little. It was an old wooden chair, and she could already feel it coming apart at the joints. Mercenaries usually work alone and make their own rules, to my knowledge, so that wouldn't be considered organized crime. Okay, so you had to like. I was thinking maybe organized crime was like, oh, like you have like you're getting hired, you have contracts, like you're like an official person, considered to like someone who's just going in and like stealing stuff willy-nilly. That's not very organized, right? But yeah, I guess if it's like part of an organization, like an official one, like a mafia or something, then yeah, it wouldn't be organized. I guess I don't know enough about the organization of crime to comment. I believe it's butt or stock, depending on the type of gun. Oh, this is interesting. Don't think I've ever seen hilt used for gun. Just swords and such. Oh. Organized crime means something like the mafia, which has a personal structure. Personal structure. Yeah. I feel like we're all learning stuff together here today. We're all learning more about crime. As is the American way. I guess as a Florida cryptid, I should be proud of us. These days, mercenaries are organized, but they are illegal. They are, I'm going to say that's illegal, but they are legal, where they are commonly used. Wait. I always assumed mercenaries are largely a fictional myth. Well, it's somebody being hired to kill somebody else. That happens a lot. The pay range is different. Like, you could argue, like, if someone's, like, in a gang, and one of the game was like, hey, Tony, go shoot Anthony over there. Because, like, he's, like, the main guy I hate over there. I'll pay you $100. And Tony's like, okay, sure. Because they're, like, both gang members and they're used to killing people. That's the low end of it, right? If it's, like, a political target or something like that, if it's, like, political motivated, then it's an assassination. And then everything in between, I believe, is, like, a mercenary hit. Wouldn't the modern day equivalent be a hitman? Mercenaries were largely a fictional myth, yeah. Is hiring Africans to go to war. Yeah, you see like mercenary groups. You can hire. They normally call it, what is it? A personal militia, personal. So they use a different term for it, but it's the modern day. You can hire multiple mercenaries to go do whatever you want if you're rich enough. I mean, there's the Craigslist level of hitman also. Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, yeah, $100. Go shoot this dude over here, you know, right? Like, whatever. That's not normally a big thing. And if it's a political motivation thing, then I believe it's a assassination, and then it's everything between, like, kind of mafia stuff. Not mafia stuff, but, you know, like mercenary stuff. Suppose I got here too late to have time for my story? Let's see here. I was calling you earlier. If we finish up this one and there's still time, then you would be next. You'd be next. Because you're a Lando Commando, yeah. Isn't the French Foreign Legion considered a mercenary group? I have no idea. No thoughts in this blue head. So I feel like we're learning a lot today. Where was I? Fuck. She could feel it coming apart at the joints. Once she could feel a wall, she began to bounce forward and backward on the chair, as an unruly child would do at school. Teachers always warned them that some kid cracked open his head when the chair fell over. But in this case, Rolena was sure it would be the chair cracking first. Yeah, as long as you tilt your head forward, that way it won't hit your head, it'll just hit the chair. You gotta be careful with your head. The chair did not crack. However, Rolena toppled over forward, landing on her bound feet. With this, she was able to rotate sideways now to slam the chair into the wall over and over, and she heard the legs coming loose, splintering, and eventually breaking off one after the other. Next was the backrest, and further pounding broke it off the seat. The wood clattered to the ground, and with it the ropes undid themselves from Rolena's body now that there was nothing left that she was tied to. She rubbed her wrist, feeling blood rush through them again, then felt along the wall. She did not find the light switch, but she found the oven. It was electric, and she turned the dials at random to get some light in. The light in the oven turned on quickly, casting a dim light across the room, but it was plenty in the deep darkness the room had been steeped in. So room and rooms repeated twice here. Rolena went over to the trap door she came in through, but found it locked with an electric lock. She looked around the hardly lit room, finally finding the light switch. As she turned on the light, she got an idea. I'm gonna go get a bath and decompress because that was a heavy session. Might be back after I might just pass out. Okay. Bye, have a good one. I'm sorry it was such a heavy session. But hey. We'll hope we'll see you again soon. Hopefully for a lighter session. All these devices were... After she turned on the light, she got an idea. All these devices were likely on the same power line, given the state of disrepair of this building. She tried twisting the ceiling lamp out of its socket, but she was too short to reach it. And given she had just destroyed the only chair she could find, there wasn't anything to step on. So instead, she went rifling through the kitchen drawers, finding a pair of tongs. She may have been cornered, but it was far from the first time this had happened to her, and she had always found a way to get out of it. With the tongs, she reached up and twisted the light bulb out, then smashed it against the wall. Shards went flying. Rolena could still see a little because the stove was still on. What came next she'd seen in an episode of... She wasn't certain where before, but it might have been Mythbusters. She took off her shoes, and then picked the wire out of the light bulb, and started using the heel of one shoe to hammer it flat on the heel of the other. Wait, she took off her shoes, then picked the wire out of the light bulb, and started using the heel of one shoe to hammer it flat on the heel of the other one. Rolena grabbed an oven glove and tried to push the new tool she had made this way into the socket she had taken the light bulb out of with the tongs, but in the dark she couldn't aim. So I am noticing there's a lot of like kind of run-on sentences or longer sentences, and that's making it a little harder to understand too. When they did an escape room, and this was part of it. But in the dark she couldn't aim. The room became warmer and she noticed that the oven was heating up, which gave her the next idea. She wrapped a wooden cooking spoon in baking paper added some splinters from the chair she had broken. She wrapped a wooden cooking spoon in baking paper, added some splinters from the chair she had broken, then pressed it into the oven's heating coils. The heat from the oven was unbearable, and her clothes were drenched in sweat by the time the paper caught fire. She didn't have to turn it up that high, but still. Okay, but now, yeah, she wants it on fire. It lit up the wood, and she leaned it against the tiled wall behind the stove to illuminate the room while she tried again to push the wire into the light fixture. Leaned it against the tiled wall behind the stove. Okay, this time it worked. There was an electric spark. The hot plates on the oven went out, and she could hear a satisfying click from the latch. Yeah, I understand. She made a torch. I'm just thinking, like, is this 100% necessary? Is this detracting from the plot? Are we on a side quest, a side quest, a side quest here? That's what my mind's going here. Rolanna grabbed her makeshift torch with a smirk and tried again to open the hatch. This time it opened without issue, and Rolanna ascended into freedom. She immediately bolted out of the door into the night of Havana. Blah, 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 blah. Hi, Echoes. Went down a rabbit hole? I'm not sure a rabbit hole. I'm just feeling like if this chapter was about... We went through a lot of different stuff here, and the stuff with talking with Dupin was kind of short and sudden compared to the very long amount here we had with a you said it earlier with the Mythbuster. It's like an escape room. It feels almost escape room-esque with the levels here rather than it. So I'm wondering, like, could it be cut a little bit? Fuck, where was I? I was down here. A few hours later, Claude Dupin was talking to his client on the phone. Yes, sir, the jewelry store had an oceanite necklace. I have it with me right now. The mercenary, she refused to work with us. And she stole the other oceanite piece we had already obtained. What should we do about it? You said you spy on other writing streamers? Who did you spy on recently? Did I say I spy on other streamers? When did I do that? Back when Frozen Scarecrow was on, I really liked watching their streams, and he was very nice and a really welcoming member of the writing and reading stream, so I really liked Frozen Scarecrow's stream, and I liked chatting in their chat for a bit. Sometimes now I'll put on Chatty Matty in the background while I'm sometimes like getting ready for stuff, if I notice that they're on a bit before I start streaming. Lurk. Okay, yeah. Sometimes I had Chatty Matty on. Sometimes I was just going in when I was like first starting and I was seeing what other people were doing so I could get an idea of like what was kind of like normal for here, and then I kind of stopped doing that because I'm like, well, why would I want to do what everyone else is doing on stream instead of just doing what I want to do for my corner of the internet here? So I stopped trying to like think of ways of like how to incorporate what other people are doing, and I'm like, oh no, I'm just gonna do what I want to do here. But yeah, I spied on I looked on Frozen Scarecrow, Chatty Matty, Cinnamon Row. I saw a little bit of theirs because sometimes we raided each other for a bit back and forth. Hopefully I'm saying their username right. But just a little bit, just a few people. Sometimes I go in, I check it out. She refused to work with, and she stole the other oceanite piece we had already obtained. What should we do about it? But she had it when she was knocked out, so when he was like tying her up, I'm wondering if he could have taken it back. What do you mean, leave her be? She stole a stone worth millions, and you just expect me to give up on it? I understand. I'm glad you're generous enough to pay me for it anyway. Oh jeez. I'll contact you to hand over the seahorse stone when the heat has died down. He hung up on him and laughed. Cool. We can just track her down, get the fish back, and sell it again now. So one of the things I'm noticing here, I think most of it, we are following Rolanna, our little camera. Did she? Well, you just said that she noticed it. He noticed, like, oh yeah, she was like in the trunk of the car and she pulled out that piece. So then when he put the gun to her and then led her downstairs, he would have known that she had that piece. Why couldn't he grab it back when he knocked her unconscious? But I believe for most of it, our camera, our point of view, has been over Rolena's shoulder, right? We've been following what Rolena has been doing. We've been seeing what she thinks. We've been following her. Suddenly here, we then change, and it's Dupin. This is all stuff that Rolena is not even here for, but we suddenly switched our where the camera lens is, and now we're with Dupin. So I would say normally that's a little bit of a tricky thing to handle. We normally don't like being too crazy with changing that perspective. If you have multiple point of views that the author juggles, it's normally separated by like chapters, even if it's like a really, really short chapter or something. But in general, I feel like we should be sticking with Rolana here, and since Rolana wasn't here for this, I'm wondering if this part was necessary. Just letting you know now. Yeah, after this, it immediately goes back to Rolana. That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, why can't we just get rid of this? We're with Rolana all here. We have this little odd section out, and then we're back with Rolana. This is the odd guy out here. This is the funny little bit that most of the time we use read. It's a little jarring. If this was a show, right? TV shows do that. TV shows the camera actually goes and we see different things that the main characters don't see, because it's all filmed for us, the audience. For books, and normally when we have a little reading camera here, right? We're over Rolena's point of view. We have a point of view that we follow with. Our point of view is stuck with Rolana. It's gonna stick with Rolana. Suddenly here, for a few paragraphs, changes. That's where I'm like, oh, that's normally a mistake. That's really hard to handle. Feels like it was written like a movie. That's what I'm saying. If you're writing it like you're thinking of a TV show, that's normal. So I figured I should give some more insight into my villains, especially since this is the first time the influence of my big bag is felt, as he is who Dupin is on the phone with. I'm wondering if you could rewrite this, because again, this change in point of view just for a few paragraphs, it's a little awkward, it's a little wonky. That would be my first critique for this section, just because it's so jarring to suddenly switch. Got my writing in for your pirate story. Super cool. It's getting good and moody. How exciting. But my thing is, can we rewrite this section that way maybe when Rolana is like waking up in the dark room and she hasn't started moving yet, maybe she overhears this. She overhears Dupin talking to his boss, right? Some unknown boss she doesn't know yet. He hangs up, he leaves, and then she starts doing her escape room antics to get out of it, right? Maybe we could just reword it that way we're still following with Rolana's point of view, and it would feel a little bit more natural. That would be my suggestion here. You need to get back to your writing. I keep planning stories, but I don't make it past a paragraph. Oh no. Yeah, getting the actual work done. It's hard work. No, because Dupin already knows that Rolana stole the stone before she escapes. He could just take it back. Okay. I'm wondering why he didn't take it back when he knocked her unconscious. I'm wondering how she got the chance to still steal it. Why? That also seems a little bit like a plot hole. I don't know who wrote it, but it's this person should write movie script instead in this case. Yeah, it definitely feels more visual. I feel like you're seeing a TV show or a movie in your head, and you're trying to just write out what you see in your head visually. But novel writing is a little bit different. He didn't know she had it. He learned about it checking the camera feeds later on. Let's see. So he's saying that he noticed she stole the other oceanite piece we'd already obtained. I know seen her stones enough. I can just track her down, get the fish back. Okay, so he's saying that she stole the fish one. That's what he's saying. She stole the fish one. Lena felt around on it, noticed an opening, and stuck her hand in. She grabbed the first thing she found and pulled it out. It was a small red carving of a sardine, that's the fish one, which she figured must have been more oceanite. Closing the trunk, she turned to leave. But as she was about to walk through the door, she suddenly felt the cold steel barrel of a gun against her neck. So he was here. He's behind her. She's leaving the place. I think he should have seen that she stole it. That's why I'm saying it feels like a plot hole here. He should be aware of it here. Paragraph is as good a starting point as any. That's true. Just to say, if you're passionate by movie, write movie. More as you get in the groove, but you'll have to strong arm yourself into a routine first. Yeah, making yourself sit down and actually write it and getting into that flow. When I was writing every single day for those 30 days in November, it was suddenly a lot easier. Like the later half of the days, it was so easy to get into a flow state and just work. You should add something else she does before she leaves. Okay, that, if you add something else, that fixes this plot hole, right? But it still doesn't fix the... Where was I? This jarring little bit here is changing the point of view. I'm wondering if it's really necessary. And you're the writer, only you can tell us that. But I'm telling you as a reader, this is jarring because it's only for a few paragraphs. It's at the end of a chapter. It's not even a different chapter, and we suddenly have a different point of view. Normally, we want to be kind of consistent with our point of views. You're still going strong on my 365 days of writing. Zatara, what day are you on? That's crazy. That's an amazing accomplishment. This is very normal, like Ten was even noticing, like it's very normal for movies, for camera angles, for shows to switch around and show things to the audience. For books, it takes the reader out. You're almost spoiling things for the readers. That's what it kind of feels like for stories. That's why I say, depending on the medium you choose to tell your story, there are different medium conventions, right? Day 46. That's a huge accomplishment. You should be so proud of yourself. We're all rooting for you. Maybe you will like it. It's true. For me, for the November one, that was the first time I was writing things out. Spoiling? What do you mean? So like here, if we, the viewers, are in Rolana's point of view-esque, right? We're not in her brain, but we're off her shoulder, right? We are following everything Rolana's doing. We are experiencing, as the readers, everything through Rolana. We're here with her when she first gets kidnapped. We're here with her when she finds a new thing. We're here with her as she figures stuff out. We are learning everything Rolana does. Rolana is the viewers, the readers, gateway into this world and story. We're learning everything through Rolana. So then suddenly we're all here. We know everything Rolana does. And then, bam, we now have this thing that Rolana does not have. Rolana does not know this conversation. Rolana doesn't know this people or this interaction or this exchange. But we, the readers, do now. That's what I'm saying. It's spoiling it to the readers. And we're getting stuff that our persona in this world doesn't get. I'll either leave like this or make this and all the following bits like it into their own small chapter. Oh, so it happens more time. You do a couple of these things. I do want to keep this because I want to give a better view into the villains' heads. That's what I'm saying. It might be that deeper developmental edit. It might be, how do I incorporate more villain motivation and stuff into the scenes with my main character? Because if this happens a lot, if there's lots of little bits where you keep changing and jumping point of view, if it feels a little wonky for readers. It can feel a little bit like we're jumping around everywhere. Wouldn't that be a source of tension? Like it's all like, oh no, I know this thing the character does know. That's why I'm saying it can be pulled off. Normally it's when it's a bigger chapter, and it's when we are following along for a chapter with the villains and we learn something, because they might still be the antagonist, but they're another point of view character, and we have the stuff when we're hearing both things and we're like, oh no, like we know the villain's gonna blow up the city because we just saw them sitting with the bomb in this chapter, but in the next chapter the hero's still thinking that the villain's missing and they're just looking for him. It can be done. It has to be very carefully done, and normally they are fully another point of view character. It's not a random little shift like this. When it's just this little bit and it's in the same chapter, it almost feels like an error. It feels like a mistake. It's a little jarring. Yes, it's just a little bit clunky to randomly switch point of view only to explain something. Like if Claude Dupin was a secondary character, and we have chapters in Claude Dupin's point of view, then we'd be like, oh, we're seeing all these different things from the different characters. The characters happen to be antagonists to each other, but they're different characters, and that can build up tension. But if it's just that little camera shift over to sneakily tell the reader something, like it's a TV show, it works in TV and movies. It's a little clunky in novels. And that's why I said it feels like a spoiler. Let's see. Hello, Crimson. It's good to see you. So yeah, that would be my first critique. I would say it might need some rewrites, some edits, to actually incorporate these scenes into stuff Rolana experiences. Like I was saying earlier, you could have some of this dialogue just be when she's waking up. And she's like, oh, okay, yeah, so Dupin has a boss. That's the boon of writing from third person, though different characters can take turns being the perspective character. And yeah, and that's fine. That's what I'm saying. There could be multiple point of view characters. They normally have their own chapters. Does the main point of view has to come to a natural end before the point of view switches? Yeah, normally it's like a chapter switch. Like one chapter would be Rolana, that ends, and then the next chapter would be Dupin. You should write more from Claude's point of view. He's going to have a small role in each of your books. Okay, so then you might need to reorganize this. If Dupin's important, and you feel like you do need scenes with just Claude and not Rolana, then that might mean reorganizing this book and having him have full chapters. Even if they're short chapters, he might still need his own chapters alternated between Rolana's. And then you have two main point of views, but they each get their own chapters, and that feels natural. That would feel natural to follow Rolana for a chapter for Claude, and etc. But here, just jarringly like this for a few paragraphs, it feels like a mistake. He's obviously somewhat less important. Don't say obviously. I mean, I'm just on. We haven't even started chapter 3 yet. I don't know. The readers won't know at this point who's important or not. He could be the secretly the next big bad. We have no idea at this point. What was it? Did I say hello to Crimson? Hopefully I did. Hello, Crimson. I'm getting scatterbrained. So yeah, my one thing is you might need to do some rewriting, some moving things around. We had to do something with this point of view. What that fix is up to you. Whether he gets chapters, whether this gets deleted, whether this exchange just happens when Rolana's waking up. We have a few different options to fix it. That's just up to you. Whatever one you want to do. He's an interest is one of my favorite characters in this. Rolana's love interest specifically. That sounds cool. So that's my first critique was that scene, the point of view shift. And then I think I'm wondering, yeah, if everything with Dupin could happen a little longer. Oh, thank you for the hydrated hydrate. Here's a sippy. Thank you. Could you end one point of view and use another point of view to bring about the end of the chapter? I mean, it's not like illegal, like you're not gonna go to jail. So if you're asking me like, can you, like, yeah, will it a lot of times feel a little awkward, or can it feel really awkward? It's one of those things. There's no like laws in writing, there's rules. And you can break any rule. You can break any rule in writing as long as you break it intentionally and you break it well. But oh my goodness, I'm behind some hydrates or dihydrates here. Let me see here. There's a sippy for pee-pee. Here we go. You're gonna break all the rules? Hopefully not all in the same book. Please, just break a few rules per book. And then what else in one? There you go. That's your guys' sippies. Now everyone don't go crazy. There's rules in writing. Nobody invited me to the meeting. Yeah, Ten, didn't you get your invitation? Come on. Rules are made to be broken. That's what I'm saying. And a lot of people do break rules. A lot of famous writers break rules. They break it intentionally and they break it well. You gotta know the rules before you can break them. You know what I mean? Fuck, you also missed that reading. Oh my goodness, all my raccoons are missing these important meetings. Did you not get the What would it be? The bat signal, but would it be like a little raccoon paw instead? The little raccoon symbol in the sky, alerting you guys to the meeting that's supposed to happen. You should have got the details through a carrier pigeon. Did you guys not all get that? That's part of the. Come on, guys. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Let's see here, everyone unshrimp your backs. Check your neck. If my tracking will stay with me, we're gonna turn tight side to side, up and down with our neck. We're gonna roll our shoulders a bit, but the tracking won't catch that. Did I only recently start coming into work? There's a carrier pigeon? Yeah, there's a carrier pigeon system. We don't get like the best pigeons because like we're just raccoons. We don't have like the money currency to afford like the fancy carrier pigeons. So sometimes the raccoons look like the pigeons look a little, you know, like they're missing some feathers. They're a little raggedy. They might be like a little cross-eyed. But they're still fine. I still believe in their flying capabilities. I think they're still good. The issue is I need to learn the rules. If I break them at the moment, I would not get what I'm doing. I'll just be a raccoon throwing trash over, sighing intensely and wondering what I did. You're planning to end chapter 6 with a point of view switch for a setup to something else. So you're gonna be in one point of view, and then the end of the chapter is like what happened here, where the point of view switches. And normally, again, it's better to do it as a separate chapter. So like end your chapter, have a mini chapter that's a point of view switch. And then we get carrier rats. They're eaten by some raccoons. The pigeon. Oh no, wait, are you guys eating the pigeons? Oh no, that's why some of you guys didn't get the messages. Some of them they carry multiple, so they're supposed to like go around the neighborhood and they deliver to multiple raccoons. But if you guys ate it before it finished the mail route, then oh no, yeah, some of you guys didn't get the memo. Oh no. And again, I'm gonna break a rule in my story. No characters, just a tree growing. We were talking about that earlier in the writing section. I mean, can you have a story with no characters? And yes, you can. That's absolutely a thing. You have subjects, but you don't have characters, and that's fine. That's a thing that's happened. Well, funny you mentioned that. Yeah, exactly. Fuck, I ate a pigeon. I thought that was my DoorDash. The tree would be a character. It depends. If you humanize it or you give it actions or emotions or thoughts, it's then a character. If it's just a tree and it doesn't have thoughts or emotions or feelings or actions, then it's actually just the subject. And some writing doesn't have characters at all. It only has subjects. So what was I saying? But yeah, you can't have stories without any characters. That is possible. Or break the rules before learning them, creating new ones that cement me as one of history's most influential writers. Callie, you still have to finish your story first before you can even break the rules in it. You gotta finish it. I have a hard time for me. Story need characters in order to relate. But I'm still a beginner raccoon, so I need to eat my broccolis to get better. Oh no, yeah, dude, is that what happens? We all need to eat our broccolis to be good writers? Oh geez, maybe that's why I'm still struggling with my 7th fucking draft of the 3 Little Witches. Oh. Tolkien would be an excellent author to study just writing trees. If you guys ever want to just write about the Parisian sewer system, then hey, there's another famous author who wrote extensively about the Paris sewer systems in this amazing book called Les Miserables. Les Miserables? How do you say it in French? I don't know where the accent is. You lack the broccolis in your diet? I guess so. I didn't eat my raccoon veggies. Do I need to watch another How to Finish Your Story video? Dude, this is what this community is for. It's all just here realizing, like, shit, we're all helping each other improve, but also, fuck, we gotta do the work to improve. It's a lot of hard work. Did I finish my critique? Fuck. But anyway, yeah, so the first one was, there's multiple ways to do it. It's whatever way you want, rethink the point of view. And for the second critique, I would say for her, escape room tactic, it went a little long and there was a lot of little twists and turns and fixes. Maybe it can be shortened a little bit. Maybe we can get some of those puzzle mechanics out and make it a little bit more straightforward for her to get out. I do wonder how exactly about my final confrontation, because my big bad... Oh, what's happening? Luna, it's your baby. Oh, shit, you guys are both black cats. I thought it was the other way around. Oh, it was Baba glaring at his mama, not his mama glaring at Baba. Jesus. Because my big bad is physically very weak, so it wouldn't be fun to have Rolana fight him directly. Oh yeah, Victor Hugo, I'm not surprised he has a section like that. Just a section. Just a section. Oh dear. I read this. Silmarillion. I know I'm saying that wrong, my bad, but it's the Lord of the Rings thingamajigs. And the bad guy seemed just like the kid who breaks sandcastles and sees shiny thingy before breaking other sandcastles. I like the contradiction that Tolkien depicts evil versus good, but he got gray characters. Very important note. Important note. That's a good point. But yeah, those are my 2 critiques with this. But otherwise, I'm excited to see where this keeps going and how it relates to that prologue we initially read from a different point of view. So, to show you, like, point of view switching, the prologue is from another character. Where was I? Want to get the name right. Kawataka? About my Shipposage. So the prologue is from that point of view character. And then chapter 1 and 2, we follow Rolana, but then there's just a few little paragraphs are off. Oh, is Callie going away? Hold on. Going to bed now, Cryptid. Your autocorrect types Cryptid like that. Good night, Callie. Thank you for stopping in. Have a wonderful night. Yeah. Gotta wish all our raccoons a good sleep. Have a good sleep. So that is, when you did that earlier, the prologue versus chapter 1 having different characters, that was fine. I didn't comment anything about that point of view shift. It's just because it's this little funky section. But otherwise, thank you so much for submitting. I hoped we do get to see Kawataka again. However, the point of view doesn't switch to him again. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, thank you for submitting. I hope at least some of my comments can help you out, because it sounds like you're doing a lot of work with this. You're doing a lot of work. You're putting forth the effort. Is it my turn now, chat? I believe it is. Let me go ahead. Everyone, we're going to see the weave screen. Hold on. But thank you. Thank you for submitting. I hope my critique and feedback is helpful. And hey, if it ever isn't, then hey, if it was free advice, you can always throw it away for free too. It's whatever. Doesn't hurt my feelings. Here's the we've seen. Let's go ahead and see. What was that? Was the red wave, so I can go ahead and delete that. Just the delete. And then up at the top is land. Yes. You are first. Let's see here. I should have just told you no just to mess with you. I need access. I need access, Land. You didn't give me access. I put in a request. Hopefully you'll give me access. Because right now you didn't give me access. Hold on, let's go ahead and see. No, it's still just on red waves. I don't have access to it yet. Lando Commando. What is happening here? What is the order? Am I processing a while ago? Let's see here. It's from the top down after Blub. So it's Blub first, then it's Lando Commando, Solar, and then U10. I don't believe Solar's in yet, unless I missed them. Blub is not in. If they are, they haven't said so. So it's Lando Commando, and then you, as long as those other ones don't come in. I'll give you access. Lando Commando failed a mission over. You are. I asked for you at the beginning of the stream. See, you raccoons keep changing your names and it confuses me. We've been over this man. Will you expect me to remember? With almost 200 raccoons, everyone's alternate names? When I call for you during stream, you gotta let me know. You gotta let me know. No. Anyway, I already told Land yes, so I'm sorry, Blub. Where is it? Where is it here? I don't see it. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let's see. Lando Commando, this one. Okay, now I see it, so now I should be able to open it. Let's try, let's try, let's try. Is it the Stranger? That's what it's called? I wasn't here at the meeting yet. I came in like 20 minutes after you started, sadly. Just leave me a message and be like, hey, it's me. I'm Blub in the queue. When we get to Blub, and I'll be like, oh, okay, so Blub's here, and then I'll look through, because I only remember lands, and I forgot land was Lando Commando, right? But after all, I'm like, oh yeah, Lando is land, so it was similar enough that now I can remember it. But the first 2 times, I still forgot that land and Lando Commando were the same. Other people's I have to double check, you know, because sometimes they're censored. They like just have the first initial. It was that every raccoon has ADHD. What have you learned about writing? What have you learned from people you've helped on stream? What have I learned? Oh god, this is just putting me on the spot. Like, this is doing the SpongeBob thing, like, what I learned in boating school today is... what I learned in boating school is... Oh no. That every raccoon has ADHD. It was a story school project on Gothic literature. Very cool. I'm grading you? Dear God, please no. Please no. I'm in charge here. You guys aren't grading me, right? You guys wouldn't give me a failing grade, right? I did my time. I did K through 12. I did college. I got a degree. I don't have to, no, I don't want grades anymore. Please, no, go away. 5? Wait, 5 what? -5? I'm grading you because I'm pissy now, joking. I'm sorry. You gotta let me know. Cryptid can't remember all the different names. What did I learn? I feel, so this isn't actually something, I don't know if it counts or not. This is an observation I feel like I'm picking up on. And I'm not 100% sure about it, it's a gut feeling. Let me know what you guys think. I feel when I was a baby cryptid, teenage cryptid growing up, there was a pretty equal mix of under and over writers. Some people who would write way too much. I'm not pointing it. I'm just kind of like, let me know. People who would write way too much to describe something that could be like in a paragraph, like a sentence or two, or doing pages on something that could just be a paragraph or two. And there's an equal amount of underwriters, people who were doing just like a quick sentence or two for something that could be a whole page, right, or multiple paragraphs. So there was kind of an equal amount of under and over writers, and that we were all learning the craft, right? We would get better and better at writing, right? That was a normal, common thing, and you could look up advice and critique based on what you were doing. I'm trying to write few words. Yeah, because you're also doing comics scripts, so that makes it. You're doing scripts, but for like novel writing and short stories. Chat, she's getting on to me for being an overachiever. No, I'm not. What I've noticed with me doing more and more people's critiques here on stream, I feel, and it's not like I have a survey to confirm on any raccoon specific age, but it feels like a lot of the raccoons who are like mid-20s and above, 20s, 30s and above, not even like young 20s, but like mid-20s, 30s and above, right? I'm still seeing that mix. Some of them are overwriters, some of them are underwriters. But when it's my younger raccoons, my early 20s and younger, the teenagers to early 20-year-olds, right? I feel like they're almost exclusively underwriters. They're almost all underwriters when they're younger raccoons. And it's not that same divide. Do you notice any trends as to why people underwrite over that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I think a lot of the younger ones now are underwriting, and I was wondering in my head, if it was like that thing of like the TikTokification of people, the really fast things should be faster, things that you watched like videos for, like whole videos. We're now getting in like the 20-second TikToks. We're now like doing this where we're not even watching TikToks at normal speed. We're like doing it like 2, 3, 5 times speed by holding it down. I'm wondering if because we're getting used to consuming content so fast, if now the younger ones, if like younger raccoons and people are trying to write content super fast. And it's a lot of my younger ones. But I was taking inspiration from a dystopian novel for describing it. Okay. I got to get used to writing longer. That's interesting because I thought the more experience you have, the more you can be concise in your work. It's not even necessarily about concise. I'm not saying like, oh, they're underwriting and it's like the most perfect prose ever. It's still like that, like we're all still like new writers, right? And you're a new writer even writing too much, or you're a young writer writing too little. But now with the on trend, it's almost entirely those new writers, and they're almost entirely underwriters. They're not writing enough. I was legit rushing this for a deadline. Who was the guy that speculated about the 5-second play? He was Greek, I think? I don't know about anyone else, but I was never taught in class how to be descriptive with my writing. It was always get to the point. I think it depends. Are you talking about like normal English or writing classes? Or are you talking about a creative writing class? Now that they write short sentences, but they write short text. Yeah, so something, what was mentioned here, I've noticed it with a few raccoons. Let's say you have this great epic story, right? This great epic thing. And there's going to be like a whole fight scene. A fight scene might be, if it's like a really big epic fight scene, it might be a couple paragraphs to a page, right? Of this going back and forth between like two characters and they're fighting. And instead, an underwriter might be like, character A fought B, hit him in the head, and won, and walked away, and returned to the castle, and got the reward, and married the princess, and lived as a king for 20 years. Right? That's an underwriter, because it's like, wait a second, this is all happening in one sentence. The fight scene should be a couple paragraphs here at least, right? Maybe even going away and hoping and being nervous about like going to the castle and asking to marry the princess. That could be a page or two. That could be a short chapter. The actual marriage could be a scene. That could be a chapter. And then what's this? Lived for 20 years as a king and had this huge reign. Like, should that be part of it? What would happen here? They're doing stuff that should be multiple chapters or pages or paragraphs, and just like a really quick, short little thing. That's what I'm noticing a lot. I forgot who I was talking to, but they said they never really considered a chapter over until they hit 10,000 words. That just depends. There are some short chapters. There are some long chapters. It's whatever. I think it's a matter of taste. I do wonder if you're right though, because I will never get over the teacher correcting multiple students in my English class last year to stop writing in text speech. Dear God, yeah, that's crazy. But that's kind of the example, right? Something that should be multiple pages of paragraph, like a scene, is now just a sentence. A chapter is just a paragraph. That's an underwriter. They are physically not writing enough to flesh out the scene and the chapters and the stuff happening. Dear God. I was like, I even want to try. It's just like, it's a thing. That's, like I said, when I was growing up, it was an even mix between under and over writers. They're learning how to write. How do they get that story and the scenes happening in their head onto the page? Those are the two types. Now I'm noticing a lot that's mostly underwriters. Isn't that funny? I remember someone telling me to develop a character, but in 15 pages for a short story, I don't have the space for it. But I feel that very of my short stories could be expanded to a graphic novel. I would love to see you try a graphic novel one day. I know you're still learning and you're learning yourself and you're figuring out your process and the stories you want to write. So now having like a couple shorter comics is a great way to like figure out that process, figure out that writing process and the stories you want to tell. But man, what a fun project to one day there be an official graphic novel here by our own raccoon tenant in chat. That would be insane. You could like go to a store and pick that up. Yeah, that would be so cool. Wouldn't that be amazing? Hold on now. Poor Lance probably waiting for me to actually start. The listless... Oh boy. You did it too fucking late. I was already focused. I was already focused. Yeah, I don't want to be stuck with 300-page graphic novels without the experience. I want to work many short stories before. Yeah. That's good advice. The listless figures of increased production blare over the loudspeakers across the city as little Timmy races through the city streets. Listless figures of increased production blare over the loudspeakers. Like the stats? I was thinking figures like a human figure, but I think figures is in numbers. Like the listless numbers of increased production blare over the loudspeakers. Little Timmy races through the city streets. Scrap metal, wood, tires, broken asphalt, rubber, dirt piles, cement, and other discarded and forgotten paraphernalia of building items and other relics of a forgotten age where people had even the slightest amount of freedoms available to them. Yeah, I don't know why, but I thought robots. Yeah, so I was thinking like figures. But I think figures here means numbers. Yeah. And Elaine said yeah. Okay. This one's a little long. You have a little bit of a run-on sentence here. I wonder if your run-on sentence kind of raccoon. The freedoms known by civilizations of the past are not known here. The civilities, etiquette, and common sense of the past are not known here. The people of this era know only of two things in this present barren wasteland: their own survival and staying ever careful in the eyes of the governing body. Random passerby are taken aback by little Timmy's apparent optimistic and enthusiastic behavior as he runs through the streets, navigating around and jumping over piles of litter as he goes. Okay, he's optimistic. I was thinking he was racing like he was like dying, like something's bad, something's dangerous happening. But he's happy. He's a happy little boy. Little Timmy's a happy little boy. So what are we reading now? Yeah, we're reading Lando Commando. But they're just land in chat here. But the issue with text length exists also on Twitch. Streamer cannot read long text. Usually they skip it. Like long, like you mean like this? I do read. I just read it in shorter amounts. Oh, this is only 3 pages. This isn't long at all. I can read this. So you try to be short. Oh, hello, and hey, thank you for joining Cryptid Cult. I hope you like it here. On Twitch? Oh, do you mean like in Twitch chat? Like few words. Okay. But by little Timmy's apparent optimistic and enthusiastic behavior as he runs through the streets, navigating around and jumping over piles of litter as he goes. He finally arrives at the Whirling in Rags. Ooh, I kind of like that name, the Whirling in Rags. One of the few remaining hostel cafeterias. I don't want to say like hostel, like hostile. It's a little like mini hotel thingamajiggies. Hostel. I'm saying it right. Okay? Hostel cafeterias that allow its customers to rent rooms for the night, let alone have functioning electricity and running water. It's a generation issue, our ADHD. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm noticing it with like younger 20s and under. I feel like some of my mid-20s and up raccoons, like it's kind of that split again. And then when it's like when you're in older 20s to 30s and up, then we still have that split of some are underwriters, some are underwriters. But everyone like younger 20s and under, I'm noticing it's mostly they're underwriters. They're having that really, really quick, not enough time to let the stuff breathe. And is that everyone is any trend like that 100%? No. Somebody's gonna point out like, oh, I have that age range and I don't do that. I'm like, yeah, it's just a trend. It's a general observation. Yeah. Little Timmy notices old Pete and makes his way to him. Little Timmy asks old Pete, I heard there was a newcomer. Who is he? Old Pete replies, in all my years have I never met another as strange as he. Oh, okay, that's an interesting way of speaking. Let's see. Be like shallow but wide information. Reading the stuff of someone who was an iPad kid. Surreal. I'm wondering if as the iPad kids grow older and older, if I will notice that shift. If not just like the TikTok generation, but of the actual iPad kids and how their creative writing work is going to be. I wonder if I'll notice that shift. But have I never met another as strange as he? He exasperated me. He was dressed in the most strange of clothing and kept asking ludicrous questions. That poor man must be mad. The AO3 generation is coming of age? What do you mean? And hello, welcome to the chat. The AO3 generation is old now. They've come of age a while ago. They've paid taxes for years. They're in government jobs. They're adults. What do you mean? That's been happening. That happened years ago. I remember being a teenage cryptid, and I'm 30 now. I'm a hag. I was a teenage cryptid, and I was reading AO3 fics from people in their 30s and 40s and being like, oh, my husband really liked this one. I'm really excited to share this chapter. My husband said it's good. Like, the AO3 generation. That's not the little generation. The AO3's been growing for a while. Dude, I was writing AO3 when I was like 5. I'm 30 now. I remember being on fanfiction.net. Some people on like Wattpad, but I was on fanfiction.net, and then I switched over to AO3. What was I saying? But it's so I think the AO3 generation is not coming of age. AO3 generation has been of age and able to vote and drink for many, many, many years now. I say that as a new baby hag. I can say that. So the poor man must be mad. Little Timmy is puzzled by the development. Little Timmy says, well, one asking strange questions shouldn't mean that they're mad. Maybe they come from a different background than us and cannot understand due to those limitations, and vice versa. Old Pete visibly sighs. Old Pete says, little one, you can go on and on about your theories. Won't do a lick of good without seeing him for yourself, now will it? He's in the room I paid for upstairs. Old Pete paid for? Upstairs, and it's the last room to the right. Go ahead and see the crazed fella, you little squirt. You just started writing at 28. I was drawing since you were 19. So I don't feel late, since I need both skills. Yeah, I don't think you're late at all. I don't want anyone to ever feel like they're late doing stuff. Fair enough. What's next then? TikTok literature, or everything is just 2-sentence horror? Well, 1 2-sentence horror was here before TikTok. And 2, we were talking about that earlier. I was saying when I was a young writer, teenage cryptid, and a kid cryptid growing up, I was noticing there was a kind of equal divide with newbie writers. We'd fall into 2 things, that either newbie writers, 50% would be underwriters, and 50% would be overwriters. So sometimes they would write pages and pages for something that could be a paragraph or a sentence for overwriters. And other people would just write 1 or 2 sentences with things that should be multiple paragraph or pages, right? Those are under and overwriters. And with the TikTok generation, I'm noticing a lot of them are, instead of that 50-50 split, the majority of them, I feel, are actually underwriters now. It went from 50-50 to a majority of underwriters. And I was thinking, isn't that so strange? It's such a weird thing to notice. You have a writing routine, which I write rhetoric devices sentence, from types of personalities. Daily is like a musician training his scales. Oh, okay. I started actively practicing my writing when I was 16. 22 now, and still writing AO3 fan fiction. Yes, we support our AO3 writers in this community. AO3 writers do so much for our fan base, for our fandom, for a creative community that's based off sharing things for free, for the love of the game. AO3 writers are legit. AO3 writers are where it's at. Let's see. Old Pete tosses the room key to Little Timmy. Little Timmy, still annoyed by Old Pete's last comment, proceeds up the staircase into the last room on the right. So, this isn't a critique yet, this is just a clarifying question. So Old Pete says he's in the room I paid for upstairs, and it's the last room to the right. Did Old Pete pay for one of Old Pete's own rooms to house this crazy guy? Joining with a party of 10. Ultra Blue. Hello, hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. What a crazy party. Did you guys have a good stream? A blue raid. Yes, yes, yes. Hello. Did you guys have a good stream? The hostel cafeteria's room. Okay, okay. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. We're actually critiquing a piece right now from Land in chat. So that's what we're working on right now. But hello, hello. What happens to underwriting with the new standard for writers is faster paced. Wouldn't people just get used to it and then read that as proper pacing? It could. We are noticing in general the pacing for some books now is a bit faster. But underwriting is like different than just faster paced. It is noticeably different. There's a sliding scale here. Yes, you finished reading The Picture of Dorian Gray. Oh, huge congrats, you guys. That's a huge accomplishment. Did you guys like it? Did you guys have fun? I don't think I underwrite. No, you're writing scripts. I would have loved to write more, but since I write short story, I cannot push further. Yeah, that's for your medium. That's the story medium you're in. That's one of the restraints for it, right? Hello, hello. The stream was a good one. Hi, Kaizen Gaming. I hope chat is having a lovely time in your stream. I hope so too. And hey, right now we're reading from Land. We're reading stories that my chatters here actually submit, and I give critique and feedback. So if that's your kind of vibe, then welcome on in. We'd reached the theoretical limit of pacing, the no-word story. Yeah, you guys love The Picture of Dorian Gray. How fun. Do you guys have any other plans? Do you guys mostly read like the classic literature stuff like that? I feel like that's so I feel like when you read like some of those classic, it like feels more like you kind of feel a little bit smarter, like you feel like you're part of a club of like, oh yeah, I'm one of like those literature people. I feel so hoity-toity. Maybe that's not the best words to explain it, but sometimes I imagine like pushing character development to tiny details. Maybe you'll do this to a graphic novel one day. That would be really nice. 30 peeps, woo. Yeah, I'm trying not to look at the number. Otherwise I'll psych myself out. But anyway, let's go ahead here. So you guys can let me know in chat, what do you guys think the future of writing is like with underwriting and TikTok and iPad kids growing up to be the next writers? Let me know. You need to sleep. Goodbye, 10. It was lovely seeing ya. Good night. Little Timmy unlocks the door and opens it to see the stranger. I like how the stranger's in like all caps. It's like his title. Knocked out dead asleep to the world on a bed at the far end of the room. Yeah, I'm fairly new to reading aloud. Oh, wanted to start with your favorite book? Oh, that's such a nice thing. That's such a nice way to start. But yeah, I'm fairly new to streaming. I'm only in 3 months in, I think roughly. I'm roughly 3 months into streaming. And I started like trying streaming in November, and I was like, oh, nobody's gonna watch me stream or anything, right? I'll just do something I like to learn how to stream. And it was I was just gonna do a rough draft live on stream to get used to how to stream on Twitch. I'm like, I'll just do something I like on stream, it's fine. And here we are all this time later. I think I'm actually the first Cryptid editor now. Because of this, I actually went and I did an editing course, and I now have a little certificate in being a developmental editor, and I believe I'm the first blue Cryptid editor. But who knows, maybe there's someone who's going to come out of the woodwork and actually claim that title for me. Do you want to be someone who reads stories a lot? Do you want to be like an audible narrator? Breaking new ground, exactly. I'm trying to be set the standards for other cryptid kinds out there. I want to be a model for them to live up to. You started streaming in December, but with gaming recently being incorporating reading. I think a lot of people in the reading and writing genre, they also mix it up a bit. I've had some other streamer friends like Penny VT, and some others. They do this category, and then they also do gaming. I was actually struggling to do gaming and this category. I feel like most of my little raccoons in chat like me here. They weren't really following me over to gaming, so I was like, okay, I guess I'll just stick in in writing and in reading. So it's kind of funny. There are a lot of people though who do both categories. People say I would be good as a narrator for a book. Ooh, Land, that's exciting. That's exciting. Exciting opportunities, right? Maybe you could even be a voice actor. Who knows? Little Timmy roughly shakes him awake, and suddenly the stranger starts shouting. That is a bomb! Why are you people doing nothing? Are you people mad? Little Timmy jumps back in a bewildered and frightened state. Without a sound, old Pete brushes past little Timmy and knocks the stranger out in mere seconds with a rag and chloroform, while holding the stranger's head up at the same time. Do you think you'll expand out to TikTok or YouTube? Like do writer guru stuff? Well, one, I don't want to be a guru. That almost seems like scammy. I think a lot of sometimes when the life coach thing, or when people try to do that, I feel I feel like sometimes those things get a little scammy. Oh no. You surprisingly have quite a few crossover viewers. But I'll let you continue reading. Go on to listen while I edit. Hey, doing those edits is hard work, so huge congrats, huge kudos on doing the edits. That's half the battle with getting a story done. But thank you so much. But no, right now we already have YouTube and TikTok. You can find us on YouTube and TikTok, but it's mostly for the business. It's for the business Cryptid Roots with the patches and the embroidery and the sewing. I haven't done too much with it recently just because we're busy. I normally do more TikTok and YouTube stuff and content when we're less busy. We've just been too busy lately with some big orders and custom orders and stuff. But the idea, I think, is I want to do some more shorts content on TikTok with the model. Just talking about both crafting and embroidery and writing stuff. Not as a guru way, but just as a fun little thing. You know, I like watching VTubers and stuff on YouTube and shorts. So I figure like that. And for YouTube, I'll probably start doing gaming there. I'll record stuff, because when I do gaming on stream, it doesn't do too well. Most people on stream on Twitch like me doing the reading and writing. But I figure for YouTube, the reading and writing VODs haven't been doing good, right? Most people don't watch the VODs for this. So I figure, let me try recording the games, and I'll put the Cryptid Gaming, on YouTube and see if that does better. I felt like I was invading? What do you mean you were invading? No, it's everything's linked there. Well, I'm not looking up anything medical again. No more Googled about dealing with cuts, and it gave me this prevention number. Well, at least I want you to be safe. But I am noticing, remember when I first started reading the first paragraph, I'm like, oh, I wonder, Land, if you normally do a lot of long run-on sentences. And we finished the first page and we're going down here stuff, and I'm like, yeah, a lot of these are those longer run-on sentences. I'm noticing that trend. I think in general, there's not one or two specific things. I'm noticing in general, a lot of your sentences could actually be cut into 2 or 3 sentences, right? So that's one hit. That's a critique I can already point out to you now. But let's see here. That's just getting ready. That's more of a line edit thing. I don't want you to feel bad. Don't put a little sad face emoji. Lord knows. Every writing mistake we make, most other authors have also made too. And that there's no unique mistakes in writing. Some other writer has done the mistake. Anyway. Old Pete says, told you he was mad, kid. Seems like he was mad way up in the head. Old Pete drops him back into his hotel bed and chains him to the bed while still trying to give him enough wiggle room to breathe. Little Timmy says, maybe he had a past of trauma? PTSD, maybe? Old Pete says, that's plausible. All the more reason to do this, though. To keep people safe. For all his crazed yelling about a bomb, him causing a public disturbance that lead to a riot would cause mass casualties. Same result as a bomb going off in the first place. Little Timmy says, so you're saying he is a bomb in the metaphorical sense? I get that you're trying to go for that gothic literature feeling dialogue. I wonder, maybe a second pass of some of the dialogue here, we could tidy it up a bit. Old Pete says, yeah, of course he is. We should still identify if there's a bomb on his persons, though. Little Timmy watches in avid curiosity as Old Pete checks for a bomb on the stranger. Old Pete breathes a sigh of relief and finally says this. We're all clear. There's nothing here except a crazy person. Old Pete shrugs his shoulder and sighs. Old Pete says, although it would be nice to have equipment so I can perform an actual inspection. I didn't want so many people to die when I could have saved them all because of the stupid law imposed by the new chancellor. Oh, what's this? What's these laws? What's this equipment? Oh, this is getting interesting here. What's all this? Little Timmy asked, what was the new law again? Old Pete responds, gosh, Timmy, you got worse memory than me. Yes, when it's played, like, I feel like this would be a good point where we could just have the pros explain the new law, but having Little Timmy ask, like, what was the new law again? That feels a little forced here. It feels like a little forced lore dump compared to just casually putting it into the prose. You got worse memory than me, but of course I'll remind you. Old Pete sits down on top of a wooden barrel in the room. Old Pete says the new law was that only the remaining nobility and government personnel should have access to medical equipment and life-saving devices. Of course, this whole town's xenophobic anyway, except for you and me, Little Timmy. We'd be tortured and executed by a mob that believed their left was their right if the anti-proletarian government told them so. Not prose, so you're hearing prose like that, I mean prose. Prose. The words. The non-dialogue. The non-dialogue part of the writing. The prose. That's what I mean. This one. So like when you're saying something like Old Pete sits down on top of a wooden barrel in the room, that's the non-dialogue. So, but of course I'll remind ya is dialogue. The narration, right? The writer telling us what happens here. You telling us what happens. Old Pete sits down on top of a wooden barrel in the room is the non-dialogue. And then Old Pete says the new law was that's dialogue. When you, the writer, are like describing things, when you're giving actions, when you're describing what the scene of the room is, when you're saying what characters do, that's all like the non-dialogue part. Where was I? Fuck. I only pretended to be against this stranger due to the public space we were in. Government men in suits suddenly kicked down the door with a bang. Oh jeez. The government men walked forward from the doorway, and thus it was plain to see that there were 5 of them in total. So at this part, this is just the non-die. This is the prose. Old Pete calmly states, "At least I made sure to wear gloves." Old Pete proceeded to knock out the first one by giving the meanest right hook to the liver. Knocks out the second one by uppercut. Knocks out the third by stuffing the chloroform rag down his throat so far that he chokes. And by gut punching the 4th. The 5th government official pulled out a detonator and detonated the bomb planted inside the body of the stranger? That's where it ends? That's where it ends? Man, that's where it ends? Why did they do that? Why did that happen? Oh, jeez. I definitely feel like it leaves with questions. Looks like a real cliff hit. Yeah, what a cliff. I feel like this, because that's where you wanted to end it on. So that cliffhanger is intentional. That's intentionally leaving the readers with the question, like, oh dear God, what was going on? Why did they have a bomb here? Why did this all stuff happen? That is a purposeful leaving the questions there, right? Leaving the readers with these questions. That one's purposeful. There's some others that are still questions hanging that I feel like weren't purposeful. Like, why is Old Pete and Timmy the only ones who aren't xenophobic, right? Why? How did Timmy, all the way across the city or whatever, hear that Old Pete took this guy in? You know, so there were some questions here that I'm like, oh, why? How? I feel like those things should have been answered. And then the purposeful question, this cliffhanger, could be left a cliffhanger. So I'm wondering if there was just some little extra loose threads that could have been tied up. Yeah. So the little cliffhangers, the little making sure everything's wrapped up neatly. The cliffhanger's intentional, but I'm saying like the other questions. That's one critique. And then just the second one I mentioned, right? Just a lot of really, really, really long sentences. So you want that good variety of long and short sentences, having that nice variety flow. This is a good stream to drop in on. Oh, thank you, Zatra. A 5 a.m. alarm to brace for. I'm so sorry. Good luck, soldier. Well, yeah, so those are my critiques here, but I think you had a fun world, you had a fun little environment. There was some cool stuff here. I was definitely interested to see what was happening, so you definitely caught the attention. And yeah, I think you did some fun things here, so thank you for sharing. I hope my critique is helpful. And I hope it helps you with some new writing that you do in the future, because I'd love to see more stuff from you. So thank you so much. Everyone, huge congrats to our 2 raccoons who've submitted so far. Takes a lot of bravery to submit your stuff and get critique live on a stream. I always take that really serious. You guys are always really brave raccoons. Hi, Roots.
Hello.
Did you finish your raid?
Yeah.
Oh, did you win?
I'm winning. Process of winning.
You're in the process of winning? Okay. Nice. People were some of the raccoons were asking about you earlier. They were like, "Oh, where's Roots?" And I'm like, "No, they're doing like the cool raid stuff on Final Fantasy XIV. They're being a gamer." Thanks for eating Cryptid. Good night, Zatara. Yeah, Chatty Maddie says hi. Let's see here. Let me restart my lo-fi beats. I can go ahead and let's see, remove Lando Commando. Yeah, that was Lance. Delete message. Okay. Is Blub still here? Oh my goodness. Which one is Blub? Hold on. They were yelling at me earlier. Which one's Blub? Who is Blub in chat? It's Drowning? Drowning Devil is Blub? Was that it? Yeah, it's Drowning. Drowning, Blub, are you still here? Are you still active? Are you still alive? Are you still awake? You got a few seconds here, otherwise I'm moving on. We have Blub, we have Solar, we have 10, but 10 already went to bed for the night. Okay, the hash-slinging slasher is very different from the scrotum slasher. I'm just saying, lad. Those are 2 very different slashers. We should switch names. Let's see. Lucilor, I think, left already too, right? I think Lucilor's not here anymore. Someone with their username starts with these. The Haunting of Castle Lobos. That's someone also in the queue. We also have the new Shifter King. Then we have Blub, who resubmitted. Oh my goodness. You didn't know it would censor it? Yeah, Automod's funny. Ellie's also submitted those before her. D2. Who is here that has submitted, basically? Let's see. Let's go ahead. And the walls will ooze green slime? For what? For what, King Cal? I don't know if Babakis is here. I think we saw Echoes and Rhymes earlier. They might have already left, though. And Galactic Honey was here earlier, and they put up the Memory Gate. Oh, Echoes. Okay, Echoes, you're here. Echoes, are you gonna stay alive enough to do your critique? Or are you heading to bed soon? I'm gonna stretch real quick. If the model acts wonky, that's why. It's because it's stretching. I'm trying to unshrimp myself. But if you think you're gonna be awake for a little while, I can do yours. Let's see. Sure. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. Let's see. I genuinely, I don't know if you guys were here like last stream, if you guys remember it, but when we were as like having Chatty Matty and everyone helped me figure out to make sure that the Google Docs wasn't like secretly doxing you guys. Genuinely, I was trying to act calm and just like be casual about it. I was sweating. I was so freaked out. I was so stressed. Oh my god. I was like, no, what do I have to censor? It's pretty short. Nice. And it turned out to be fine, right? It was all good, but I was like, my stress levels were through the roof. Oh, right, roast me? I would never. Again, the critique is just here to help us get a little bit better, but hopefully it's not actually. Is anyone going after? If Blub shows up again, if Galactic Honey is still here, we have Bobicus, we have Athuri, we have a couple people in queue. But it just depends if they're here or not. Would it be too mature if I did a story about that serial killer? About a scrotum slasher? Huh. Okay, we're almost caught up. It just depends if people show up. Yeah, almost. Jeez. Your old chapter 5. Yeah, I was wondering, do you even want me to critique that one since it's the old one and I'm gonna be doing an edit for you anyway? I'm gonna be editing the whole novel. Maybe you just want to wait. Maybe I'm just gonna edit the whole book. I'm not even sure. I don't know. What was I saying? If you're going into like graphic description about bits and pieces of private anatomy, then that kind of goes into like the like sexy stuff a bit. I'm a little uncomfy reading that stuff on stream. You can censor it and I'll read everything else about the story. That's fine. But I don't necessarily want to be reading about anyone's bits and parts on stream. But all the serial killing and stuff is fine. I'm fine with like the murder stuff. But yeah, some people still submit their stuff and they just censor whatever I don't want to read, and it's fine. This is the collected works of Sally Jim Poplet. It is 3 pages, just under 3 pages. What is this? What does this pop up? Hold on. Get out of here. I'm considering just putting book 2's chapters instead, to be fair. Good night, chat. Good night, land. Have a wonderful night. Get some good sleeps. Get some good rest. Hopefully, it's getting a little warmer here in Florida. Hopefully, it's getting warmer for you guys around the world. Oh, it's in tight. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Hopefully, that wasn't too loud. I turned away. What is this? All these pop-ups need to go away. That way we aren't repeating. Good point. So, what was I saying? What was I saying? This was Echoes, right? Echoes, anything about this work you want to let us know in chat? You have the heat? Do not wish that on me? Oh no, it's too hot where you are? Oh dear. What was I saying? So, yeah, so I wrote this to blow off some steam. Okay. So it's more of like an emotional piece? Because you're writing literary fiction. Okay. So this was just a nice little break from that, and you need a release. Okay. Where's my mouse? Please don't do this to me, mouse. Okay. Either it was the end of the world, or it was Tuesday. One of the two. I like that strong opening line. I like that line. Sally Jim Poplet stepped outside once, just once, to walk. Her car had broken down yesterday, but she managed to get the tow back to the lot. It would be another week before it was fully repaired. Somebody had poured spaghetti carbonara down her tailpipe? Who did that? Somebody who would pay. Yes! She screamed, her fist pumped into the air, giving God an uppercut. Ow, Scott said. A chill permeated the air, powdering her cheeks like snow on the land. There, Sally walked. No, I walked. No, You're walking, aren't you? Oh, this is kind of weird. This is kind of meta. Okay. Anyway, she was walking yesterday when she met a man she would later remember meeting tomorrow. The man walked across, their elbows bumped. Oh, pardon me. I'm not quite sure who says it. If it's Sally, Jim Poplet, or if it's the man. The man paused for a moment. I'm John. He reached out for a handshake. Sally ducked her hand. You just fly out of Fenway or something? You brick for brains chowd head? Almost poked me eye out. Sally, what are you doing? She grabbed her hair for a moment and pulled, hard. Then she stopped, recollecting herself. I'm Sally Jim Poplet. My middle name is Jim because my dad wanted a boy, but all he got was me. But I'm not cynical about it. I only cry myself to sleep every other night. She proudly threw her chest out. So this part has a dialogue tag. I'm wondering if this is supposed to be... Was this dialogue? I wonder if that's just dialogue. I wonder if she was saying that to John. She proudly threw her chest out. She looked up just long enough to see John grabbing his overcoat tightly in the far distance. He had long walked away. Yeah, okay, so that part was dialogue. Okay. Yes, after all, it was one of those days when Sally just wanted to take one step at a time. One step more arduous than the last. But she knew she would make her way back home. She looked up into the sky and narrowed her eyes. A faint magenta glimmer fell like glitter, and all she could feel was warmth. It was like the warmth of a hug, of an embrace, of the hamster she had once longed for as a child. Some of the individual lines I really like. Like this song, it was the warmth of an embrace, of a hug, of an embrace, of the hamster she had once longed for as a child. That's an awesome line. That's a good line. The opening line here was good. There were like some individual lines where I'm like, that's really good. Some of the other stuff though is giving me like a little bit like, wait, I'm confused now. But her parents never got her one. I repeat, never got her one. And that's the despair she felt, because she's telling it to you right now. Reader, I am in despair, she announced. The despair required documentation. I think the despair required documentation could have just been a sentence. She announced, period, the despair required documentation. And then that line would have been really good. Then the warmth was gone, and so was the light. A thought through all this silence. There was silence. The kind usually described as meaningful. Her body moved toward the reflection of the afterglow. 1 step, 2 steps, left step, right step. She marched and paced herself. There were more steps than she wanted to take for the day. It was, after all, past her step count on her Apple Watch. But she persisted because, she saw a light and felt warmth, and for her and the reader, that was enough. I think it's just she saw a light. When she got there, exactly 1,332 steps later, oh, so this is a far away light. She could feel it, the wear and tear on her feet, on her knees, the balls of which shrieked in agony, the painful kind of agony, not happy agony. It was the kind of agony that screamed for so long the voice became hoarse, raspy, then a whisper, until it eventually could no longer be felt. Not even the biggest lollipop in the world would cure it. She knew she had legs under there, but what had become of them? Never mind, she said to herself. As she looked over the black, tar-like, coal-encrusted, molten foam in the sky, she squinted a little more closely. Perhaps that was the time when she should sit down, she said to herself. It was one of those moments when she didn't want to advance the plot, but she knew she had to. She reached down. What does it remind me? It's reminding me very much of Deadpool-esque stuff. With being a mentally tormented soul, but also being aware that there's readers, that you have an audience that no one else can see. It's very much reminding me of like that Deadpool meta. She reached down. The coal-covered block thingamajig burned, but it was a container that fell from the sky. She walked up to it, touched it, and singed her fingers, wrapping her hands around her BTS sweater. Ah, we got a BTS fan in the house! She gave the casing one giant heave, thrusting her knees upward as if to roll a great boulder into motion. And with that heave came a glimmer, a light, a shine, a twinkle, a spark, like veins of gold trickling through the inside of the chest, revealing itself. A core, something she could never have imagined, something she could never have believed. Something. So with here, for the run-on stuff, unless it's for something really, really, like, super important, we normally want to, like, leave it at 3. And with that heave cave, a glimmer is 1, a light is 2, a shine is 3, a twinkle, a spark is 4 and 5. And then we also have the metaphor, like veins of gold trickling through the inside of the chest. That's like kind of 6 now, revealing itself. So we have like 6 different metaphors for that in one sentence. Oh, good night, what? Okay, here's your hydrated dihydrate. Thank you for the hydrated dihydrate. Here's your sippy. Thank you so much for the hydrated dihydrate. But yeah, good night. But I feel like for this one, we could have narrowed it down a smidge. We could have narrowed it down a smidge. The 07? Is that a dude saluting? I believe it is. Yeah, that little 07 is like little guy being like farewell. I wish there was like arm and hand tracking so I could demonstrate it. We were trying to find that sweet spot between overtelling and satire. Yeah. I feel like a lot of the other spots nailed it pretty well. This one went like a smidgen too long. Is that my just personal opinion? Yeah. Something. Her eyes grew wide. Beneath her feet lay a collection of the most pristine-looking Labubu dolls she had ever seen. Okay. And they were all there too, even the ultra-rare ones that had only been secretly released in fragments from Metamucil boxes and cigarette cartons. Is that a real thing? Were there secretly released Labubu dolls in parts and pieces? I'm not like a Labubu person. I have a spooky. I went to an oddities market because I was vending there, and someone had like these spooky, little. What are Labubus? They're like bag charm figures, right? Okay, no, that's fake. Okay, yeah. But they're like bag charm little dolls, right? They're dolls, but for your bags. I normally don't like those, but there was like spooky ones. They like little spooky, sad monster Victorian orphans. I don't know how else to describe it. And I liked all of them, so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get one, and I got one, and I put that on my little gothic bags, and I named her. I named her Labubu. So she's not a Labubu. Her name's Labubu. Because that's the only brand I know. I only know the name Labubu. But she's like this little monster, sad-looking orphan. And I love her to bits because she looks so sad and pathetic. Oh my god. She peed herself just a little. Just enough for only her to notice. See, this is like that fantastic voice for the satire, and very much in that, if you're going for that kind of Deadpool vibe of like the narrator of the narration poking fun at Deadpool and his insecurity, it feels very much in that vein. Her fingers worked like little ants, quickly scattering and collecting all the little remnants of Labubus as she hauled them back to her haven. Because it was at that moment, whether she realized it or not, that she was hit with the light. The light of collection. That was her superpower. The ability to fill every nook and cranny in the house with every little possible thing imaginable, because it would fill the void. I wonder if the void could be like capital letters, like capital T and capital V. The void. The void that the hamster she never had would have filled. Oh, what a good book, a callback reference. But the hamster never came, and the void was never filled. Yet, Labubu was here, and they were desperately, magnificently, profoundly, cosmically, intensely, overwhelmingly omnipresent. Quietly, she gathered the dolls and ran back home, even forgetting to check the steps on her Apple Watch. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so this one's... And here, I feel like this line for having the beat overly run on for the satire is good. I think the omnipresent. I think I was with it until it said omnipresent, and I'm like, I'm not sure about that word. You originally had 10 lines of adverbs here? Okay, that one's too long. They were desperately, magnificently, profoundly, cosmically, intensely, overwhelmingly here. I think I would have said, like, here. Yet the Labubu was here. Or maybe not even here. Maybe, but something else. I don't know. It's a vibe check. I think the omnipresent part is failing the vibe check. And you removed them, coward. No, I think this amount for this section is good. That's why I said it's like a vibe thing. Like, you can do it. You can have the run long adverbs. It's just like for a particular vibe. Here, I feel like it's good. I would just change the omnipresent one. That one's feeling a little different to me. This one felt a little off. This one I would have cut it down a bit with the shine, the twinkle, the spark, etc., etc. This one I would cut down. This one I feel is good. Yeah, the whole piece breaks a ton of rules. And I feel like there are sections where you handle it really fucking well for breaking so many rules and doing a very that weird that tortured perspective that's also being aware of the narrative of the meta. And normally that Deadpool-esque point of view, it's very hard to pull off. Here, I actually kind of really like it. There are sections where it's done very fucking well. Hopefully you'll pardon the cursing. And eventually with 10 lines of adverts, I feel like the reader would see what's going on, laugh, and then gloss over the next 9 lines. Yeah, and that would happen, right? That would, you're right. The reference to the hamster here that I really fucking like, that was a really strong line. And then you actually tie it in to this crazy Labubu plot. I really liked that. That was a really job well done. The moment of like I feel like I would have caught it better if you had the dialogue tag here. That was just a little copy edit here. The dialogue tag. And then she looks up and the person is already like far away in the distance. Very much that tortured, mentally not all there character viewpoint that we're dealing with, and this is the reactions they're getting. I really liked some of it. I think what I feel like I wasn't as connected with it, where it wasn't like as 100%. It was, I think, one, it was this line. Powdering her cheeks like snow on the land. There, Sally walked. No, I walked. No, you're walking, aren't you? That part threw me off a bit, where the cursing is endearing. It's so funny that there's parts of me you guys actually like. I'm very much, I embrace that joke, the meme of why would people like you? And people are like, there's more reasons to dislike you. And you're like, yeah, my personality, my this, my that. Yeah, the 10 scramble. I feel, considering how well you pulled off a lot of very tricky things in this, I feel like you can handle it. I just feel like at this point it feels a little odd. I think if you want to continue this story, this meta, I feel like you could. I just feel like this isn't quite the right home for it. I feel like we don't need it here because we get this sense that you're wanting for her in this exchange with John. So I feel like here it's not just quite the right home for it. Did I capture the angry Boston accent and short person part? Oh my goodness, you're asking, you ended up asking the right cryptid, because again, I'm a Central Florida cryptid now, but when I was a baby cryptid, I was born in Massachusetts, and I stayed there for several years. You cryptid, we are friends in my eyes. Oh, thank you, Chatty Matty. She was walking there. That I said it before. That's not Boston. That's a New Yorker thing. It's the New Yorkers have the stereotype of I'm walking here. That's the New Yorkers, not Massachusetts. So let's see here. Let me see this with a. You just fly at a Fenway or something? Yeah. Okay. There's something I see. You brick for brains. So you're trying to do chowder head, but you say chowd head. So chowder head and chowd head are different. The something you kind of got. There should be a not the quotation marks, but the single version, just the single little apostrophe, like the little apostrophe in weave. Isn't it Boston? I'm walking here. Yeah, so normally when you drop off the end of stuff to show that it's dropped off, you do that little apostrophe mark. So for something, it should be SUMTHIN apostrophe. That shows it's something. And chowder head instead of chowd head, you would do chow. You could do it a few ways, because writing down accents there's a few different ways you could do it. Here, let me go to my document here. So chow the head. You could do chow da. I don't know, that one looks wrong. Chowder head. I don't really like it when it's all one word. Is that how you do it? Is it chowder head? You guys are hearing my accent, so you guys can tell me if I'm bang a Yui. Isn't that just a typo? Chowder is New England and Boston, yeah. Yeah, I was saying specifically the I'm walking here. The I'm walking here is the New York thing. That's the thing for I feel like a lot of people assign that to Boston and New England, yeah, but that specific joke was New Yorkers. So it was the I'm walking here. I want some clam chowder. Yeah. Isn't that just a typo? Bang a Yui? No, they're trying to do because the Boston accent drops R's. So like for water, a Boston accent says wada. No, say wada. Instead of water, you say wada. And instead of waterer, every R in a Boston accent, the more R's there are, the more you drop them. So wada, you drop that R. Waterer, you say wada. So what? Ara. So each R gets more and more disappearing as you do it. That's one of the things with the Boston accent, a Massachusetts accent. So it's wada for waterer. But there is no in wait, what are you saying, King Cal? I do a Florida accent. The way I'm talking normally now, this is a general Central Florida accent. For Central Florida and South Florida, depending on the area, it's not too strong here. This is me just talking general, water, da-da-da-da-da, blah, 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 blah. This is a normal Florida accent. The more north you go in Florida, the more stereotypically South it is, and then just the normal South. And in the South, it's that slower speech. It's you're starting to get more at the drawl. Some of those O's are replaced with like the AUs. And you get more of those like crazy metaphors and stuff to describe things. And the bless your heart, the bless your soul, that kind of stuff. But right now, if you guys just want to what I speak a little fast still for a Southerner. For a Northerner, I talk pretty slow. I've slowed down my normal speech pattern a lot, living in the South for so long. So a normal northerner would talk faster. But it's slowed down a lot since moving south. But right now here, this is me with almost no northern accent. This is just what you sound like in central Florida. And that there dang sky slapped me up the ass. No, that there dang sky slapped me on the lower cheeks where the suns don't shine. That would be like a stereotypical type thing. You learned something new here. Yeah, you ended up asking the right cryptid. You ended up asking the perfect cryptid for this accent thing. Are you asking, is childhead just a normal word that there is now in childhead? Let me see what King Cows. Chowda is New England and Boston, yes. When we're writing, are you asking if writing out pronunciations in dialogue, is that a typo? If it was in prose, if it was something the narrator was doing, then yes. If it is for dialogue, sometimes you write out this stuff to show that they're speaking with an accent. You purposely write it to convey the accent. Sometimes we do that, and that's a creative liberty you can take, if that's what you're asking, King Cal. That you can write something wrong in dialogue to show the accent. So yeah, for me to get, if you're trying to say chowdahead instead of chowdhead, chowdahead. This is how I would try to convey it. You're still waiting for someone to trigger your Southern drawl and stream. I feel like this is the first time genuinely someone actually triggered it. I do like the jokes sometimes where people talk about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, pakika, da 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 da. But I know it's not a natural accent, because for me it's just like, I'm just jokingly doing it again. I normally, people say I only trigger my actual northern accent when I'm angry. Some exes will find like, oh, you're getting angry, you're getting frustrated, you're talking faster, and your accent's slipping out. I've given up. If the author isn't going to explain, I shouldn't impose. I'm not sure if you should give up, King Cal. I feel like we're just still, we're just confused. What were you trying to... I thought I was hearing childhead. Aaron earned an iron urn. Oh, sorry, did you want that with the accent? I want to say it with the southern accent. Wait, hold on, fuck. Aaron earned an iron urn. Aaron? Oh, fuck, now I gotta think about it. See, now I'm thinking about it. Now it's not coming naturally. For some reason, the chowda brought back out. Chowda head makes much more sense. Okay, I'm glad I'm not completely crazy. Just don't trigger my Newfie accent. What's the Newfie? What's the Newfie accent? Where's that from? All this talk about clam chowder. I'm super hungry for it. I feel like I'm just going back and forth between a stereotypical southern accent and my northern accent now. Like a sleeper agent. Chowder got me in. Appreciate the feedback. No, thank you so much. That was a fun read. It definitely was like it was like, whoa, wait, what are we reading here? What is happening? And then when I like got it, I was in. I'm like, oh, this is fun. I can definitely see why you did this for fun, as a break from a literature fantasy work. Because this was definitely fun. I feel the fun vibes in it. And for so many crazy things, you did nail a lot of them. I really liked the things that worked. And that bringing back in the hamster with the little boo-boos, some of that stuff was really well done. But yeah, just that. For BTS, if you're talking about like the K-pop group, should BTS be all capital? That's another little thing I thought. I'm like, oh, it's BTS sweater. Should it be all capital? Capital B, capital T, capital S. I wonder because it's like an acronym for the, yeah. That read felt like a fever dream, which I think is the goal, right? It's that kind of little funky, unreliable, not even just unreliable, it's the unreliable narrator with that mental fog, the crazy aspect to it, and the meta, right? They're aware they're a character, they're aware that we're reading him. Writes a race specifically with a Boston accent. Boston L's are here! Do you guys understand the amount? Because there was a big shift. There are big movements that happen. It's not just like one or two people who move. There was a big shift where... Oh, thank you so much for the subscribe. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Decapitated. Oh. For Dream, it's currently at 3 months straight. Thank you. I just realized I wasn't a sub. But there was this thing when I was a baby. It was a lot of people in the Northeast, in Massachusetts, who all moved down south to like Florida and just the Southeast in general, because a lot of the tech jobs came out, which is what Papa Cryptid worked on, and so we moved down south because there were more tech jobs for him. But that was part of a movement, right? It was like that same 1 or 2 year period, a lot of Northerners moved down south. That was just something that happened in U.S. history, right? So a lot of Floridians, a lot of native Floridians. Not an Eastie? I was in the Northeast, and now I'm in Florida, so I stayed on the East. I would love a tech job. Oh no. But so anyway, so we moved down. So there was a lot of other Northerners who were now in the South, right? But it wasn't just us. A lot of other people were here, right? Sorry, you like the Boston slang? But the amount of Floridians who noticed that and suddenly got it into their little Floridian Southerner heads that they could start saying things like they would ask like, oh, we hear the accent, where are you guys from? Because when we first moved down here, we had a strong Massachusetts accent, right? Because we're from Massachusetts. The amount of them that said, oh, you're from Massachusetts, so you guys are massholes then. And we were like, no, you do not say that. Those are fighting words. Those are fighting words. And we thought it was just like a one-off thing of like, oh, that person did not get the vibes, right? Like, no, you're lucky we didn't punch you. Like, and it was like a thing for like a few years of like with a lot of those Southerners, because there were so many Northerners now moving in, and when they realized that you were a Massachusetts person, they'd be like, oh, it's the massholes, and we'd be like, don't you, and you could see it if we ever ran into like some other Massachusetts families at whatever events, they'd be like, it was that almost fist fight. You do not, for anyone who does not know, you do not use that term. You don't get to use it. Those are fighting words. Those are some fighting words. It's easier to think of everything out there as East Coasters. Yeah. But again, since I've lived most on the East Coast, from Massachusetts to here, it's still such a difference being Northeast compared to Southeast. Yeah, don't mess with East Coasters. You're from Memphis, aren't you? I can tell from the gun and the medical wristband. Oh my goodness, funny other things, huh? I visited California for a while because I have a family out there and relatives out there, so I've got to visit California a few times. And man, what a difference! What a crazy thing! East to West Coast, and yeah, North to South, very different vibes. In LA, being assumed to be from LA is an insult? Really? Oh, you guys are giving me all the tea about everywhere else now. Castle lived there with his wife in LA or in Memphis? Which one? But yeah, it's an actual insult there if you look at someone from LA and you're like, oh, you're from LA, aren't you? Oh, in LA? Oh, that's like a high cost of living area too. That's not hard to make it out there. That's crazy. What was I saying? Yeah, like, oh, you seemed like you were from LA. Insult. Yeah, no, you just seem like you're from here in LA, you know? Yeah, you just seem like you're from here. You just seem like an LA type of person. Oh. Oh. But just to be clear, I could definitely see, PP, how that would be like a horrific insult. It seems so fucking mean, girl, insult. But yeah, like in general, like, you don't call people from Massachusetts a asshole. If they don't kill you, that was all the favors you ever want to ask from them ever. Like, sometimes you like have to ask somebody for a favor. If you ever called somebody an asshole, you had to be like, oh nope, I already cashed in all my favors from that person. Just because they didn't kill me. That was a wild few years. A lot of Southerners were throwing that around freely. I shouldn't be surprised. A lot of people in the South, as polite as they like to be, feel okay and justified saying some harsh words sometimes. Things with like the hard R's and like the assholes. I'm like, oh, this is just a cultural thing. You guys like acting really nice, but doing horrible things. That's just the culture. Okay, that's just a thing. But anyway, thank you so much. This was a fun read, and that had a lot of like difficult things to pull off that you pulled off really fucking well. You refrained from saying anything about LA. Hi Raymond. You look like you from Gary, Indiana. That means you look like a Fallout character or Michael Jackson. Never tell Canadians they're American. Does that happen? Even if it's true, due to them living in North America. Oh, yeah, so America isn't they're North Americans, but they assume that you're saying that they're like US people. Yeah, I could definitely see how that would be like an insult. Oh no. You're from North Carolina? Okay. North California. Well, North Carolina. Jesus. Just the words, I'm from the Bay Area, can be fighting words? Oh, we're learning all about the tea. I'm writing this because I'm a cryptid. I had to study humans. I had to figure out how this all works. I'm writing this down in my little notebook. I'm like, quick, write down the notes. I had to learn. Hold on, I'm writing down my notes. Okay. How to explain you're American but not from the U.S. Generous people down there in Gary, Indiana. South Americans are also Americans. Yeah. They got a little rivalry thing going. Oh geez, like gang war turf stuff. I mean, I'm Canadian. I don't really care if someone calls me American. I do think some of the Canadian identity is based partly on we're not the U.S. Yeah, if I was not the U.S., I would be very adamant about not being the U.S. either. But the difference is honestly pretty thin at a lot of points. Like Boston versus New York stuff. Yep. Oh, we are the melting pot. I can say I'm American. South American. Oh, so you're the US. I'm Mexican, pendejo. Video Kojima plays Video James. What? I don't know that reference. But yeah, so it's so funny. It's so funny how I sometimes struggle getting back into my northern accent. And for some reason just getting into chowder instead of chowder. That was the sleeper agent thing that activated me. It's chowder head. Chowder. It's chowder head. Can you guys actually hear the difference, or is that just me? What? A high come in peace. Let's go ahead then. So that was the collected works of Sally Jim Papa. Are you continuing? Are you blah 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 blah? If I can say words, are you planning to continue that? Is that going to be part of a longer piece? And otherwise, if not, then hey, we'd love to see your literary fiction set that you're working on too. You hear it? You hear the difference between chowder head, and chowder head. The chowder head. Suddenly, it makes me think almost of the Harley Quinn-esque stuff. Maybe a shorter like novella. Okay. Let's go on to where the English translation starts. Okay, do we have anyone else in chat who wants their stuff read? I can keep going for a little bit longer. I've written a few things, but I don't think they're good fit for on-stream critique. That's fine. If you still just want to share it in general, I can't guarantee anyone's going to respond to it, but I do say like the story submission sections is for stuff that's read for stream. But just the writing thing in general, if you want to share stuff and not have it be read on stream, that's fine. Don't have a time frame on it, but when I stop being able to feel emotions, I'll go back to it. I feel you. Okay, that's a good game plan. Take care of you first. Oh, this is me, Yoon. Just rename. Oh, okay. Is for your username, is the Q silent so it still just said Yoon? Yoon3830 pumpkin? Or is it Pikmin? Is it Pokemon? Pikmin? What's the PMKL? What's that stand for? I gotta know. My reasons to never go to the US. East Coast. You would have been fine if you just said never go to the US. I would have been like, yeah, that's valid. But specifically the East Coast? The fuck did we do to you? Try White Castle and relive. Oh, your reasons to ever go to the US. So you do want to go. Okay. I was gonna be like, I thought to never go. To ever go. Try White Castle and relive Harold and Kumar. Go to White Castle. Okay. Wait, I am confused. Am I not to check the queue? Because sometimes I keep reading people's usernames and then they never fucking speak up. And I had to go through like 20 people if they're not here until I get to the 21st person. Just the letter of the two aircrafts you're like? Oh, okay. Film for me. I was lost in London, UK once, and a Scottish guy asked me something. After 10 minutes of gibberish, I heard him storm off shouting, "Stupid American." I don't know why I said that. That was not a Scottish accent, but anyway. British guy came up after, says, "I didn't understand him either, mate." I looked this guy dead in the eye and went, "I don't want to give the guy a heart attack and tell him I'm from Canada." That's fucking hilarious. P38 Lightning and S30 MKM. Very nerdy. I know. I like it when people like embrace their nerdy stuff. That's fun. More giant golems. Yeah. The key make it sound like Kyun, but it also silent. It's fine for any. So it's not Yoon. It's Kyun. Kyun. 3830. Shut up. Were you not here? Somebody was writing it and they were doing God, wait, how did you do it? It was Chow. They were writing something, a character speaking dialogue, but the character was supposed to have a Boston accent. And ironically enough, right when I was a baby cryptid, I was born and raised in Massachusetts, outside the Boston area. No one. I just got here, just woke up. No one asked what time it is. Yeah, so they were asking like, oh, how did it come across in the dialogue that they were someone from Boston, someone from Massachusetts? But the way that they written it out was Chowdhead, and I'm like, Chowdhead. And I'm like, you mean Chowdahead? Chowda? Because for I was saying we drop the R's. So water becomes wada. Waterer becomes wada. Right, we drop the R's. So chowder. Chowdahead, if you want the Boston accent, should be Chowdahead. But they had written it Chowdhead. So I'm like, what's Chowdhead? That's not the Boston accent. It was wada. Is that how you want to do it? You wouldn't want to do the wada? The wada? Wada? I like your style. Totally not a nerd. I definitely didn't write about crafter elf girl and a shape-shifting elf lesbian princess. Yeah, right. But anyway, so yeah, that's what the note was. We were figuring out. I'm like, oh, if you want the Boston accent, it shouldn't be Chowdhead. To do Chowdahead, it should be Chowdahead. That spelling. You just pronounce it as Wata? Are you from the Massachusetts area? Well, it sounded like Wata. For me, if I saw that, I would be like reading it. I'd be like, is it Wati? Wate? But it's like an A sounds, like an S sound. Some of it is an A, Chowda. Some of it's an E, Wada. So that's what I was saying, like some of it's eh, some of it's ah, depending on the words. So it's wada, chowda, chowdahead. Variant chapter 4, fleece equals heel mom equals higher lesbians equals save universe. Fucking love it. I love a bitch with a game plan. Your accent added additional K or R to sound. 10 out of 10 plot. Yeah, right? Good job, Chatty Patty. I was reading a thing. I was reading somebody on AuthorTube doing the 2026 and 2027 publishing writing predictions about what the new trends are, what people are going to be interested in reading, and what publishing houses are looking for. And yours, Chatty Mac, actually hit like a lot of the different things that people are going to be looking for in the next year or two. I was like, oh, I'll have to find that video and link it to you. I'm like, oh, Chatty Matty would be like so happy to see that their stuff is going to be like in demand the next year or so. Zombie romance when? That's right. You come from Malaysia with Thai Malay dialect. But I have a British accent when I speak in English, since you spoke British English dialect. That's how you learned it? Oh, that's so interesting. So maybe the Wate is the British one. That maybe that's the British English. So how would a British? What? Okay, wait, I hear it. So if it's British instead of British, and it's water, there's no British, water. Yes, yeah, okay, I can definitely see you breaking it up like that. I see you say mate a lot. That's so funny. Your early accent in English sounded Russian, like Privyet. Privyet, comrade. You actually use me as a word frequently. Oh, that's so funny. But me, Miss Blue, but oh fuck, yeah, what are you reading? Goddamn. Okay, if you guys want me to be like a good person and read from the top. Blub, I think, is gone. I don't think they're here anymore. Solar, if Solar's in, then they're next. 10, I believe, went to bed, so 10's gone. Losi Lore, I believe, went to bed. D, I can't see what the username is, but they have, it starts with a D, and there's this Haunting of Castle Lobos. So Haunting of Castle Lobos. Crimson's here. Okay. Someone with H is the new Shifter King. Blub then resubmitted the same one. I'll just go ahead and delete that because it's the same one. Then it's Ellie with those before her. My English sounds like that director Jodorowsky on interviews. I have no idea if I said that right. Someone's gonna pull up how do I say that name for that director. It's gonna be like completely fucking different. But I'm guessing it's Jodorowsky on interviews. It's super broken. Chatty and Bob stuff is always there with something new, I think. Yeah. I'm just making sure I'm not skipping past anyone else. Because Chatty and Bobicus, they're frequent submitters and they have longer stuff. So they're pretty patient. They're okay because I know I'm going to read a lot of their stuff. With like tuning into multiple streams. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. Chatty does have chapter 5, but they're already working on it. And I'm going to edit for them later. So I think Chatty will be okay if I skip them because I'm going to be the little free editor for them anyway. W as a sound is weird because I replace it with the letter F. So if you replace all W's, the what sound, with F, would water be fater? Fater? Oh, is that why you're saying sometimes it sounds like Russian? Because it almost has that FV sound. So it's almost like water becomes fater, water, fater. I don't mind. I'll post somewhat. Okay, I was close. I'm getting there. There was a store where I grew up called Wawa. Yeah, that's an entire commercial chain. That's a big brand. There's a lot of Wawas. I mean, they don't do anything too intense or too big. Or I'm just crazy. You get general plot progression critiques as well. If I get far enough, I mean, they don't do anything. So what you're noticing, PB, is when people are like newer, when they first submit, I limit it to 2. But for my repeat ones who have longer stories, like Chatty Matty, like Bobicus now, Author Relic, when they were submitting more often, I do point out plot issues, if I read enough of the work, I do point out, I give them more critiques because they've proven they can handle a critique. That they're okay getting the 1 or 2. So then I'm like, okay, yeah, you're okay enough to get more critiques. I'll give you a lot of critiques. Channy Manny is trying to get this book ready, right? So I was just giving them like every critique I could find. And now they're going to give me their whole book. And I'm going to do that. So normally I read a couple pages, and then you resubmit, and I'll read a couple more pages, and you resubmit, and I point out a couple more. And I'll point out stuff. I'll be like, oh, I don't see how your prologue fits in with the rest of the stuff here. Can we redo that? Or, hey, chapter 1 and chapter 2 seem really disconnected. There's a big time skip here. Is that going to be for the rest of the book? Could chapter 1 now be the prologue instead if there's a time skip? If you keep submitting and I read enough, then I will point out plot things. Because I'm trying to be a developmental editor now. I'm a little baby developmental editor. And that's what we do. But if you just submit like a little bit, like, oh yeah, if you just submit like, hey, is this intro good? Writing a novel is such a pain, I just can't. Used to be a much smaller brand, Wawa was when you were a baby, very local. Yeah, now they're everywhere. Oh, there's a lovely chain brand in Tennessee I called Cece's. Is that like the pizza place, like Cece's Pizza? I'm a man of short stories at most. Yeah, Bobbicus, I think, first submitted a shorter story. That was the bird story. And when I finished it, it still took a couple because it was a chunky short story. But after I finished reading it, then I did give Bobbicus the critiques of like, oh, okay, here's how we can redo the opening. Here's how some stuff can be placed out better. Here's how we incorporate the bird better. Right? I still gave that stuff. It was fine. I put my stuff down. There we go. It's back up. Short fiction writing ruined my writing stamina. That's so funny. Oh, Ethereal's in here. Arthurial, did I say you earlier? Ethereal, you have something, right, Ethereal? Wait, was that meow a cryptid or a cat? It wasn't a meow, it was me screaming. It wasn't a meow. That was me going, ah! Oh no. We also are open to going over outlines, so if you're a lot of fun of being corrected on grammar or immersion breaking or etc., you may have more luck. Yeah. And some people even say it, they're like, hey, I don't want to be fixed on my grammar and stuff, just tell me if the plot makes sense. And I'll be like, okay, I'll just focus on that. Some people say like, hey, I know my sentences are all run on, just tell me if the characters are in character. And I'll be like, okay, you can tell me if you want me to focus on something specific, and then I'll do that. Definitely a cat then? What? No, but it was me. There's no cats around here. They're all sleeping somewhere else. Man, I hope Luna didn't kill her babies. I haven't heard them in a hot minute. That's concerning, actually. It was me. It was me. I'm not a cat. I'm a cryptid. Anyway, Ethereal, you're here. Are you gonna be awake for a few more minutes? We can start yours. Oh, yours is only 2 pages too. Oh, that's nice and short. Oh, I can get that done. I can get that all knocked out of the park. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Let's go, gamers! They're still here, right? They didn't suddenly just exit. I will absolutely be awake. That was easy. Easy to troll me. You guys are all bullying me for my sounds. I actually try not to do too many crazy sounds. I think the question is my Wi-Fi will survive. It's okay. And if anything else, if you like glitch in and out, again, I do post the VOD on the YouTube, on the Cryptid Roots VOD channel. So if you ever miss something or you want to go back over the advice you get and you're like, fuck, I know Cryptid mentions stuff, but what was the advice again? If you like miss it, you can just watch the VOD and you'll see everything. That's why I saved the VODs, just in case people want to go back over their critique. Oh, we have context. We have context, everyone. We have context. This piece is mostly for self-indulgence because I need to get back into my writing practice outside of uni assignments. Oh, that's so good. I'm so happy for you. That's such a nice little self-indulgent thing. This is the first page extracted from the first chapter of a novella that is a prequel to my main project, As You Should. As You Should is a multi-point of view, supernatural urban fantasy dystopian upper YA series. You're very specific, oh my goodness. The novella this extract is taken from Hi Ghost, you're still alive? Your mama didn't kill you yet? That's so good, right? Aren't you so happy? You can hang out with your mama now, unsupervised, and she doesn't kill you. It's so good. We've worked for a year for Luna to be able to hang out with her babies and not kill them. Did you hear about the crow that was collecting for charity? Ka, 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 ka. It was for a good cause. That's funny. I actually really fucking like that one. The Mellifluous extract is taken from Gardens of the Future Dogma of Humankind, Garden Terminal 1. That's a little bit of a long name for a novella, right? Is written to provide insight into the generation that raised the main character in As You Should. As You Should, I feel like, is a good name. Gardens of the Future Dogma of Humankind, Garden Terminal 1. That was a little bit long. Not that my opinion matters. You can name it whatever you want. This is just your project. It's self-indulgent. So is there any particular critique, I guess I should ask, that you do want? Do you want critique? Do you want me to point out little run-on sentences or wonky sentences? Do you want me to point out spelling errors if I notice them? Do you want me to comment about the characters and the pacing? What things do you want me to focus on? The Gardens of the Future Dogma of Humankind is the overall title of 3 novellas. Yeah, I feel like that's fine. Gardens of the Future Dogma of Humankind. I feel like is a good one, especially for the 3, like they each start with that. Maybe then just Terminal 1 as the title for that one. But I feel like repeating garden and gardens in the title is like it's like a little bit of repetition there. So Gardens of the Future Dogma of Humankind, Terminal 1. It's just a suggestion. The first chapter is written to set up Aveline? Is it Aveline or Aveline? Clark as a character who is unable to escape her family. Dun, dun, dun. I was wondering if the introduction being more about introducing the characters is okay. And then yeah, any prose issues would be good. Okay. Each chapter features information about her siblings, parents, and extensions of her family, while exploring a secondary plot of who will inherit the throne. I'm wondering, before I read, this is just so sometimes it's good for us to hear questions. So for me as a critique partner, as a reader, my first thought is like, shouldn't the main plot be who will inherit the throne? And the secondary thing being we get information about her siblings, parents, and her family while exploring. To me, that's my initial gut feeling, but that's not always the case, right? Maybe I read this and then I'm like, oh no, this is perfect, this is great. But that's like first going in, I'm like, it's good to hear initial thoughts, and then when you're done with a piece, then you can ask readers or critique partners or editors like, oh, okay, what were your initial thoughts going in? Did you keep that thought throughout reading it? Or did your thoughts change? Did you think I pulled it off? So initial thought going in. I'm wondering if there's too much emphasis on explaining and not enough on plot. But right now we're going to read it, we're going to see. Chapter 1, 13-Year-Old Woman. Oh, is that the name of it? Oh, okay. Let me make sure my lo-fi beats are good. It was almost over. Ordinarily, yeah, but part of the indulgence is definitely more about the characters and creating the environment of the Clark family. Okay. Did you guys catch that? It's because we were doing the accent thing earlier. Oh my god, I totally caught myself doing it. I said clock instead of Clark. Oh no, this is gonna be tripping me up for the next bit. Particularly because AYS, which is as you should, already establishes who is on the throne. As bleak as the really blah 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 blah. You'll be fine. Okay, clack. Okay, how would you? It's Arthur. Arthur. That's how you say Arthurial. Instead of Arthur, it's Arthur. Arthurial. I feel like I'm messing up the last part. Arthurial. Yeah. As bleak as the realization was, there was an undeniable truth that the royal palace had never been made for women. Ooh, I feel like that's a pretty good strong line. You're saying it right? For Aveline? Is it, you can let me know in chat. Is it Aveline or Aveline? Oh, for your name? Arthurial? As Arthurial. I was trying to drop the R's. Arthurial. Arthur. Instead of Arthur. You drop the R's. Aveline had been the first daughter to survive the trials of her neonatal phase. She was, in addition to this, the first second-born clock to live past her toddler years. Oh, was it a pun? Oh. I've been pronouncing it as Aveline. Oh, okay, so I was completely fucking butchering it. It's Aveline. Okay. So Aveline had been the first daughter to survive the trials of her neonatal phase. She was, in addition to this, the first second-born Clark to live past her toddler years. A fact that was never made known to the public. So most second-born Clarks do not live that long. Okay. The infertility of the Clark lineage existed as long as the crown had been worn by firstborn only sons. Aveline wasn't sure if that was a rule or a rumor. For much of her life, the council folk murmured it as an accusation of foul play, or more precisely, a quiet disapproval of King Tate's genetic obsessions. You looked at your med files online and apparently you speak Irish. Oh no. I told them over the phone I speak sarcasm. Yeah, sadly when they try doing like quirky stuff like that with medical people, it doesn't always go through. Oh no. So there's infertility. And there's high infant mortality. Infertility and high infant mortality. Okay. The successful litter of 3 that Aveline had been born into were not particularly close to each other. So she's triplets? Her older brother Oliver had been born 3 years before her. He was tall, tan-skinned, and had the same golden hair and eyes as her father, and all other Clarks before him. I won't be mad, but that's too bloody. So just for clarity, so she's not a triplet, so she's not part of the same litter as her other siblings, right? That's different litters. If we're keeping with the breeding terminology. Yeah, I think litter is the wrong word here. So if you want to, you can highlight that one. I think that one's the wrong one. And just for clarity, I might learn it later. I'm just asking you. It's not a critique yet. I'm just clarifying. Is there infertility, as in the Clark people can't have kids? Oh, thank you for the hydrated Lambda. Here's your sippy. Oh, my glass is actually almost empty. So is there an inability to have children, or is there just high infant mortality? The children that are born are so sick they don't live very long. Because those are 2 different issues. It is possible for this family to have both issues, I'm currently reading it as they have high infant mortality and infertility struggles, but I'm not sure if that's what you were going for. So that's why I just want to clarify. He was tall, tan-skinned, and had the same golden hair and eyes as her father and all other Clarks before him. He was an odd sort of fellow. A bit of both. Okay, then yeah, then that part is good. So I just changed the litter. His shadow cast a much greater beast, an explorer with an elongated spyglass and a pirate hat. There is no such thing as an adventure Oliver would not elect to set out on, a trait that existed much to the dismay of the middle court. However hard they attempted to advise him against his nature, to train out that eagerness for the greater world, Oliver would retaliate with praise and gifts. For the middle court that so rarely left the capital city, his escapades were thrice as beneficial for their lifestyles as they were for his budding youth. Tasked with praise and gifts. So the council's against him, the middle court's against him, and then Oliver retaliates by praising those people, like shouting, like telling nice bits about them and giving them gifts. Okay. Fuck, what was it? Avalon. I'm gonna make a note, because otherwise I'm gonna forget. And I don't want to keep scrolling back in chat. Avalon's younger brother, Henry, was a cheeky idiot with an abundant love for all things vessel-like. When he was much younger, and not quite at the walking stage, the counselors of the middle court would carry him on their shoulders. Oh, that's cute. Avalon was fairly certain that his early encouragement in the act of riding anything that moved was the culprit for the playboy equestrian reputation he would eventually earn. Vessel. To me, that sounds like ships, but then he's an equestrian. So horseback riding and ship sailing are a little different. Does he like both? As for Avalon herself, she was half-man as a female, and therefore far too mutable to have a reputation beyond being a goody two-shoes. She held no reservations against her education as a young princess, and had always quite liked sitting in on court rituals, as they were perhaps the only place where her word meant as much as either of her brothers during their earlier use. And this one's a run-on. It can be split into 2 sentences. He likes controlling things, writing things, etc. Okay, so yeah, so in that case, yes, he's both equestrian and ship sailing person. He's both. I just wanted to clarify. Because Oliver ran off and Henry could not sit still, Avalon was a perfect doll. She dressed right, said all the right things, and even went above and beyond to ensure that she was someone the palace could depend on. So earlier when it says she was half man as a female, you're not I don't think it's talking about like she is has the genetic thing where she is both male or female, right? I think it's saying she was half a human. She's half a person. She has half the rights of the man as a woman. I think that's what you were going for, right? In that case, I would suggest like rephrasing that a little bit. Some of the stuff like the litter and the half man, I think aren't being used quite properly to convey the idea I think you're meaning to convey. Okay. This plot is mine for the 9 pages of this chapter. Yay for side quests. Barry, can I have my story back? Funny stuff's gonna happen to that one, Chatty Batty. That's funny. Okay, that's the end of that. So, what did you want me to critique again? I had to look back up. Fuck, did you even want me to critique that? I forget now. I was wondering if the introduction being more about introducing the characters is okay. And then, yeah, any prose issues would be good. Okay, point out the prose issues. Hi, Raymond. Hey, Tashi. I feel like currently, it's okay with this intro because it's still showing something, right? Still showing some plot device, some trial, some error. We normally want to be introduced not just to Avalon being like, "Hi, I'm Avalon. That my hair is blonde." No, we want like some force we're working against in the beginning. In this case, it's about Avalon is this woman in the royal palace, right? And her brothers are doing all this crazy shit, and she's trying her best to be perfect, given her limited options. So that does introduce plot and obstacles, friction pretty early. So I feel like that's why it's working okay-ish now. First time on the stream, but our chatter's okay with giving our opinions on the piece too. Yes, you are. Same thing as me, that we just want to be nice about it. We never want to be like insulting or rude and being like, this is stupid, this is that, I don't like it. You should write about fairies having sex instead because that's better. We never want that. We always want to be constructive, critique people. And we can also ask questions too. Like I was questioning and clarifying stuff to make sure I was getting the right vibe, and that's all fine. Me personally, I won't do it. Yep. Yes, as long as you're polite. Yes, look at all my polite little raccoons. This is exactly it. Yeah, no full-on tear down the work. We never want to tear down the work. It's critique is generally where we're pointing out stuff we like, and we're also pointing out questions, and we're pointing out ways other things can be fixed. At least in our opinions, right? We're giving our best advice and critique here. Because, it's really scary putting our stuff out for a critique. I never want to downplay that. And two, it's extra scary putting your stuff up for a critique on a live stream in front of other people, in front of other chatters and stuff, right? So as long as we're all nice and we all take that, like going into it, then that's absolutely fine. So here, we're kind of introduced to... Hold on, let me rephrase. Let me think. How do I want to organize this? Love how I'm using my mod skills and I'm not a mod. In the salt piece, I do think it puts a bit of a question mark on the pacing because it's trying to do a lot of setup in chapter 1. It could work. It could work. So this is gonna be about the secondary plot, who will inherit the throne. In which case I'm like, okay, yeah, it's not a place for women. It's not all this. She has the older brothers. I had the question, we're having this that's mentioned the infant mortality and infertility. But it seems like her and she has 2 brothers. Are they all from the same mom? What's the infertility issue here? Because having 3 kids, generally you wouldn't say, oh, there's like an infertility issue. There's an infamous unpublished Fae story. It's large, like a few BS books. Well, maybe an editor could break it up. It was found in an estate sale back in the early 2000s. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. Take care about the taverns to me. That's so sweet of you, Chatty Matty. Thank you. So I'm just clarifying, that's not a critique yet. I'm just clarifying, like, we have this idea of, okay, there's infertility, there's high infant mortality, but we have Avalon here, and she has 2 perfectly fine adventuring brothers. So I'm not seeing any mention of illness or disease or anything like that. So their grandmother is not biologically their grandmother. But when their grandparents were trying to conceive, it was very difficult. Okay. So not biological grandma, but those grandparents had difficulty conceiving. Okay, so with that insight... Avalon had been the first daughter to survive the trials of her neonatal phase. She was, in addition to this, the first second-born Clark to live past her toddler years. But if that's just her non-related grandparents, her non-biological related grandmother, this sounds like it's part of like a lineage, and there's been this history, these multiple generations of infertility struggle. But if it was just one grandma who wasn't related, I'm wondering if that's the right phrasing for us. So chapter 2, it seems like the secondary plot is exploring who will inherit the throne. We're going through these children, and normally it seems like the first-born son is the only inheritor. I'm guessing if anything happens to that one, we do have another younger male sibling. and it's gonna be this thing of they're off adventuring, and really it's Avalon. Avalon is the perfect doll. Avalon's the one who's here. Avalon's the reliable one, but she's a girl, and there's gonna be something here that's gonna be a secondary plot, bringing into question who will actually inherit the throne. Beyond the major struggles of her non-biologically related grandmother, it was just infertility struggles. Okay, so the other people in the generation do have infertility struggles. Okay. Multiple people in the lineage do, so okay, it is generational. Okay. That was just me clarifying. That wasn't a critique, that was just me being like, do I understand this right? Is this making sure? So okay. Okay. It's a little, so this is mostly for self-indulgence, which I think any writing is, right? We're not really writing for like, oh god, I guess, you know, God came down and told me I had to write out this epic fantasy novel. It's for self-indulgence, right? This is a fun project for you. But it also does sound like you're taking this seriously. This is a novella that is part of a series that is a prequel to your main story, as you should. Like, you've planned out multiple books in a timeline. The sort of early hints the struggles for deciding the throne is first hinted with Oliver, who does not want to sit on the throne whatsoever. He's determined to run away. Okay. As You Should is the serious project. You making the Bible too. Yes, I'm saying this is a self-indulgent thing. So the prequels then are self-indulgent, but the As You Should, the main project, is the serious project. Okay, so not the whole thing isn't self-indulgent. The As You Should is the serious. So it's hard to tell you what to critique on for something self-indulgent, because you can just answer anything back with like, yeah, but I like it that way, or I don't care. If it's part of something serious, if it's in the same world, then maybe viewing it as like, no, this is like something serious I'm pursuing, I want this all to be published at some point. Maybe taking it all seriously is a slightly better mindset. I'm not quite sure. That's up to you. So, one, if I was to take this as a serious thing, like you are planning this piece, this is a novella, that's a prequel, the first thing I will mention, because you mentioned it earlier in chat, you'll probably release those prequels for free online, and that's fine. But one I will point out is, you were saying like, oh, the secondary plot, who inherit the throne, it's just a secondary thing because people would already know, because it's revealed in As You Should in the main book. Sometimes readers don't always do that in order. They don't read the main book and then the prequels and the sequel. They don't read in the order you think. Some readers, I'm even guilty of this, they'll actually read the prequels first. They'll read things in chronological order, in the timeline, rather than in the order you publish it in. Because they don't want to jump back and forth in time. They want to read from the earliest thing to the middle to the end in the timeline, rather than in the publishing order. So somebody might not have read As You Should. They'll see that you offered, in this case, something free, a free prequel. And they'll read this, the Gardens of the Future Dogma of Humankind, right, Terminal 1. So they might read this not knowing who will inherit the throne. They'll be reading this fresh-eyed, just as its own standalone novel piece, without that context of the As You Should piece. So in that case, I would say, hey, treat this as the main plot, is who's going to inherit the throne, and you're spreading out the information of the siblings, parents, and the family. This is the main thing. This is the stuff you're sprinkling in. Treat it as its own independent work. A prequel should still be able to stand on its own. Even if it is a prequel, if you think like, oh no, it's just a fun little extra thing, like, it should still stand on its own, typically speaking. At least that's my advice. That's my way to approach it for a successful prequel. That's kind of why it's part of a trio of novellas. The other novellas will also be very specific to one main character's internal struggle. So when they're saying, oh, it's for self-indulgence, this is just for funsies, but then it's a novella for the As You Should. The As You Should is your serious piece you're working on. That's why I'm like clarifying. If you ever get a fandom and write a bad prequel, the fandom will rip you to shreds. I don't want you worrying about that. I'm not trying to like make you worry and stress about like your self-indulgent fun project. But yeah, I would say definitely treat it as its own thing. It's its own thing that has to be in the same universe. It can't contradict what happens in As You Should, the main book. But you know, prequels are successful when they're treated as their own thing. They should still have a main plot. We're still introducing this, and we should assume that readers might be reading this one first, but then readers who have read As You Should can get all like the little hints and tips, right? They'll be like, oh, I already know how this goes, but it's so cool to read how it happened, right? I had this edition of a novel by Laubert, and he had plans for the second part he never wrote, but his note and planning were found and come with the edition I have, and his part's like, and they go to this place and IDK get robbed or something, I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly what a lot of my notes are when I'm plotting stuff out. Yes, but see, this is why I write the prequel first, after 9 drafts of the main series. Don't worry about it. Okay, so in that case, I almost wondered if you want to call this a prequel, or is this just the first book? That's what I'm wondering here. Is this a prequel, or is this just a first book? I did the same for one of my stories. I wrote the main plot, and then for historical realism of the setting, I wrote a whole backstory. Instead of making a prequel, I just shoved it in as Act 1, with the original plot as Act 2. Oh, Tolkien did it too? Okay. And that's what I'm wondering. And this isn't a critique. This isn't me being like, oh, you're doing it wrong. This is me like throwing it. I'm just having a conversation with you. I'm trying to figure out what suits your goals first. Keeping in mind this is for fun, but also keeping in mind there's a serious project here. I'm like putting feelings. I'm just talking back and forth with you right now to make sure I'm not giving you advice that's counterproductive to what you want to achieve. You're still tossing about release order? Okay. Part of the reason why the specific version of the novella is listed as self-indulgent is, as I said, to get out of the short fiction habits a bit. Okay. So is it just a mindset thing then? You're like, oh, if I just label it as self-indulgent, it helps me break out of the mold. But you're still going to like release it for the public, and it's going to be part of this bigger project you have. And it's just a mental thing. I'm just making sure I understand. And you're just tossing about release order. And it's not wrong if you do As You Should first, if that's your main story, and then after As You Should, you then release this prequel series. That's totally fine. A lot of authors do that. Not just like a lot of people do it. That's fine. Very much just a mindset thing. Okay. But yeah, I think my biggest advice then, if the point is that this will be released for the public, if it's part of a bigger project you care about, and this is going to be part of a thing for you, my biggest advice is treat this, even though it has to be plot relevant, it has to be coincide with As You Should universe. Treat it like its own thing, because the readers are going to treat it like its own thing. They're not going to give you the passive like, oh, it's just a prequel, so it's okay just to hear about the characters. No, they're still going to want the plot. Treat it as it's a plot, and throughout the plot, we're going to be learning about the family. Treat it like a standalone that just happens to have to be lore accurate and compliant with As You Should. That's how prequels should be handled. If you only wanted to do character information and relationships with the characters, then it would be like a free little fun book where you like have a little portrait of each character and like a description and a timeline for them, and that would be a fun thing for fans just to flip through and be like, oh, this is so cool. We get pictures and some descriptions and dialogue from each character, like an art book or like a little biography book of the family tree. Then it's just like, oh yeah, that's just character features and the siblings and the family tree. Extra included lore book for the collector's edition, that kind of stuff. But if this is a prequel book and it has plot, the plot should be primary, and then we're learning about these characters through the plot. but also to answer the bit about what would happen in a second chapter. The first novella is structured to be a bit more meandery. Each chapter has its own episodic plot, technically. Oh, okay, so we're dealing with episodic plots in this one. Okay. That can still be done. That's fine. It's a little hard. It's tricky, but just because something's hard doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. That's cool. You've forgotten the specific name of the plot structure type, but yeah, like episodic. I get you. Art book and family tree, I draw all the characters as well. Yeah, if you just wanted siblings and parents and extended family as the main thing, then I'd be like, oh yeah, like a plot lore book, little extra. But if there's as an art like lore book, but if there's plot here, treat it like it's its own book. Treat it like that's the main thing. But yeah, if you do art and stuff, 10 I believe went to bed. But 10's actually one of our artists in the Discord too, and they actually do comic scripts and they draw all their comics as well. They're very talented artists. I think people who can draw and write and plot all the stuff, you guys are super talented as fuck. That's an amazing talent. I do think setting a book up as a prequel might put bigger expectations because those who do pick up this based on the series will want to see this being impactful on understanding the original story, and not just a lore-building adjacent story. That's why if it has this plot, even though they know, like, oh, I know who ends up on the throne, because it's this plot, because we're in this character, they'll still be like, oh, but it's cool to see how it happens. It's so cool to see the twists and turns, and the arcs, and what happens, and how did it happen. That's what I'm saying. You can pull this off. I think the plot's primary, character's secondary. It's just that slight little mental mind shift here. And I know I'm like critiquing that rather than like anything here. But I just want to clarify that this thing, I think that will be the biggest thing I can suggest for you from a developmental edit point. Blah, 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 blah. If I can say words. I might not be able to say words ever again. Who knows? I might be going stupid now. But otherwise, I think it's fine. I think it's a huge project. It sounds like you have a lot of multiple books going on in this world, in this timeline. You're doing artwork for it. You're doing so many cool things. It's an ambitious project. I hope it's a fun project for you. It sounds like it is. And none of this was me like bashing you or anything. I don't want you to feel like, yeah, like this was so harsh. People ask me questions. This was just me like clarifying. We were just having a fun little convo and me learning about your story here and what you want. As you should, but she is as explicitly in the first book. And Loki, she cannot defend herself after the second book. So okay, so yeah. So I think this is a pretty good start. We still have that hint of the conflict of what's going to happen. She is this woman, and she's saying that women don't get the same rights, the same power, the same privilege in the royal palace as the sons do. So it has that hint of conflict. That's why I think you can get away with this for the descriptions and just talking about the family. But I think moving forward, for what you want this to accomplish, I think focus on the plot. And through the plot, we'll learn about the family and the members and stuff. So it is providing lore, but also contributing to a part of the plot that I wouldn't have time to write in the main series. Ergo, a story that exists adjacently. Yeah, but again, it's a story. It's its own story. Really enjoyed the conversation. I always prefer to be tested in my writing. I'm glad to. Sometimes I get worried. I'm like, oh man, I don't want to come at you like a, you know, like the good cop, bad cop thing. Like you're not under like justify all of your creative choices ever. Like it's not about that. I was just like, but before I start like shouting advice, before I start like getting up on my little soapbox here, trying to be a cryptid who knows it all, let me make sure, like, do I actually understand what you want? Is this, do I understand things right? Because sometimes we cannot understand things. Sometimes things get clarified later. And I just had this little bit, right? So I'm like, let's talk back and forth a bit. Let's see what your goals are. Let's see if I'm understanding what you plan to do with this correctly. And yeah, I feel like I feel like most of this is fine. What did I do? I did the one thing of like the litter, fixed litter, because she's not part of the same litter. She's part of, unless any of these are twins or triplets, they're all separate litters, 3 separate litters. If we're using the term litter for human beings. But, also, I did want to mention that the small uppercase thing, is something that works in the program I write on, but not on Google Docs. So a bit of the text formatting is scuffed because of that. Oh, was something scuffed? I didn't notice it. I noticed, yeah, just really, I think my thing was just the litter. Because when you say a successful litter of 3, it makes it sound like they're triplets. That's the only thing. When you're all part of the same litter, your triplets are quadruplets. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, then yeah, we're good. We're good. So that's my one critique with the. That's more of a line edit than a developmental edit. I feel like currently this could work. This could work. Even though it's mostly about characters, I think it's still a fine opening because we still have that hint of conflict of what's going to come. But just for moving forward, I'd say just put emphasis on the plot. I need to find a different word. Where was it? You could just even just rewrite the sentence. Evelyn and her 2 siblings were not particularly close to each other, right? It could just be, we don't need a particular letter. We don't need that particular word. It can just be rewrite the sentence, and then it's all fine. Oh yeah, but why is the 13-year-old woman? Is that Evelyn? Is Evelyn the 13-year-old woman? Maybe. Yeah, focus on plot and the half-man and litter bit. Yeah, just clarifying those words, because those were like the little bit like, I could see readers getting confused by what you intended with those words. So I'll point them out. But otherwise, not a lot of hard critiques, except we had some questions back and forth. Now I know what you want to do with this. But otherwise, I think it's a pretty strong start. It sounds like a big, ambitious project. I hope it's fun. I hope you have a lot of fun and enjoyment coming from it. I hope it gets you out of that writing slump. I hope it inspires you a lot and gets those creative juices going again. But yeah, I think that's just my main feedback right now. It's just that reorganization of it. You got it. This chapter covers the first time Evelyn has her period and her grandmother dying. Oh, some big life important stuff happening here. Some big important milestones. How old is she in here? Is she is the 13-year-old woman because this is when she stops feeling like just a girl and daughter. Is that too late? Which age? Oh, it's approximately 12. Like it occur between 10 and 15. Okay, so it's plausible. Yeah, it's fine. It's not unnormal. It's not unusual. I had mine definitely much earlier. I was still in elementary school when I started. Oh, fucking hell. It says on the internet so like you can be up to like 15, so it's not like too late. It's not like worryingly late. There's 2.5 men. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You has returned. Hello, what? Welcome back. So yeah, I think some cool stuff is gonna happen. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, we have Black Dragon Tavern reading. Hello, hello. Welcome, Raiders. There's one that might be getting ads, so I'll have to type it. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, hello. In case anyone's stuck in ads, they can at least see me still in chat saying hi. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? What were you doing? Oh, you already know who it is. Were you peeking in on their stream? Is that why you know? That's so funny. Can we go for 40? Oh, jeez, I don't know if I'm mentally ready to handle 40. But no. What was I saying? But yeah, thank you for submitting this. Thank you for being an absolutely wonderful person to hang back and forth and talk this out with and figure out what your goals and ambitions for this are. Totally wasn't watching. Oh, you totally weren't stalking them. But hello, Black Dragon Tavern Raiders. Jeez, one day I'll be able to say that naturally. Hello, welcome on in. Did you guys have a good stream? But yeah, this was an awesome read. I think you have some great ideas here. You have it sounds like you have a solid plot for everything. 40 is exciting. I don't know if I'm ready for 40. But yeah, so welcome on in. Good day from Melbourne, Australia. Welcome. Oh my goodness. We have I have some, a lot of US, a lot of Canadians, a lot of European. Um, you're not the first Australian. I've had one or two other raccoons also mention they're from Australia. So it's definitely fun seeing more and more people all over the world as we switch some time zones here as I get later and later and then earlier and earlier into the night. Oh my goodness. Oh, do you know Old King Bear? I believe I've seen Old King Bear before too. Yes, yes, yes. But hello, did you guys do any fun thing on stream? What were you guys up to? In the meantime, though, I'll go ahead and get rid of this. We'll go back to my weave screen, the almighty and glorious weave screen, and we'll look to see who is up next. But yeah, Ethereal, if you ever want to submit more of your stuff in the future, I can keep giving feedback. You just resubmit yourself to the queue. That's all. That's all. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, but you also Australian. Oh. Oh, how fun. Who else do I have here? Let's see. Let's see Lord, Tenabu, Ellie. I'm not sure if Ellie's in. Kozetsu, I don't believe is in. I haven't seen them. You guys were just reading? Were you reading your own works? Were you reading from a book? What were you guys reading? I watched A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, and I think I need to step up my fight scenes. Oh, that's cool. I've heard some good things about it, but isn't it, is it? Am I completely making stuff up? Isn't it like Game of Thrones spin-off? Or am I completely making that up? I could be making that up, my bad. I don't know. I just say words sometimes. I don't actually know what they... It's a prequel. Okay, so it is related. You guys are reading Child of the Prophecy. That sounds cool. To believe it, it's a prequel. How fitting. Yeah, considering we were just reading a prequel piece. Yeah, that is fitting. Cryptid is about to be doing a developmental edit on my first book. Yes, Chatty Man, I just finished my developmental edit certificate thingamajigs. I'm gonna try and be the first Cryptid developmental editor. And Chatty Maddie has volunteered to be my guinea pig and let me know how well my developmental editing is. It's the wholesome story from the same universe. Wholesome? In Game of Thrones? How interesting. But yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying good things about it. It's good things. And I'm like, I don't know. It's still Game of Thrones. I don't read a lot of Game of Thrones or watch a lot of Game of Thrones stuff because it's so... I never read or watched Game of Thrones because it had like all the rapey stuff in it. And I don't mess with that kind of content. It's all fine if you guys... It's not like a judgment thing. It's just for my own mental health. But I was like, even though people are liking it, what if it still has that stuff in it? I don't know. Hi, babies. What are you guys meowing at? Funny thing is, I never seen Game of Thrones outside the final couple episodes. You only watched the final episodes? How funny. Okay, wait a second, guys. My cats might be meowing. Let me just make sure everyone is alive. Chatty Maddie, entertain everybody. The model's gonna stare at you guys real quick. Hold on. Let me go check on the cats. They make you not do anything for you. wanna see. Okay. Hello. That was the switching over of the cats. What did I miss? Actual fluoride stare? Yeah. The model's scary when I'm not piloting it around, huh? Too many to even discuss on Twitch chat? Like, by season 5, the show had functionally abandoned the... Oh, we still talking about Game of Thrones? Yeah. How about the Puppy Bowl? People are still traumatized for that one thing, right? As much as I'd like to, I can't live on coffee. Oh man, I feel ya. Adaptation versus this belongs to us now. We do what we want. I never saw the point of faithful adaptations. Like, was Lion King better after it got its faithful adaptation? Well, Lion King's just an adaptation of Hamlet, right? And then the second one, Lion King 2, is just an adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. So you could argue Lion King is adaptations, just with lions. The live action, okay. I definitely feel like the live actions aren't faithful adaptations. You're just doing the exact same thing in the same medium, as in they're both movies, just with a different art style. So to me, it's like that's just a remix, not an adaptation. It's a remix. The Percy Jackson adaptations absolutely show why some adaptations are absolutely foul. Oh no. I know the movies weren't good. Isn't there a TV show now? Is the TV show bad? Like, no one expected a one-to-one recreation of the books, but the show missed the point of so many characters and plot beats. It's the same story, but like looks different. So that's not an... I think sometimes with an adaptation, we're assuming like it's from one medium to another. It's not really a full adaptation. It's just a remix. It's just literally the same thing. It's still a movie. It still has the same plot beats. It's just now CGI instead of animated. In that case, it's kind of pointless. But going from one medium to another, you could argue that that's an adaptation. And then there are some things that you want to keep faithful to the spirit and the tone and the overall thing. But yes, some things you have to change. Kind of the same play. Oh, for Percy Jackson, you think the show is better than the movies? Nice. Who is up next? Is Galactic Honey here? I'm looking through the queue. I believe no one's responded to Haunting of Castle Lobos, unless they're here now. I only see D as their username. I don't see the full username. The new Shifter King. Ellie posted those before her. I don't know if Ellie's in chat. That's a remake, not an adaptation. Yeah, a completely unnecessary one. Yeah, we a lot of us are hating the live action remakes. I would argue the only live action thingamajig from Disney recently I liked, and it's because it's not a remake. It is like an adaptation. It's a new thing. Was Maleficent, right? That was a live action of their Sleeping Beauty, but it had a new story. It's from a new character point of view. It added its own lore. I think Maleficent was really good. If Disney had kept doing that with their live actions, I think it would have been a strong franchise, and people would have liked some of the live actions, because I like Maleficent, but a lot of the other ones where it's literally just remade with CGI, I'm like, what was the point? Yeah, the only live action one you like is The Jungle Book? Oh, I didn't even see that one. Yeah, it's not even live action. It's just an ultra realistic computer. I think I'm saying like it's not live. It's like they redid it, right? They already made a product with that franchise, with that IP, and then they just re-release something to keep the IP up. Remake is just doing the same thing again. It's just doing the same thing again, once more with feeling. I can do falafel, and if it's a remake. Oh wait, no, I want to keep that. Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V. That's a remake, right? It's just copying it. An adaptation might be like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool with this concept of stuff here, and then I take it and I make some of these letters capital. I'm gonna say we make it a little bit longer here because that will fix with the flow better, and then to keep that up on it. See, this is an adaptation. I've changed it slightly. CGI remake of what? I forget. Given how cruelly maligned the art of animation remains to this day, I will accept that live action remakes are okay when we start getting an equal number of animated remakes of live action films. Oh! You're saying it should be an equal amount? We need both? That's funny. I still remember, I was still a baby kid. I was still, let me see here. So yeah, so something can be an adaptation when you go from a book to a movie. That's an adaptation. Something from a movie to a TV series. That's an adaptation. From a webcomic to a TV series. That's an adaptation. You're changing the format, you're changing the media, you might need to change some structure beats, you might need to fix in some plot holes and plot beats. But you've changed it in a way. Literally just copying it, but worse is like that's did I say that right? Did I say adaptation or remake? Fuck, I don't even know anymore. I'm so tired. It's almost 2 a.m. Oopsie. Anyway. Those are remakes and adaptations are slightly different. But I don't think I can think of any live-action adaptations of anime that have been particularly well-liked. One Piece a bit. Stage plays technically are exceptions. So stage plays are liked? Okay. Yeah, I think people... I never watched either One Piece. I'm not a huge shonen fan. I like Bleach. But I don't watch too much shonen anime. Get out of here, King Cal. Are you talking about the live-action movie that they did for Death Note? That was fucking garbage. That was flaming hot garbage. What? Are you talking about like the Netflix one? The Netflix live-action movie they did for Death Note? Fucking garbage. That was trash. What even was that? That was so cringy and sad. I completely forgot about it until you just like Sleeper Agent awakened me and reminded me of that. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, don't even make me think of that again. Don't even want to talk about it. Shiny Maddie Slim? Slim's hug. I don't know if Slim's in chat right now. We do still have Bobicus, and we have Galactic Honey. We have R, who has El Cantadito. Attack on Titan should be put on a ship and sent directly into the sun. Was there a live-action adaptation for Attack on Titan? I don't even know. The word fluffy? I don't know about Naruto. That's an old joke, Chatty Batty. Come on. We have 7. I can't see the full username. Has Hivebound Chapter 1. And then somebody whose username I still can't see submitted a smaller 3-pages snippet from your Batu story. That's my most polished chapter so far, I think. But it's just called Edit, so I can't even tell you what the name of the story was. You're 7? Okay, you're 7. We can do yours. Let's go ahead. Nice and simple here. Let's not overcomplicate. You're here. We'll go ahead and do it. And yours is Hivebound, Chapter 1. I hear Titans like ramen. Hold on. Alexa, turn off backlight. When we do my submission? Were you one of the ones I just called? What's your thing? I just say I can't see some people's things. What's yours? Which one is a Death Head? Who are you in the queue? Were you the one I said earlier? Where I'm like, it starts with a D, but I can't see it, and it's Haunting of Castle Lobos? Is that yours? Because I've called you several times on the stream. I can't see it. Do you understand? Streamer mode cuts their name. Yeah. You're not letting me see your name. It just literally says D ... Like, please help me out here. So when I kept calling Haunting of Castle Lobos, was that yours? Been called several times. I'm like, oh yeah, we had this, we had this, we had that, and Haunted Castle Lobos. No, okay. I have no idea. I'm not a huge Discord person. That is something to look up or ask chat. But yes, I've been called. You could have been done early. You could have been one of the first people done today because I was calling for you. So that's funny. The library smelled of stale vanilla dust from frayed yellow pages and stowed relics of mere historic worth, disturbed for the first time in centuries. Put your name in the title of the Google Doc so that it doesn't get hidden by streamer mode. New tech. You don't even have to put it like that, because I can show you guys what it looks like. Hold on, I can pull it up. Window. This is what it looks like. Do you guys see? I'm trying not to show my private messages too much. I don't think it shows you, right? No, it's just showing. Okay, yeah, we're good. But do you see it just says D? I can't tell who you are. So even if you just put like in your submission after your link here, then you just put like, hey, it's Deathhead's 419 for this. Then I'll be like, oh, okay. Yeah, with the actual Hellwise Discord like this. Someone else sees H, and then other people just have stuff like Ellie, right? I can. That's why I can say Ellie. I can say Losi Lore. I can say 10. I can see their names, but other people's have theirs hidden. That's it. I'm like, I don't know. I just called the title of your stuff. I was just trying my best though. I tried my best though. Hi, found. There we go. Now we're back. For this one. Who was this book? For 7. 7, is there anything you want to let us know in chat about this piece? This is 7 pages. It's big pages. Well, it's like 6 in some paragraphs. I can see if I can read the whole thing. I'll see it when my voice quits. How scripted to yours? Let me see. I see yours as Chatty Matty. So I don't see, it doesn't say Sir Chatty Matty, it just says Chatty Matty. But it does say Chatty Matty. For Kozetsu, it just says K. Slim Slim. Bobicus is just B. But I now know it's like the God Shadow because they have their thing named, and I remember that there's this God Shadow, and they have the same little icon. Galactic Honey shows, and that's why I said someone with the username R ... but I can't see it. Did it change? Let me go ahead and check. Where was it? I don't know if there's a way for me to refresh it. Let me try going to a different one. It's still showing as just a D ... for me. But maybe it just needs a minute. I don't know. I don't know how yours looks. Is yours El Candidito? Raymond, is that yours? El Candidito? Is that one yours? Nasa's noble title, damn. Yeah. Which one are we trading? Raymond, which one is yours? I can't tell you which one's yours. That one's yours? It just shows as R ... Yeah, I can't see yours. It doesn't say Raymond. It says just R ... That's all it shows. See, is this something you guys do? I don't know. So what was 7 saying? Nothing special, just writing a thing. Trying to be a bit more descriptive than my usual writing. Okay. Is this... So it says chapter 1. So it sounds like it's part of a bigger project. So at least a multi-chapter project. This is so frustrating. This is why I had the same name everywhere. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. But I was calling you, if you're asking like, oh, why haven't we done mine yet? I was calling you throughout the stream. I just couldn't say Deathheads. It just showed as D, so I was saying the name of your work. But I think you only showed up now, so I was like, oh yeah, well, that's why we didn't do it. Sorry. Oh, my bad. I think you guys can edit your submissions. You can edit anything you put in Discord, and you can be like, oh, this is by... And then you can just put your full Twitch username. just to make sure. Stowed relics of mere historic worth. I'm wondering, I guess, and I think this is trying to apply like little value, right? The little historic value. But for some reason, just of mere historic worth doesn't. I know mere is trying to apply little here. Stowed relics of little historic worth, I think might flow better. That's just my first little thing. So hold on. Disturbed for the first time in centuries. It was a neglected room, but no doubt once frequented by the late master. Book 2's prologue and first chapter are up, you'll know who. Yeah, your name is fine. I'm so sorry. Did you guys not know when you have streamer mode on that it hides your thing? I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's like a thing. Like I'm gonna show you. Yeah, see, Raymond, see, it just shows R ... 7. At least it shows a 7, and there's not too many people whose username starts with 7. You turned it off years ago? Never had a name in my life. What? Oh my goodness, that's funny. So Galactic Honey shows theirs. Bobicus, it just shows B. Slim shows Slim. I happen to know because of the thing, and I've already read some of their first thing. The Tales of the Tiamat say is Koizetsu, but it just shows as K. Chatty Maddie. Ellie shows H for the new Shifter King, so I don't know who that is. Yeah, and C just shows D for Haunting of Castle Lobos. Los Laura's fine, 10's fine. Solar even has a funny little O with a cross, like the dash through it. You're just the R1. There's no point with the global weight to keep you from publishing. That's how you know you're on the right track. Yeah, so it's so funny. Then Blub is fine. Author Relic is fine, yeah. It's just funny. Oh fuck, where? Hold on. I had to do that, the right thing up. Let's change this to... Gotta move my screens around. Subjected, neglected room, but no doubt once frequented by the late master. Barren bookshelves filled the space. I think I'm just cursed. Oh no! A harsh screech of packing tape tore through the silence, prompting Lady Vespera, is that how you say it? Vespera to speak. That's the last of the geology section? Yes, my lady. Ione straightened up. She was reluctant to dismantle a noble place so unlike the ostentatious, ornament-filled archives of most manors. Nevertheless, those decisions were beyond her purview. She was a contract worker. Shall I prep the transport manifest? I'm sorry if you're cursed. Maybe you need to take a salt bath. Maybe you need to throw some, like burn some incense. Clear the corners of your house, of your apartment, whatever. Why don't you let me, this girlfriend? I'm emotionally constipated. Don't judge me. Oh. If it makes you feel better, Raymond, about being the R1, my name's publicly available because we run a business. So I'm Caitlin, and my last name is a German name that a lot of people can't say, and it starts with R. So since I was in a class once in school, and there were like 7 Caitlins and Katies, and so for a while, like you can't, and then there's also a Catherine. So there was like several Caitlins and Katies, and then there was one Catherine. Oh, fucking hell. Hi, Nevermore, it's good to see you. Contact your internet provider. So like the most popular ones got to be like, oh, I'll be Katie, I'll be Kat, I'll be Catty, I'll be Kate, I'll be this. So everyone had to choose one. But even at the end, there still weren't enough nicknames. So then like the last 2 of us still had to be Caitlin, and I was one of the last. So I had to be Caitlin, and I hate being called Caitlin. And so, but since there was 2 of us that had the last letter. So one of them was like Caitlin A, and I was Caitlin R, and I'm like, this is fucking bullshit. I don't want to be Caitlin R for the whole school year. This is bullshit. You're German too? No, just my biological dad. And you know, that's like one of the things where it's like, who knows how fucking long ago that was, right? Like, it could have been his great whoever had a German ancestor or something. Who knows? But it's, if you're actually asking for percent, I don't know. I'm just American. I'm just white. Yeah, someone recommended me for developmental editing. Oh. I was waiting for an R. Kelly joke. Get out of here, banned. Your grandma, my mom. Your maternal grandma is German. Oh, very cool. So now I'm looking over that advice. So someone recommended you for developmental editing. You're not German or white. Banned. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Please don't cancel me. I'm kidding. I think I'm actually, it's funny because Mama Cryptid is Hispanic. And she can tan, right? She can tan. She has like the curlier hair. Maiden name's like Fernandez, right? I did not get any of those genes. I look like a goddamn ghost. And I don't even tan. I like burn up if I think about the sunlight too hard. It's unfair. Can I check? Yeah, I'll check. Let's see here. R, still R. It's showing here. Maybe I just need to close it and reopen it. I can try doing it on my phone. Maybe it will update on the... Maybe like try exiting out of it. And then I can like reload it. Is that what's called? I can just open up again. Let's reopen Discord. And then I'll open all this stuff up. Try going to a different thing. It shows it here for me? Do I have to like open up my phone? Story submissions. If I pull it up on my phone, I can see everyone's full name. It's only like for my computer that it censors it. So I don't know. I don't know what that means. On my computer, it still has you just as D. I'm sorry. Yes, my lady. Ione straightened up. She was reluctant to dismantle a noble place, so unlike the ostentatious, ornament-filled archives of most manors. Nevertheless, those decisions were beyond her purview. She was a contract worker. Shall I prep the transport manifest? Lady Vespera didn't turn. The only sign of life, the flowing white hair rising and falling on her shoulders. Lady Vespera, or rather Vera, as Ione had nicknamed her. Is it a nickname? She just calls her my lady. Stood at a floor-to-ceiling viewport, a purple-gowned silhouette against the white metallic dreadnoughts her siblings commanded. The dreadnoughts were ascending, carving streaks of light through unpolluted void. Despite the departure, Vera remained tethered planet-side. Your great-grandpa on my mom's side did. Oh, during questionable things during Germany's and Russia's bad divorce 80 years ago. Yeah. If you look back in your family tree, suddenly you realize, like, oh no. There were bad people in history. Sometimes we're related to them. Fuck. I don't even go that far back in my family history. My biological father tried killing me. He almost drowned me in a tub when I was a baby cryptid. That's why, that's why we escaped him. Ooh, that was like a whole thing. Fun lore fact. It's okay though. Now I just have a papa cryptid. He ducky. Let's see. I'm wondering, I know you're trying to add more details. That's your main goal for this 7? Yeah, right? The universe tried taking me out when I was little. It knew I'd grow up to be a menace, so it had to try and take me out when I was young. What was it? My family is up. My great-grandfather was a devout. Oh no! Yeah, see, we go back on those family trees. You see, start seeing all those problematic fuckers. We just gotta try and be our best selves. That's all we can do. We have to try and give all the kindness and the goodness we can do. So let's see, you're saying nothing special. Trying to be a bit more descriptive than your usual writing. That's what Seven said earlier. That's a sad lore drop. Well, I think it would be sad if I actually died. The fact that I survived it, I think, is pretty good, right? Hopefully that part's not the sad part. Can you imagine to be like, guys, I survived this crazy thing, and you're like, oh, that's the sad part, you survived, and I'll be like, damn. That'd be funny. Kind of trying to set a medievalish tone. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I'm not saying about the description. I'm wondering if, since you're trying to be more descriptive than usual, if the way you're trying to go about that is having longer sentences. Because the descriptions aren't bad. It's just sometimes the sentences are very, very long. Like here in this one, it's Lady Vesper, or rather Vera, as Leone had nicknamed her, stood at a floor-to-ceiling viewport, purple gown silhouette against the white metallic dreadnoughts her siblings commanded. So we get a lot of info, a lot of descriptions here. We get her, Lady Vesper, we get a nickname, we get where she's standing and what that view is, this floor-to-ceiling viewport. We have her gown, we have these dreadnoughts, we have the fact that her siblings. That's a lot of info in one sentence. This could be 2 sentences, right? It could be broken up. We could still keep that same amount of description, just in 2. What other one was like this? Even the opening one is a little bit of a run-on sentence. The library smelled of stale vanilla dust from frayed, yellowed pages and stowed relics of mere historic worth, disturbed for the first time in centuries. Great. So that one's a little long one. We could have that one in 2. Let's see. Besides trying to kill us for 1,000 years. I'm so sorry. I know my family tree is a giant. Oh my god, really? I have a little family twig. It's just a little one. One of my forebears fought in the Union Army. Oh wait, hold on, my little foot beats. Let me go back. There we go. Low 5 beats. Almost died at Andersonville and then re-enlisted after being prisoner exchanged and fought under Grant with the Union Army and was at the surrender of Lee's army at a... I'm gonna say that wrong. That's crazy that you can know so much about your history. That's such a... Even, it's cool just to know that fact and to know so many things about your ancestors, right? The long sentence weren't intentional there. Yeah, and that's fine. I'm not saying like, oh, this is so horrible to me. I'm just saying like, hey, the details here are good. I just think they're all in one long sentence. But we can just break it up into 2 for a lot of these. And then the details are good, then the sentence flow will be better and it will be easier to read. That's just something I'm noticing here. I was wondering, I'm like, since you're trying to add more description, I wonder if that change resulted in some long run-on sentences, right? That's what I was asking about. Sorry, I got sidetracked with the family stuff. And the guys chill, right? Oh my god. That's something you can bring up with your medical team stuff. There can be family history of stuff like that. So, like, yeah, that's an important thing to note. And pacing might work if they lean into a kind of proud storyteller narrator. Like a dude you meet in a medieval tavern. That's something to keep in mind. Let's keep reading. Vera remained tethered, planet-side. Don't bother, Vera said, voice laced with ice. Oh, hold on, that wasn't the right voice. Don't bother, Vera said, voice laced with ice. Ione's grip tightened as she slid the box off to the side, where others were stacked. Hugs, not drugs, peeps, right? Yeah. Everything of value has been removed. Procedures are meaningless. What's your family history? Maybe a history of psychotic murderous intent? Right? There's some, if you go to certain parts of Florida, I don't know about other states probably have this. If you go to certain parts, there's, sorry, which I meant was just make me think. There's certain parts where, like, yeah, there's like crazy things with the amount of psychotic murders that happen with certain families, but it's like all the families in an area, like the families there. Something happened with like the area that affected those people, and then they all like kind of turn psychotic and are murdering and hurting each other there. It's like something that happens in that area. To the point where a lot of people are like, oh, like something happened here. People or the government did something to the people there, and now they're all crazy. Oh. The blue people of Kentucky. Okay, I want to do an answer sheet. One of Mom and Papa Cryptid's friends they know, her relatives are part of like some of those towns. And like, yeah, a lot of the people there, like she was like sharing, she's like, oh, her family still lives in those areas. And then she was having to do a lot of stuff and pull back from events and stuff because like her sister got murdered, and then like the kid was abducted, but then the boyfriend who had abducted the kid had been murdered by somebody else for a different reason. And then they were like, it was like this whole thing, and that's just and it'll go back like that for generations, but to all the families in that town. And you're like, oh, something's in the water over there. I'm betting on lead poisoning for 50. Right, like something happened there, because it'll be like all the families there in that one particular space, and you're like, oh, don't want to be there. Okay. On a glass display behind Ione, Barlow's claw grated, drawing her attention. Her cat was testing a jagged edge of obsidian that seemed to darken its surroundings. Ione hissed, "Barlow, no!" The cat glanced up, staring at her with lackadaisical eyes. Oh! Barlow, we love you. Funniest part, my mom's side has a record of a relative who fought beside Joan of Arc? Ooh, that's cool. My dad's side, British. I'd really like to know what my family hates itself. Leaded gasoline may low-key be the most destructive thing ever invented by mankind. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, you'll see there will be certain areas and they're more like a little bit more isolated. But you'll find stuff like that here in Florida. I think you can see it in some other states, but I just know like particular ones here in Florida, and we're like, ew. And yeah, like the friend of the parents, like that person's fine, but she's also not there anymore. She's like not there. She's like related to them, but she wasn't like raised there. She wasn't there. So like she's fine. But like all the family relatives that are still there are like, ooh. You're almost certain you relate to an NFL player? That'd be fucking cool. Do you think you'd get their autograph for you all the time? Same last name, and he grew up an hour away from my hometown, and I do have family who lives in that area. You should ask your extended family, like, hey, what's up? We're amazing, my dad said. What if we just forcibly colonized you? Right? Oh no. Barlow's part inched forward. Ione's breath hitched. The artifact tipped. Ione leapt towards the orb, catching it midair. She managed a deep breath as she braced for the fall. The artifact was safe. The landing never came. Ione blinked rapidly, each blink shifting her vision. Objects stuttered in front of her. Barlow, Vera. Her heart stopped beating. Her breath brought no air. Golden wires pierced her. Every inch of her, endlessly. Suddenly they clicked into place, trillions of jumpers on a breadboard the size of the universe stabbing her. Obsidian, her room, her bed. Ione was everywhere. Every organ was everywhere, within grasp yet light years away. Her form could no longer contain her. She was expanding, every cell drifting further away. Blanket, shark plushie, pillow. Her skin stretched, trying to wrap around her, but her body wasn't there. Her skin was a mere suggestion of the form she might be, could be. She tried to fight it, tried to flex her fingers, tried to kick her legs, but could only watch as the universe ripped her apart. Pillowcase, washing machine, sink. And yet she felt no pain. Toothpaste, toothbrush, void. An internal pressure grappled her mind. It expanded, as if her lungs had inhaled a full breath of air and then did it again. A split second later, the feeling vanished, and so did the stone. Grandma, your cousin so-and-so did something. Who? So-and-so. Who? Yeah, like, so you have no idea who that person is. Where they go? The floor slammed into Ione's ribs. She was still staring at her palms. Somehow the rock had dissolved into her. Oh, that's not good. She saw veins within. Not blood vessels, but geometric order. A pulsing circuit board. Ione's body caught up to her mind with a ragged gasp, and her vision turned to normal. A dull, pervasive gray everywhere. Ione? Vera spun around. I'm sorry, my lady? Ione hacked out. Tears filled her eyes. She looked down at her hands. The relic was gone. In its place, only white-hot veins with a sickening, bulging rhythm. It hurts. Please. Let me see, Vera ordered, stepping closer. Her eyes glanced at the display, at the cat cleaning his paw, and then at the trembling servant's hands. No, it's Ione's cat. The cat should care. My cats, they're always so worried about me every time I'm sick or injured. Those cats really do care. I think the cat would be worried about her a smidgen. Just a little. Barlow, she saved you. This could have been you, Barlow. Your human saved you. Is this why you separated for 19 years? Uncle Third Ryan now between them. Oh no. Great-grandfather brought home an Iron Cross from World War II. So he was someone to kill as he was American and a member of the OSS, which became the CIA. That's crazy. I saw this clip of like a woman who was bringing like these heirlooms and stuff to get appraised. And they went to the appraiser, and it was like this circular adjustable thing, and it had like a name engraved in it and like years and stuff. And the appraiser asked her, like, what do you think this is? And she was saying, oh, well, my family back in the Civil War, American Civil War, right? We were fighting on this side, and they went to this house right before it burned up. And we've always said in our family, and all my relatives have said, that we think this is a slave collar, and that our relatives freed the slaves, this particular slave, before they burnt down that house. That this is the collar of the slave that they freed. And this is the thing they kept, and that's something that's been kept down for generations. And the appraiser had to break it to her, and he's like, no. This is just... That's not a slave collar. That is a dog collar. That name engraved in it is the family dog. This was just from looting that house before they burnt it down. Your family, your ancestor just looted this metallic dog collar, thinking it was a more precious metal than it was. Realized that they couldn't sell it because it was a subpar metal. They didn't save anyone. It's just a dog collar from them looting the house before burning it down. And she was like, oh. It's the funniest ass shit. How did the appraiser know? Because it's like what they're supposed to do. Having this fully engraved, customizable, adjustable, decorative collar for like the slave you're abusing. No, it was a dog collar, and also it was like too small. It was like a weird size. So like maybe it was like a slave bracelet. And you like put it on. It's like it's not a slave bracelet. Look at the size. It was like a big dog. It was like a big dog collar. It was adjustable. It was for the family dog. Dog collar. It was the funny ass shit seeing that happen and being like, no, like whatever like narrative your family told you is not true. They were just looters. They just stole the dog collar before burning down the house. Cryptid side quest 4,000 unlocked. Probably. It's probably been more. Priest is slave. Priest look for dogs. Every time I see pawn says, I just wonder how often do people get their hands on these things? How the fuck do people get their hands on these things? Well, historically, it's from an ancestor looting. They looted, they stole the stuff, and then they passed it down, and then it's now junk in someone's garage, and then they sell it. But it's normally from this crazy thing historically called stealing. People historically stole things. Oh. It just, Barlow hit it, and Ione gasped. A wave of liquid fire rushed through every limb, every inch of skin, searing straight to her brain. It wasn't heat, it was pressure. She was going to die. I tried to catch you. Please, my lady, help. Varys squatted down, grabbing Ione's wrist to take a closer look. Ione recoiled, trying to pull her arm away, but Varys' grip was steel. As Vera began examining the circuitry with a cold, inspecting glare, tears poured out of Ione's eyes unhindered. The pressure continued building. Ione felt like she should be dead. She wanted to be dead. All she felt was burning. Live, Blue Woman stays till ungodly hours again. It helps tomorrow's a holiday, so there's not as the mail might not be happening, so I can stay up a little bit later today because there's not as much stuff to go out tomorrow because it's a holiday. The mail's gonna be different. I prefer to call it borrowing. Character with their book. What makes you think God wouldn't be a 24-hour service? Is that a particular comment to something? Did I miss it? Did I miss the reference? All she felt was burning. Fascinating. Varys stared at Ione, dropping the wrist and returning to her full noble height. You're radiating energy. I'm so sorry, my lady. Ione shuddered, forcing herself to her knees, ignoring the shattering pain of her joints. Her mind was consumed by the object she lost. I was trying to catch it. I'm so sorry, Lady Vera. Please. Please. I took it for extended borrowing purposes, honestly. Ungodly hours. You forgot about President's Day. Yeah. So today is Sunday, so there wasn't too much that I could sleep in a bit today. Tomorrow there's gonna be still, they might not do the mail, right? Because it's the holiday. So there's not as much crazy things to do with the business. So I can stay a little bit late tonight. Vera didn't blink. She simply watched as Ione groveled, her features stuck in stone. A soft meow fluttered through the tension. Barlow trotted over elegantly, donned in his permanent gray tuxedo coat, ignoring the palpable air. He nudged Ione's knee, demanding pats. no, cats are smarter than that. Barlow would be feeling. Hi, Tarkin. Welcome on in. Welcome to the Cryptid Cult. Holidays are just another day. Yeah, for me, holidays are only important just for shipping purposes, right? Just because we have the business. This character says this to Barry while he's in a tree. Lunar New Year? Barlow, Ione croaked, a sob breaking through her chest. She reached down to comb his fur, seeking the grounding softness. Her trembling fingertips grazed his ear. Is this gonna be sad? Is something gonna happen to Barlow? Is something gonna happen to Barlow? You have to let me know now. Is something gonna happen to Barlow? Because it says crack. It says crack. In bold letters right after that. It says crack. I'm sorry, Elma. He gets an important role later. He's okay. You scared me there for a second because you just started with I'm sorry, so I thought something was gonna happen, but then you say he's okay. You had to start with he's okay. Oh no, I'm so scared. A jagged arc of white plasma flashed between them. Barlow walled. Is it supposed to be wailed? Because what's walled? I think you mean wailed. Leaping backwards, scratching helplessly against the wooden floorboards. He cowered by the nearest bookshelf, staring at Ione with wide eyes, ears flattened against his head. It didn't hiss. Ione lurched. Her hand clung to her chest. Ozone and burning hair stung the air. Vera stepped between them, blocking Ione's view. Ione craned her neck, attempting to look at Barlow behind the draping nightgown. Barlow is... He's fine, Vera interrupted, her gaze pinned to Ione. Leave him. You read people's books? It doesn't have to be books. I read people's story submissions, their fanfic, their plot outlines, all that different stuff. And then I give 1 to 2 pieces of critique. And then for people who submit multiple times and want more feedback, I do more in-depth critique. I'm better at developmental edit suggestions, but I also offer like line or like little edits if I notice them. Walled is a word. That's what I say. I learn something new every day. So walled, what's that? Give a loud plaintive cry like that of a cat. Okay. Oh, you're looking for an editor at the moment? I'm still a baby editor, and I'm also a developmental editor. I'm not sure what editor you're looking for exactly, because there's developmental line copy editors. My first client is actually going to be Sir Chatty Manny in chat, because they finished up their edits of Chapter 5 for their first book. They're working on Book 3, actually, of the series. And I'll be giving that, and then Chatty Manny's going to review me and let me know if I'm actually a good developmental editor. But I just finished up a little certificate course to be a developmental editor, and yeah, I'm the first, I think, Cryptid. I'm the first Cryptid to be an editor. So that's some exciting stuff. And thank you for the follow, and hey, welcome to Cryptid Cult. You can always, if you want to, submit your first bit, like the first chapter or the first few pages, into the story submissions queue. And then, like this, it's just for free, it's just for funsies. I read the beginning of it. And you can kind of see, like, okay, this is the type of stuff that Cryptid is gonna comment and point out here. This is the kind of stuff, just to see if it's something you're interested in. This one. Hi. Oh, you finished? Good job. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I did finish it. I don't want to review it too yet. I feel like it was a little short. I feel like for the money it could have had a little bit more content, but I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. I'm still thinking about a review of it. I don't know. What was I on? Man, it's really bad when the ADHD shows its head on the stream, huh? You're writing your first novel. You're at 63,000 words. That's an amazing amount. You should be so proud of all the work you've done. The content was what I needed it to be. For my particular thing that I was looking for. So that was okay. Um, Writing fresh, but yeah, 60,000 words. You should feel so accomplished with all the work that you got done. That's a huge achievement. I hope you give yourself a huge pat on the back. It's amazing to have done that level of work for a creative project. Where was I? Leave him. There we go. I hurt him. Ione choked out, staring down at her palms. They just barely touched him. Ione looked up at Vera. You touched me, Ione whispered. How are you fine? Because I didn't flinch. Vera grabbed Ione's chin, her skin like ice against Ione's burning flesh. Wait, hold on, going back. Where was it? I'm just going back. But Vera's grasp was steel. I'm wondering if her skin is like ice. Should that have been mentioned when she first grabbed her? Because before it's just like, oh, it's steel, as in it's like a strong grip. But then the second time, now it's like ice. I wonder if it should still be like ice both times Vera grabs her. That's what I want to make sure. The bruising grip demanded attention, yet sent a confusing jolt of relief through Ione's jaw as she locked with Vera's golden eyes. Staring straight down at the frozen girl, she explained, I can resist it. The cat can't. Can you stand? Yes, my lady, Ione replied instinctively. Ione felt a tug on her chin. She tried to rise, following Vera's guidance, but her legs wobbled, leading her to attempt a safe sink back to the ground. Vera wouldn't let her. I'm wondering, she only ever really addresses her as my lady? It doesn't sound that she is a servant. Is it revealed later that, like, they're actually closer than what's being portrayed here? Because it says, like, oh, she has the nickname. Ione's nicknamed her Vera. But she doesn't use that. She calls her my lady. That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, when does the nickname come in? With a sharp jerk, Vera hauled her upwards. Ione's legs buckled beneath her, sending her collapsing on Vera's chest, her face lodged in the noble's neck. Ione gasped, her nose filling with the infuriatingly grounding scent of sweet bergamot. I'm so sorry. Ione stuttered, trying to push back, to place herself on the floor where servants belonged. But a cold hand twisted the back of her head, pulling her hair with unsaid threats, which locked her in place. The nickname is just in her head. For now. Well, like, a nickname in your head, you could accidentally use it. And this person is her boss, is this scary lady, is this, like, icy cold lady, right? I don't know if she would even have a nickname besides, like, an insulting one, like that rude bitch, right? Like, something like that. Like, she might just be Lady Vespera, but Vera sounds like, I don't know, it's just a little odd. I'm just wondering about that a bit. She does use it once this chapter somewhere. Okay, she does say it. Let's see. A second arm banded around her neck, banded around her back, forcing her to drop all hopes of escape. Her traitor's body leaned deeper into Vera's chilling clutches. Don't lie to me, Vera whispered into her ear. Ione latched onto her grounded breast as she continued. You need to see a doctor. This is going to become a romance later, so okay, I was wondering if I was picking up on those vibes, right? I think maybe that nickname then could happen with the romance part, but if the romance hasn't happened yet, I don't think then she should have the nickname yet. Maybe that nickname happens as the friendship and the romance happens. The hand keeping Ione's head in place vanished, shortly replaced by a push against her knees. She shivered as Vera swung her into a princess carry and began walking towards the exit. Barlow, you have my attention. History will just say they're friends. Forget about him. Vera didn't slow her pace, heading straight out of the library. Ione bounced in Vera's firm grasp as they exited the library. She squeezed her eyes shut as she tried to focus on the dark Victorian woodwork instead of the constant burn inside her. Despite her efforts, she remained acutely aware of the noble that staved off the heat. Oh, look at the soft breast pressed against her side and the citrus scent filling her nose. She wanted to pull away, she wanted to pull closer. This doesn't get too crazy, doesn't it, in this chapter? I don't think we got anything crazy. Okay. I was just checking. Officially gagged Callie with some... Oh, King Cal, yeah. When it cringed. No, nothing happens. That line was the craziest, probably. Okay, I was just checking. Where was I? Fuck. So we're seeing a few different things. You said I think you were going for a medievalish tone. Right, you wanted that. I was wondering if this is more sci-fi. And I could see, like, okay, blending sci-fi and maybe some medievalish stuff. But then we also have stuff like shark plushies and things. So I'm like, okay, that could still be happening like a sci-fi. But now we have also Victorian woodwork. So we have Victorian woodwork settings. We're having the medieval speak, I think you mentioned earlier. And then it's also sci-fi futuristic. There's a few different elements here that might be difficult to juggle. It's not impossible, I'm just saying that it might be difficult. Sci-fi nobility things. Okay. Where was I? Vera, for her part, cared little. She immediately left the manor and stepped outside. On the left was the well-maintained garden. On the right was a giant paved launch pad. There were only 2 ships on the pad, both on the smaller side at about 2 cars long. A polished white one belonging to Vera, the other gray, likely belonged to a higher-ranked servant on envoy. So you get another really long sentence that could probably split into 2. As they approached the shuttle, Vera abruptly stopped. Ione was unceremoniously placed on the concrete. The sudden loss of Vera's cold, commanding grip jarred Ione. With nothing to siphon her mind away, the burning pain flared up again. She shivered despite the warm air. Her burning pain, and then she shivered. Okay. A small voice in the back of her mind craved to be picked up again, to be distracted from her body with Vera. But the far more prevalent thought was of utter humiliation, quickly stifling down a pathetic whine as she tucked her own arms around her. A piercing click brought her focus back to Vera, not that it truly left. The shuttle had just been unlocked. Vera stared blankly down at her, frustratingly ignoring everything they just shared. What everything they just shared? Can you walk yet? Ione nodded insistently, pushing off the ground with her hands. Her legs again began wobbling, but this time managed to maintain balance as she took a step. Letting out a breath, she approached the shuttle, Vera trailing behind her. Unlocking the low-body ship had slid its primary door to the right, allowing Ione to step into the vehicle, where she paused. Shotgun, Vera ordered behind her. Ione sat in the seat right of the captain's chair. where Vera sat down after. So that one's normally when someone calls shotgun, they're actually saying the person who called it's gonna sit shotgun. It's like a weird little thing about that. So normally if like Vera said, oh, shotgun, the normal thing is that then Vera's saying she'll take shotgun. Here you're meaning it as a command, like Vera is commanding Ione, like, you go sit shotgun. I would maybe clarify a bit. It's just one of those funny things with that one. As soon as Vera sat, she flicked a few switches, then held down a button on the comms panel. Sector Control, Shuttle Charlie Zulu Tango 017 at the estate pad, requesting visual departure to Zizitril Shipyard. Have medics on standby. She released the button, turning to Ione. How's the burn? Well, it's okay. But Ione lied, glancing away from Vera's intense gaze and towards the various console buttons in front of her. She recognized the array of radar systems, although she'd never personally used them. Are they leaving the cat? Are they leaving Barlow? Is Barlow gonna starve? Who's gonna give Barlow dinner? I don't know, I'm so worried about Barlow. The radio buzzed as air traffic control responded. Charlie Zulu Tango 017 Sector Control. You are cleared for immediate visual departure. Direct to Zizitril. Medical on standby. Airspace is empty. The sky is yours. Barlow comes back next chapter. Does he come back hungry? What if he missed dinner? Who's here at the estate on the planet to give him dinner? He doesn't know. He thinks this person shocked him. He doesn't know. Barlow. Cleared for visual direct to Zizitril, Tango 17. Vera replied effortlessly, tapping another button on the comms panel to command the ship's AI. Start up engines and set course for the shipyard. Full autopilot. Request route changes and interference. The AI's feminine voice confirmed the order. Autopilot for Zizitril Shipyard. Full auto. Manual overrides on standby. With that, the floor rumbled slightly, and the ship took to the air. I would normally stop here, but it's just like a little over a page left. I think we can finish it. The short trip proceeded in silence, yet Ione's pain still simmered beneath her skin. She gripped the seat's handles, turning her knuckles white as every rumble of the engine sent a pulse of flame through her new circuits. Seeking an anchor, Ione stared out the window. Acres of light blue forest rolled by, a rare sight privy only to nobles. Ione bit her lip, tasting the coppery blood, and forced her brain to revel in it. To revel in anything but the heat within. The Zizitril family was liquidating their holdings. Chances are, this planet would soon suffer capitalistic endeavors and become, well, shithole. I love leggings. The anger provided a brief reprieve from the alien pressure within her. But Vera's definitive command echoed in her mind. To forget Barlow. She shuddered. Before long, the pair had arrived at the shipyard, their view consumed by the 100-meter walls hiding everything within. Is this supposed to be like an enemies to lover type thing? But that's why I was saying, like, oh, what context do you want to give the story when we read, right? What are, because you're saying it's eventually romance. You're saying it's eventually romance between Vera and Ione. What is it going to be? Slow burn? Are they banging next chapter? Have they been banging all along and she's just like kind of cold? What's the vibe here? What's let us know. What's the vibe? Before long, the pair had arrived at the shipyard, their view consumed by the 100-meter walls hiding everything within. As they passed through the gates, an even more imposing sight appeared. Right at the center stood Vera's personal ship, the Scepter. It was no dreadnought, but it put most battleships to shame. a monolith of polished white and silver. It was skinnier than most ships its size, but far longer. Ione dug her nails into her palms, her breath hitching, as the scale sent a moment of terror through her. Ships this size housed cities, packed with housing, plantations, daycares, and everything in between. But the bulge at the front, housing the reactors and control decks, loomed over her. Oh, Ione breathed, her vision blurring at the edges. She had seen large ships before. She had been in large ships before, but never any quite as large as this, and certainly not any as decorated and extravagant. This was a noble ship. So she's never seen this one before. But she instantly knows this is Vera's personal ship compared to someone else's. Okay. She is quite beautiful, Vera commented, chuckling, before facing the controls once more and holding the comms button. Scissor Control, Shuttle Charlie Zulu Tango 017, inbound on visual, requesting clearance to dock the scepter. They'll bang by like chapter 5, sort of initially kind of toxic, that grows into wholesome romance, probably. Only 10 chapters planned at the moment, so not 100% sure. Should I remove that early scepter mention? Okay. I guess something else happens later. So is it mostly a romance plot? Is the plot romance? Or is there some other plot here with her gaining zappity zap powers? And the romance is a subplot. I'm asking what genre this is. Where was I? Tango 17, Scissor Control, visual confirmed. The reply came instantly, with the controller's voice crisp. You are cleared for approach and docking. Scepter Primary Bay. Doctors expecting you. Medical teams are holding on the deck. Okay, so this genre is romance, okay. The artifact gives her some magical hive mind powers that they use to fight Vera's family and whatnot. Okay, but mainly romance genre, and then there's this subplot with the powers and infighting. Okay. Now she swapped her finger to the AI comms. Auto-docking, please. Auto-docking initialized, the feminine AI replied, and the shuttle began its descent towards the battleship. Oh, it's a battleship. So a personal ship that's like a city is also a battleship. Okay. The crushing weight of the ship became more apparent as they continued approaching the bulge, trimmed in rings of silver backdrop by the polished white body. She felt so terrifyingly insignificant as her entire sight was dominated by shimmering metal. Eventually, they reached one of the many open gates and entered a dock properly sized for the tiny shuttle, no doubt thousands of times smaller than the ship. As the ship shuddered, unfurling small landing legs, its primary door opened, revealing the much less ornamented interior. Metal pipes, wires, pure functionality. Standing right outside the door were 3 people dressed in sterile white coats. Let's go, Vera said, standing up and glancing towards Ione, who stood and focused back on the task at hand, figuring out what the fuck happened to her, and more importantly, the priceless artifact. You go to sleep? Good night, Bobicus. Have a good one. Little stuff in chat. What good raccoons. Okay. So you're saying there's something you had to fix with mentioning the scepter. I'll leave that up to you. We're only getting this first little chapter here. As a general, this isn't developmental edit, it's just noticing, like, yeah, especially in the beginning, there was a lot of, it wasn't as prevalent towards the end, but I caught it a few times. There was a lot of those longer run-on sentences that could have been split into 2. So that's just a general, like comment, like, hey, double check your sentence length here, and what all the things you're trying to cram into a sentence. Make sure it's not too much info per sentence. It helps with the flow. For the developmental editor critique, I am still wondering about this nickname. We never... You said she used it like later on in this chapter, but it's so far she hasn't used it at all except in her brain. Which to me it's still odd that she has a nickname in her head that she never actually uses, because they're not on that level. This is just her boss. It's just a very cold boss. So I think since this is going to be like gradually them building a relationship, and then by chapter I think 5 you said they're banging, maybe have part of that developing relationship being like, oh yeah, she starts giving her that nickname Vera as they get closer. But I think right off the bat here, I don't think we should have Vera. I think that can be better used later on to show the change in relationship. Hi, Lucius. You're very cute. He's an all-black cat. He's just dragging himself across the floor to get closer to me. He's a cutie patootie. So that would be my first developmental critique here. I think that would be stronger for your overall story to use this nickname as the relationship develops later on. Hi, King Cal. What is that? Oh, little black cat emojis. That's so cute. I feel sad that this cat Barlow seems to not really give a fuck about Ione. That's just a personal thing, though. I guess that's not developmental edit. That's just like an, oh no, like cats really do pay attention when you're hurting. Barlow would know. That's not really an edit, though. You don't have to fix all that. That's just like my, like, oh, Barlow. So we're dealing with... I'm wondering if medieval is right. You mentioned medieval earlier. I'm not quite seeing if you were going for medieval vibes. He only cared to get scritches. You said in the story he only walked over to get himself scritches. He didn't actually care about Ione. He didn't care that his owner was in pain. You seeing how like I just joined? No, I was just like, oh, like King Cal like commented in chat. What is it? And then I was wondering what the emojis were, and they're the little black cat emojis. They're cute. No, you said you take story submissions at any stages of development. Like, I need help with, like, literally the earliest stage of writing. What's the earliest stage of writing? I met medieval in, like, nobility servant roles in government structure. Okay. But not in tone. I kept looking around, like, where's the tone? Where's the dialogue? What's happening with it? Okay, so you're just... Yeah, okay. Okay, that's fine. And that can happen in sci-fi. For describing it, I would say maybe avoid describing it as medieval, because I was still looking the whole time. It really threw me off when you said medieval. That was not the right word to use. Oh, okay. Baby, hi. I love you. I don't love your claws in my flesh, but I love you so much. You are so smart. You know digging your claws into my flesh lightly gets you attention, huh? Yeah, it gets mama's attention. Yeah, I love you. I can't come up with any ideas for what I want. I'm so sorry. I can't. The ideas come from your brain. What do you want to write about? And then you're just gonna keep writing on a document until you come up with ideas. Medieval government structure. I wouldn't even describe it as that. It has its own government structure. Don't worry about describing it like that. Just say, yeah, it's sci-fi. They have this hierarchy government structure, nobility structure in the sci-fi world. Nobody needs to describe like that kind of stuff. Like whenever we see, we kind of recognize it. It's Lucius, I love you enough. No more digging your claws into mommy. Like all I have is like a list of cool locations within the area to film it, and that's that. Oh, so you're filming it? So it's a script competition, but you also have to film it? Okay. It's faster with more brains. I don't know what to tell you. Just look at all the cool locations. What would be something cool to happen at that location? Do you want a vampire at that location? Do you want a unicorn at that location? You want a murder? You want a ghost? Do you want a breakup scene? Do you want a romance? What do you want at that scene? And then you just start figuring it out. Hold on, I'm getting distracted. Let me finish here. What was I saying? Fuck. But yeah, the nickname, I feel like you can alter a bit to work better with the relationship. And then when you're describing it, I think medieval threw me off. So I would say it's sci-fi with a... You don't even need to describe the government structure. It's fine. We get it as we're reading it. Sci-fi stuff like the shark plushie and the washing machine. I wonder. So that's still relevant in the future. So sharks are still a thing, but a forest can be blue. Okay. What was my second critique? I'm just thinking in my head for a bit. Sorry if I'm being quiet. Yes, the shark plushie matters later. Okay. Part of me is almost thinking of the pacing already. Sorry if I'm scrolling too fast, I'm hurting people's eyes. I'm kind of in my head for this one. Maybe it's because it's almost 3 in the morning. Wondering about the pacing already, but maybe it's too soon after one chapter to already be thinking of the pacing. But we have this description, this setting, like, okay, like, they're cleaning. I feel like the beginning was pretty good. I liked this inciting incident here, right? Of, like, she is in pain from whatever this ancient relic did. She has powers, she's hurting stuff, she accidentally hurts the cat, she's dealing with Ione. And it's like, okay, you need to get a doctor, they leave. And then it's just kind of like the technicality of how they leave to get to the medical staff. Of like, okay, yeah, they leave the house. They go into her futuristic sci-fi car. They show up to her personal scepter ship. They have to do all the back and forth. It almost feels like this part is where we start losing a bit. You kind of get lost in the describing the grocery store one. When we could just start like after the grocery store one. I don't know if you were here when I did some of that. Loses the urgency a bit, yeah. But maybe it's important. That's why I'm like, am I being too fussy about it? I might be too fussy. I think I could give you a firmer if this loses agency or not if I saw more chapters. So I wouldn't be, I don't want you to get caught up in editing or deleting all this stuff yet. I say keep it for now. Keep writing at the pace you're writing. And I think with more of everything written out, then I could be more concrete of if the pacing is off here. Where was I? Was that my second one? Yeah, okay, so I said pacing maybe. I want to be worried too, but I don't want you to be in your head about the pacing yet. I think finish it all. You said it's like 10 chapters planned, right? I say finish it, and then we can look back on the pacing. Pacing, you don't want to be fussing around with too early. I want to be caught up in your head about that. But that's just something like in my head, like if you're wondering what my thoughts are, I'm like, I wonder, little asterisk, little note about that. I'm wondering if the pacing's veering off a bit. But otherwise, yeah, I think my biggest critique is like, oh, the Vera nickname. I feel like you can use it stronger later on. But those are my 2 critiques. Hopefully they help you a bit. And if not, hey, it was advice given for free. So if it doesn't work for you, you can always throw it for free in the garbage. Hey, doesn't hurt my feelings at all. But otherwise, thank you so much, Seven, for being a brave raccoon and submitting your stuff here on stream. Yeah, cool. Thank you. No, thank you so much for submitting it. It was a pleasure to read. We always need, and I think Chatty Matty will agree, we always need more lesbian representation in all of our creative works. We gotta promote more lesbians in the space, in the creative space. Here's my weave screen. Where'd my Discord go? Oh no, did I lose my Discord? Hold on. I lost my Discord. Okay. That was Hivebound. Yes. Okay, so I'll go ahead and delete that one. Delete. Thank you so much. We're slowly getting through the queue, guys. I swear. I know it doesn't look like it, but we are getting through the queue. All hail lesbians! Couldn't we have bi and lesbians? Yes. We love the representation. Gets undiscord. Whenever I start the sequel, the female main character is a baby lesbian. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. What was I saying? Oh my goodness, it's 3 a.m. now. But yeah, hopefully my critiques there still made sense at the end. I don't know if they did because it's so late/early, right? It's that fun in between time. But thank you guys for submitting. Thank you guys for hanging out and chatting with me and having some fun and having some lore drops. And it's midnight for you. Oh my god, it's 3 a.m. now for Central Florida cryptids. So sorry that was snappy. I appreciate the advice. Oh, I don't know what was snappy. Oh, you're saying like when none of them speak to you? It's just hard. I don't know what your style is. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you're looking for. I think in the end, normally it's just like brainstorming stuff. Like here, you can see I just keyboard smash stuff. And I said like, I can't think of a cool intro. Maybe to introduce a cool character, bitch has no name yet. After she killed the dragon. Maybe she could still be covered in dragon blood. Could be cool. Like, you just keep coming up with ideas. You just figure stuff out. You know what I mean? You just gotta force your brain to think. You gotta keep typing things up. Maybe a cool ghost story, but in a different place than most ghost stories. I feel like all the normal places the ghost stories are overdone now. Ghosts need to expand to new real estate. I don't know where, but somewhere. Right? Like you just keep planning with shit, and then if you don't like it, and then you're like, oh, actually, ghost ideas are dumb and stupid, and I never want to write them. Ever. Whatever. What can I do that's not ghosts? I'm gonna write about a stinky goblin instead. We need more stink representation. You just keep writing shit until you figure it out. I have a script about a pool ghost, but I can't do it because something could happen with like filming near water. Okay, so it's not just a script competition, it's also like you have to film it. It's not just turning in a script, you have to film it. Well, I'm behind on chat here because I was just going on the rant. I was just doing my stereo consciousness writing. Oh god. 1,300 words done today? Huge accomplishment, Des said. That's awesome. Take care, chatters and credit. Do you do modern fantasy? 7 p.m. here. If you're asking for what I read, I specialize. I'm more genre aware and specific for general fantasy. That can be either fantasy, or that can be I'm genre aware enough for modern fantasy. I could try. But again, I don't want to hype anything up too much. I'm a new baby at developmental editor. I'm not sure what you're looking for. I'm not sure if I'm what you're looking for. If you're talking about for story time submissions, me reading stuff here on chat and doing all that, then it can be anything as long as it's not spicy smut sex scenes. I just don't read that on stream, because I get too embarrassed reading all the sexy stuff online on the stream. It gets too my little model can't blush. It's embarrassing. But otherwise, yeah, you can spend anything else. Hopefully you can spit chapter 6 soon. Yeah, that's exciting. And you said it's longer than your normal chapters. That's fantastic. What I think you've been really working on, because you were having struggles with underwriting before. I've noticed in some of your scenes for the last few chapters of you're working on that and really adding those descriptions, and the pacing's getting better, especially with your last few fight scenes. I think you should be really, really proud of the work you're doing. And if you're already having longer chapters than your normal, that's a really good sign. You once wrote a fantasy novel without the word sword or dragon appearing once. It was set in the equivalent of an immediate aftermath of fantasy World War I. So it wasn't that much of a challenge, I suppose. That sounds awesome. That's a cool concept. I can't win if I submitted it. Whoever wins gets their script filmed. And you'd be disqualified. Okay, so they're getting... I'm sorry, that's so hard to understand. So you're submitting just a script, but whoever wins gets their script filmed, but it doesn't sound like an official thing that can do like the liabilities and stuff and all those permits. It sounds like it's maybe like a more like little rookie indie thing that like there's a little group that's gonna put together a little indie project and film it. Is that right? Is that kind of what it's going for? Is that the vibe? So what kind of things can't you and can't you do? Because I'd say write down all the things you can't and can't do. If you can't play in a pool, and you can't film near water, if you can't film, I'm guessing you can't probably play with fire. I don't know if you even have any prop weapons that would be in the budget. Okay, so it is a student film. Okay, it's student film. So it's like other students that will film it. Okay. Because it's a student film. So there, think of the locations, think of your... what you're like kind of limited by. You're saying you can't do water. I'm guessing you can't do fire. I'm wondering if you can't do too much super mature or sexy content because it's other students filming. I'm not sure. I'm guessing you might be limited in the amount of people who can do it. They're not going to have a cast of like 200 people in it to do a crowd scene or something. Think of your limitations and then work with that. Find an area, think of your limitations, work with that. That would be my suggestion to you. And hello, welcome on in. Welcome to Cryptid Cult. We were just, you're on my view screen, which is more embarrassing. But we were just finishing reading someone's submission, and I was giving feedback and a little bit of critique for it. Can't be too far from outlets, so no outdoors. Okay. I feel like normally they just bring batteries, don't they? Is this like a high school filming club? I feel like at college level film thing, like for your filming equipment, you can normally do things with batteries. They bring like big batteries and stuff. Is this like more high school level filming? That's one thing. So you know the limitations. I'm not a big film person. I don't know much about the films. So I'm just a little cryptid, still learning about humanity here. I haven't been to film school. You said the community hears somebody talking makes me feel less lonely. I get you. Is it super late at night for you too? It's 3 a.m. for local cryptid time. Oh my goodness. But yeah, call me PP in chat. They're working on a script for it sounds like a competition. But there's some limitations here, and I feel like PP's asking me for... So I mean, like, I can't film in nature. Yeah, because you said it's far from outlets. But in my head, I'm like, doesn't most film stuff, if it's at a college level, doesn't it mostly run on batteries? Nope, it's 9 a.m. and you've had no sleep. Oh dear God. I'm so sorry. We've all been there. We've all been on the no sleep train. I'm so sorry. It's not a fun thing. Sometimes you'll think you're funny. Does anyone else get that? When like you're so sleep deprived, you're kind of like drunk funny? Anyone else get that? Your book is a modern fantasy set in a multiverse. Okay, okay. Around the Blue Mountains in Australia. Sounds very cool, very cool. So it's dealing with a multiverse. Is it dealing with time travel? Is it just dealing with one character hopping the multiverse? Are we seeing multiple people and how their lives are different throughout the multiverse? How you handling the multiverse? That's a hard thing to write about. I can get big brain thoughts about it, I'll tell you that. Me and the Cryptid family actually just finished watching Dark. It's one of the Netflix shows. I think it's a German one. That one deals a lot with multiverse and endless time loops, and surprisingly a lot of incest, accidental incest, because there's time traveling involved. So it's like, oopsie, I didn't know we were related, and we were like, yo, girls. It was a crazy show. I liked the first season. It started going downhill a bit, but we finished it. God damn it! And here I hoped I get a streamer with a voice that seems like smacking me in the right dreams. Now I get excited. Oh no. I'm not a very. I like to say this is a calm and cozy place of the internet. That doesn't mean I'm actually like calm and cozy. I have too much of the ADD, and I think I make too many random noises to be fully calming. Oh no. But yeah, I don't. Sorry, call me PP. If that. I hope my advice helps. Maybe I'm not having the best advice for you at 3 a.m. But definitely like look at your limitations, because you could think of it. You could be like, oh yeah, I want a full unicorn documentary, right? But if you don't have the CGI budget and they can't work with horses, and you can't work out in nature, then that's not going to be possible, right? So think of your limitations. I don't know what your limitations are. You know them. Think of what the limitations are for this script and this competition, and work within that frame. That will be my best advice to you. That's maybe the best advice I can give. Let's see here. As everyone else, Death's Head went to bed, right? No, okay, they were still here earlier. I'm debating. It's 3. Should I go to bed? Yeah, or just go full on Marvel, yeah. Okay, so there is no time travel in the book, so it's a multiverse, but there's no time travel. Okay, that's a good thing to specify. Thanks, gamer. Hopefully it helps. I'm aware, so that I don't always give the best advice, but that's the thing. We can just give our best. Doesn't always apply, but it's just our best. Or you go full on Marvel with the multiverse. Personally, most hobby writers I talk to have a simple problem: lack of perspective. Just because the writer knows something doesn't mean the reader knows. That's true. I think I was saying earlier when we were talking about some things I've noticed with a lot, because I've been doing this for a couple months now, right? We know a lot of people's submissions. That when I was a younger cryptid growing up, there was about a 50-50 split between newbie writers, hobby or newbie writers, like people developing their writing craft. 50% would be overwriters. They're writing pages and pages of stuff that could just be said in like a paragraph. And 50% were underwriters. They're saying stuff that could be pages or chapters and stuff, and just saying it in like a few sentences or paragraphs, right? Need to be expanded on. So about 50% are underwriters, 50% are overwriters. And that was kind of the gist of it when I was growing up. Now with the TikTok generation, with some of my younger raccoons submitting, I'm noticing that 50-50 split isn't true anymore. It's probably like 90-95% of the younger raccoons of the early 20s and below. They're actually all underwriters. And I was saying, like, I wonder if it's because of that speed thing of how we're used to faster consumption of knowledge and information, right? I was wondering if that's why everyone's now shifted from 50-50 under and overwriters to majority underwriters. So that's something I've noticed. So that's something I've noticed. Write down your limitations and stick it on a post-it note where you can see it where you are writing. That's what I was even saying. Like, you can even write something like, no nature scenes. How'd you say? Need outlets. Slash power. What are some of your other limitations? Let's see here. You said no pool because you can't film by water for liability issues. Think of liability issues. No pools. No fire. No sword juggling on a dinosaur. Probably. Like that kind of stuff. You know, just like keep thinking and stuff. So then you can be like, okay. So probably be inside. Maybe limited in amount of sets used because it's an indie like student film thing, right? So you might be like one house or a couple rooms. Now you can say, okay, but no business places. Don't you still need permission to film in IKEA? I mean, I guess you could sneak it, but if you're doing like a full production, like if you're having like sound equipment, if you're having like lighting, if you're having all that different stuff, I think IKEA is gonna notice. Okay, you were. yeah. Probably someone's gonna like offer up like an apartment to shoot in, or like their house or something, and be nice. Maybe the school teacher, the film teacher will like let you like use their house or something. I'm not sure. I don't know how this is supposed to go. Anyway, it's probably too much, but stuff like that. So, you know, family, couple drama could be filmed in limited spaces like that. And then you just keep thinking about it. I don't really know. I try down sensibly like a wanderer of words. In fact, I love that chapter in Moby Dick that everyone hates, where he starts describing whales, their types, and their illustrations. yeah, and that's just. I know you're saying like, oh, I need help, and I'm like, there's only so much help we can give you. You know your limitations here. You know what you want to do. You know what you don't want to do. You just gotta sit down and figure it out. Write it out like this. Get your brain working. Let me go ahead and delete all that. But yeah, there's my weave screen. It's the weave. Oh my goodness. Hi Raymond. Yeah. So that's your favorite one. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm not gonna be too beneficial to people right now for critique. I think it's too. It's your taste that you have. One, it's nice in itself. It's your taste that you have one is nice in itself. Okay. Nice. But otherwise, it's 3 a.m., guys. I think Cryptid has to go to bed. So, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you guys for submitting. Thank you guys for being wonderful raccoons with critique and giving feedback. And otherwise, I hope you guys have a nice, wonderful night. I hope you guys are comfy and cozy wherever you are. And goodbye.